Bright, sunny weather. It's been perfect here for the last 4 days. Let's hope it continues to be perfect over the next 3 or 4 days. Australia have never played a test match here. In fact, the last time they played international cricket at Grenada was back in 2008. So every single Australian player is playing at this venue for the very first time. There hasn't been a test match here for 4 years. So there's been some late-minute refurbishments done on the venue. It is a spectacular place. There's no question about that. The first ball about half an hour away. It is SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, great supporters of Test Cricket on SEN, as I officially welcome in for the first time for Test number 2, Bryce McGain. Bryce, welcome.
Whitey, thanks very much. And it's a great venue. It's surprised a bit given the surrounds are just very relaxed, but the stadium feel here is very close to the water, and I'm sure all the players are really excited to get out there, and we'll touch on the pitch a little bit later, but things are looking pretty good to start with.
Yeah, so toss not too far away, the first ball in a half hour from now. Bharat, Sundaresan, welcome. It feels like home to you, this place.
Yeah, I should be the one welcoming you guys.
That's exactly
That's what
right.
it feels like. Hello to everyone from the Spice Island. We've soaked in the sights and sounds of Grenada over the last couple of days. So have the Australian team. They haven't been out and about, but they've, like Pat Cummins said, I go to places where you need to look like me to go, or to be let in anyway. So it's been hot and humid all 3 days, and I'm very intrigued to see what happens at the toss as I see Pat Cummins with his jumper on. I also, things you don't see behind the scenes. I kept an eye on Cole Hitchcock, the media manager, and he walked out at one point and flashed 7, which meant 7 minutes for the toss. So Pat Cummins had to leave his warm-ups, go all the way up, put his jumper on, and he's back out there in the middle for the toss. So the mechanisms behind the scenes, Bryce, is always something to learn or something new to see when you hang around the outfield.
We've got Javagal Srinath, who's actually out there in the middle now with his beautiful hair and his suit on, despite it being really hot. You mentioned before that Pat's got his blazer on, and now Roston Chase is walking out to the middle as well. So we're not far away from the toss. It's going to be important, Bryce, the toss, based on what we've seen with the pitch over the last couple of days.
Yeah, I think so. But what we have seen is a good even cover of grass. So I think the unexpected deliveries that we had in Barbados, there may be less of those, but it probably means that however it plays, whether there's a bit of seam and movement, it means that it'll be consistent. And I think that's what all the players want. The inconsistency puts them down in their mind. A few balls standing up, some bare patches, some woolly grass patches. This is an even cover. It looks very flat. So I think it'll be consistent, and that's all the players are looking for.
Yes, Bharat and I had a bit of a look yesterday at a bit of a cheeky look. And
how close did you get?
Close
we were
enough.
right there.
Yeah, okay.
We were right there.
Let's confess.
You can actually see some cracking already, which is a little bit of a concern.
Very dry. I think the sun's going to beat down on it as well as it has in the last 2 days. They watered it slightly late in the evening.
A gentle 2-minute sprinkle.
And that's the last bit of water this pitch is going to see, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So there is a bit of a delay at the toss. Roston Chase has forgot his blazer, which is very important for the photographs and for the TV.
It's only second time in charge, so he's not quite used to the routine as skipper.
He might be borrowing someone else's blazer.
It looks a little small.
He does.
Looks like a school blazer, little school blazer.
Looks like Craig Brathwaite's blazer.
That's right. That's exactly
I think it is.
I think it might be too. But as is normally the case in a test match, there's 468 people out on the ground before the toss.
Paint the picture, Whitey. Try and do it in 100 words, because there's so much action happening.
Yeah, we've got all the Australians that have sort of stopped their warm-up, waiting to see what happens with the toss. The West Indies are sort of having some slips catches. They need that practice, there's no question about that. And doing a lot of bowling at the moment, some of the West Indians. So we'll wait and see. We're not too far away from working out exactly what's going down at the toss. We're just waiting for the television broadcasters to get ready. The players are standing like statues on the edge of the pitch, waiting to be able to flip the coin.
I think we're ready. Samuel Badri doing the toss like he did last week.
So we know that Steve Smith is playing. Josh Inglis missing, the only change to the Australians, as as we've now got the music stopped.
The DJ got the
Ready to
message.
go. It's a big build-up. Big build-up for the toss.
Is that a drum roll?
Always a pleasure and such a privilege to be here in the Spice Isle. A return of test match cricket to these shores. The captains are out in the middle for the coin toss. Ruston Chase of the West Indies, Pat Cummins out of Australia, and the match referee, Mr. Javagal Srinath, will oversee the toss. Ruston, you've got the coin?
Heads.
Heads is the call. Heads is the call.
Heads. Well,
And it is indeed a heads. Pat, your toss decision and the reasons for that, please.
we're going to have a bat first. Don't really know what to make of the wicket, but I think it looks like it might be the best time to bat today.
Yeah, your top order came under pressure once again in that first test. What sort of lessons do you think were learned, and how much, I suppose, latitude and patience given to a group that is still finding its rhythm?
It's very rare that you play a test match where every batter does well. Last test match was the middle order's job, and they did a fantastic, effort of it. But it's always pretty tricky over here. Seems like there's always something in the wicket.
Changes to your playing 11. Steve Smith comes back in. How important is it to have someone, not because of his record and experience, but his ability to problem solve in unfamiliar conditions?
It's a huge benefit. That's what you get with experience. He's scored runs all around the world. So, he's never played here, but I'm sure he's played on a wicket like this, and when he gets out there, he'll find a way.
Thanks for your time, Pat. All the best.
Thank you.
Ruston, I mentioned unfamiliarity here at Grenada. It's been a long time since test match cricket has been played here. Only the fifth one today. What do you make of these conditions?
Yeah, well, I've never played here, firstly, but the pitch looks decent. But I'm happy with the decision because we were the ball first.
In terms of your team and what they did in that first test, you guys competed quite expertly with the ball. It's the batting that yet again seemed to be inconsistent. What sort of discussions that you guys had for a more decisive effort this time around?
Yeah, well, we thought we played good cricket for at least two innings, and then we let ourselves down in that second bowling innings, and we gave them too many runs. So we just have to try to control the runs that we give them, and anything under 250 we'll be happy with.
A special day for a special friend of yours, Craig Brathwaite, 100 test match today. What does it mean to you to be captaining him, who you have spent so much time with on a milestone day?
Yes, I'm very elated and happy for him. I mean, this is one of his goals before he even played a test match. So to see a good friend like Craig achieve it is a wonderful feeling for me and for him as well.
I guess it was a little bit of an assumption on my part. Any changes to your playing 11 from that test?
Yeah, one change. Anderson Phillip comes in for Jamal Warrican. We have checked the data on this ground, and is more a seamer friendly wicket. And we saw in the first game as well, Warrican didn't really bowl as much overs. The seamers were doing the job. So we're going with Anderson Phillip today.
You lost the toss, but you got what you wanted to do. All the best.
Thanks.
Well, there you have it, folks. The news from out in the middle. Australia, they've won the toss and they've decided to bat first.
So there you go. We didn't need the toss after all, because Pat Cummins decided to bat, and had the West Indies won the toss, they would have bowled. A couple of things. Pat Cummins still hasn't found his new cap. He's wearing the old one again.
He is.
So that still is missing. And Bharat, we saw the West Indians doing all their bowling practice before the toss. I mentioned that at the time, and so it's kind of like I felt that they thought Australia was going to bat.
Yeah.
They were always going to bowl, so they made sure that they were doing what they needed to do before the toss.
It was just done for the camera, wasn't it,
That's
eventually?
right.
Yeah. That coin would be feeling a bit hard done by. I mean, it really didn't play any role in it.
No.
Except that it'll say Australia won the toss. But the other thing I noticed once again with Constas and Khawaja is always laid back. He took his own sweet time to just go back up. He was out there warming up. But Sam Constas seems to have lost that nervous energy before the test match. I know he's played only 3, but seeing him last week in here again, he's not rushing into the dressing room. We will see him run out to the middle in 20 minutes or so before the start of play. But it's good to see. I mean, he's just settling in. He's growing up in front of our eyes every day, isn't he?
All right, so news from the toss. Australia winning the toss and electing to bat. One change for Australia with Steve Smith in, Josh Inglis out. And for the West Indies, they've gone with the extra seamer with Anderson Phillip replacing the vice-captain in Warrican. So we'll take a break. It is SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. More from Bharat and Bryce. What does it all mean ahead of day one? That's next. Australia will bat first, so we'll see Constas out in the middle with Khawaja very shortly. We've still got the anthems to come as well. And just just a couple of words from both Brett Sundaresan and Bryce McGain before we take a break. We must do an around the grounds of Chemist Warehouse because Shubman Gill is 222 not out against England at the moment. India batting a first time at 6 for 496 after just 125 overs, and Harry Brooks bowling. So things are getting desperate for England at the moment, Brad.
Well, all in support of the wrong-footed bowlers. I belong to that small tribe. Virat Kohli is now retired, so Harry Brooks is keeping it up. But no, it's what a performance. He scored 100 in the first test as well, Shubman Gill. So what a start to his captaincy career as a batter. Yeah, because he really hasn't got test cricket.
No, he hasn't. And I'm a bit surprised how well he's going. And to have that extra responsibility, Bryce, of being the captain and to do that straight off the top, taking over from some pretty impressive captains in the last 10 years. It's a great way to sort of put your flag in the ground.
It is an amazing start. And such a dry summer over in England. The outfields are lightning quick, so they're making the most of it. Yeah. It's a run feast, not only at Test cricket, but it's a run feast at county cricket as well.
All right, from both of you, before we take a break and come back from the anthems, the toss of the coin, what does it mean? How do we feel? Because it from both captains, they're saying we're both happy.
Yeah, I think it's all about Sam Constas this first half hour or 1 hour. Australia is just going to bed. Except those who stay up through the night listening to us, as you should. And we said this last week as well. There's just a lot of hype around Sam Constas for all the obvious reasons. So a chance for him. Vaidi, when we saw that pitch yesterday, both of us looked at it and said, this has to be the pitch where Sam Constas shows us what he's made of and makes a big score.
Yeah, that's right.
Because it does look like a pitch early on where the pace will be even and run scoring should be much easier.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's going to be quite interesting. For me, it's Usman Khawaja as well, just to make sure that he can continue the legacy of his career and make some runs as well. Australia do need a good start. That'll set it up for Cameron Green at number 3, who started a little nervy last test, and hopefully he gets a good opportunity here. It's a good pace attack and the ball will be swinging. It's not going to be easy.
All right, we'll take a break, come back with the anthems and the first sports not too far away. So last break before we have live play here in Grenada. Beautiful Grenada, beautifully and sunny. And I've said it twice, Bharat, it's Grenada. We'll be back with more after this. I guess celebration, a presentation for Craig Brathwaite, who's just played, well, he's playing now his 100th Test match, and we heard even at the toss of the coin just how significant that is from Roston Chase talking about Brathwaite. He said he wanted to play 100 Test matches, Bryce, before he'd played one.
Thanks, Whitey. You keep me on here. It is quite remarkable, isn't it? 100 Test matches are a long and a huge goal to have before you've even played one. But I do notice he has changed his number as well to the 100 on the back for today's game. So that's on the team list. So I haven't quite seen with his jumper or his top that he's done that, but it does have number 100 on the team list.
That's the sort of thing you see in the NBA, not necessarily in Test cricket.
I'm looking for the banner to come out with a cheer squad for him to run through as well.
That's right, exactly. So we're just waiting now for the official presentation. We've got the Australians all sort of sitting on the advertising hoarding to one side, to the left as we look at it, and then to the right, the West Indians. And you can see the noticeable difference between the Australians wearing the cream and the West Indies wearing the white. And the other change is that in the first test, the West Indies wore gold numbers on their backs, whereas they've gone back to the maroon numbers for the second test. Because why that's the case.
Well, no one could see it. It was pretty funky up close, but from a distance it was a bit hard to see in the sun and the glare. But they're back to the traditional maroon flare down the side of their strides as well. So they're not exactly baker's pants, if is often called that in the white. So they've got a nice little flare, and it's a good kit they're wearing. And they start walking out onto the middle. Now, umpires are out there. The Frank Worrell Trophy sitting on a box out in the middle as well, as we lead into the anthems.
Yeah, so the West Indies filing out onto the ground now, and there's some young kids. It's like the Premier League, where the kids in their full kit hold hands with the players, and they are led out to the middle of the ground, and the Australians are doing it as well with some locals in their whites.
I must say, one of them's an absolute man-child, nearly taller than Steve Smith. They're all little kids, and this one guy is... He's huge. He's going to block Steve Smith as he stands in front of him.
If you've just joined our coverage, Australia winning the toss and electing to bat first. So they wore the gold because it was the 50th anniversary of the 1975 World Cup win.
Yes.
So as a result of that, that was why I didn't know that actually. I didn't mind the gold. I actually thought it looked all right.
Bit IPL?
Yeah, I don't know. I think gold's a good colour. It's a good colour. So we're just waiting now for the anthems. So everyone standing nice and tall and straight, and importantly, still. And we're just waiting to see what happens next. There's a big delay. I think I can hear some music.
Orchestra tuning up.
So you can hear plenty of Australians in the crowd here that have made their way across to Grenada. There's still one anthem to go. We've got the West Indies official song. So that is the end of the official ceremony. We're seeing Steve Smith. He's already got the pads on, even though he's batting at number 4. Osman Khawaja and also Sam Constas doing a little bit of a trot as well as they leave the arena to get their gloves, their bat and their helmets, and we're not too far away from the first ball being bowled. Repeating the news at the toss, Australia winning the toss and electing to bat. One change for Australia with Smithy and Inglis out, and for the West Indies they've gone with the extra fast bowler with Anderson Phillip replacing Jamel Warrican, so the vice captain to miss out in test number 2. We're here at the spectacular Grenada, St George's Grenada. Bright sunny weather. There's a nice breeze. You can see when the flags were being held high at the anthems, they were fluttering beautifully in the breeze. We're not far away, Bryce, McGain, from the opening ball.
No, exciting, and there's been a bit of a gap between the cricket here in the West Indies, a lot of downtime, so it's great to be back into the action with these two teams. West Indies, well, they're fundamentally doing what they wanted to do. They wanted to bowl first, put that Australian top order under pressure. They get their wish, albeit with Pat Cummins' call to bat first.
So Sam Constas has already dashed out to the middle. Usman Khawaja, in his normal sort of meandering way, just walking out, doing a little bit of shadow batting. Constas, he's already gardening out on the pitch. And the West Indies following Constas out to the middle. The umpire's there as well. It's fair to say it's not a big crowd for day number 1, but it's certainly built up over the last sort of 20 minutes or so. We're seeing certainly a lot more locals starting to file their way into the really are spectacular grandstands here at the National Cricket Stadium.
It is a superb ground, little open areas, but by and large a big major grandstand at that. Is it that northern end? Southern end.
I'll leave that up to you, Bryce.
I'll get my bearings, I'll get the compass out.
We could call it the city end, because that's where St George's is.
So the end's,
that side.
The end's actually known as the river end. We're commentating from that end.
It's not really a big river, is it?
No,
it's more a...
careful, don't be insulting to a river. Might be a drain. But that's the river end that we are at, and the Darbo end.
Okay, so we're all ready to go. Jaden Seals has got the brand new Duke ball at the top of his run. Bright sunshine. Sam Constas to face the first ball. 3 slips a gully and a backward point in play. And we're just waiting for the official go time here at the National Cricket Stadium in Grenada.
The scoreboard has ticked over to 10 local time, but of course time is irrelevant when there are broadcasters involved.
Exactly right. So we can sort of explain the field a bit further. 3 slips a gully, a backward point that I mentioned, a shortish extra cover, a mid-on, a square leg, and also a fine leg. So no catcher under the helmet at bat pad. Let's play, and we are away officially with Jaden Seals on his way, bowling to Constas. First ball outside off stump. Constas leaves alone.
Well, a ball that hinted to swing away, then swung back in. It snaked all over the place with the seam upright. So good signs from West Indies that there is some movement in the air. A genuine snake delivery.
There was, wasn't it? Just having a look there at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. You're right, Bryce. That swung one way, pitched, and then swung the other way. It's not really something you want first up as an opener. It carried through about knee high, but it was a loosener. Seals again. Running towards us. Bowls to Constas. Replacing the onside. What's a quick single? He'll get there into mid-wicket. He had to hustle with Brathwaite coming around from square leg. He was going at 100% speed to get there, and he was able to do it comfortably. So that is the first run of the Test match. It goes to Sam Constas.
Well, great to see him having that intent straight away. He really got bogged down the ends in the first Test. 5 of 38 deliveries, and the bowlers could really line him up and work him over, and they were certainly doing that. But one of the best ways to open the batting is to be able to rotate strike. Right left-handers, scoring opportunities come, and the best way to face good fast bowling is always at the non-strikers end, Whitey.
Absolutely. So exactly the same field, just mirrored with the left-handed Khawaja. 3 slips in a gully. As Seals comes around the wicket, bowls to Khawaja. That's wide of the off stump, and it's left alone. Very wide, in fact. Not too far away from an actual wide. Just got the radar wrong there. bowled at 132 kilometres an hour, Jaden Seals. So we got 5 wickets in the first innings at Kensington Oval. And really did bowl well in bowler-friendly conditions, admittedly. But why Shamar Joseph... Well, Shamar Joseph kind of got the headline with the 9 wickets. Sort of what was lost was what Seals did in the first innings. He bowls again. Khawaja leaves that one. That was good carry through to Hope, who took that at chest high outside off stump.
Hit the wicket a lot harder on that delivery. Really got through his action. That wide one to Khawaja was a bit of a push as he pushed it out wide with the hand. That one really got over his front leg. Hit the wicket. A little bit of movement away. And good carry. Good surface.
I said chest high. It was actually more head high by the time it got through. Hope's actually standing quite close compared to where the cordon is set. Seals again past the umpire, bowls to Khawaja, a tight lead. Let's go through, and that one again swinging after it pitched. Swinging further back into the left-handed Khawaja. So 3 consecutive dot balls to Khawaja. 1 ball left in the opening over of the Test match, with Australia 1 for none.
So no major concerns for Khawaja just yet. No major movement off the surface. A little bit of swing in the air.
Last ball of the over. Seals bowls. Khawaja leaves, and that one went away from the left-hander, so he was more leaving on length than on line, and he did very well. And that last ball really did fly through as well. So good signs for the pitch in that opening over. So through 1 over, SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, Australia, no wicket for 1. Now, if you are wanting to listen to us and watch the TV at home back in Australia for SEN Sync, we think the sweet spot's about 33 seconds. So you've got to toggle on the SEN app to sync it up. If you are watching the coverage and wanting to listen to us on the streaming service, of course you can listen here at the ground. And it's a warm welcome also to all our West Indian audience across 7 or 8 different radio stations around the Caribbean. Welcome to SEN's coverage of Test cricket. Shamar Joseph, 9 wickets in the first innings. He has the brand new ball from the end where we are positioned just above the side screen. We've got a perfect view. He's going to bowl the second over. Shamar Joseph bowls to Constas, pulls it away, over square leg. Terrific shot from Constas. That goes to the rope for 4, and that will give the young man some confidence.
Oh, real. Picked up the length quickly, was into position early, and just lifted it over square leg. Good batting. And you're right, that will give him enormous confidence.
He didn't try and keep it along the ground. He got into position quickly, got under the ball, and hit it straight over the square leg umpire's head. And very nearly carried for 6. Joseph on the way again. Past the umpire, bowls to Constas, who shoulders arms outside off stump. As Joseph might take a little while to get into his work. We're in a perfect spot here, just above the sight screen, and we've got the big grandstand right in front of us. But then above the grandstand, you can see this beautiful hill that's quite dramatic. It sits just above the ground with all these houses dotted in the trees. It's quite the sight. I don't know how you get up to those houses, but they are there. Shamar Joseph a bit wider on the crease, and that's a wild delivery, and Hope did very well to dive away and block it in front of first slip. It wasn't called a wide. A lot of the work with the ball was swinging after it passed the batsman, but it was still a very wide delivery.
Yeah, so it always takes a little while just to adjust. Bowlers are adjusting just as much as the opening bowlers are, just as much as the opening batters are. Just getting used to how much the ball is swinging, the conditions, and adapting. Shamar Joseph clearly too short on that ball that was pulled away, but now finding his radar and getting the seam angles to get the ball moving.
He bowls again. Constas in defence. Had to play at that one. Pushing forward. Sort of half forward. He didn't get right with a big step forward, a big stride in there. More playing from the crease. Defending to Alzari Joseph in the offside, and there's no run.
Speed by Shamar Joseph, $140. It's up there. Getting into his work now.
Interesting that Adrian Holdstock is the central umpire, one of the central umpires in this game, along with Richard Kettleborough. He got in a fair bit of controversy in that first test as the third umpire.
Got some feedback, didn't he?
Shamar Joseph again bowls to Constas, up on his toes, punching straight to point. Timed it well. He thought he was getting runs. He was off and running, but Brathwaite in that position at point did the fielding, and there was no chance of a run. Constas looking to be positive early. And he's playing conventional cricket shots as well. That one got to point on the bounce, in that backward point region. So it was in the air for a little while, but the positivity was good.
Yeah. Just the open blade, had it sort of squirting out off the blade a bit. But looks to be adjusting nicely early.
Shamar Joseph bowls again, driving in the air, and there's runs for Constas through mid-off. Alzari Joseph on the chase. It won't be 4. Constas is running hard. He wants 3. He's not going to go. Interestingly, Khawaja was keen, but Constas not so much, going to the danger end. So a positive over there from Sam Constas. He got 6 runs from that first over from Shamar Joseph. Australia batting first. No wicket for 7. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Australia no wicket for 7 after the first 2 overs. Constas all 7 runs as Jaden Seales to bowl his second over from the river end. Bowling to Khawaja, who's prodding backward of point and getting runs. 1, maybe 2. Khawaja won't go bang for the second, so he's away with a single. Just riding the bounce, just deflecting backward of point and getting a single. No wicket for 8. Now, if you're wondering where Adam Collins is, he is here. He's doing a power of work behind the scenes, as he often does, but he also does a power of work on centre stage. But he's got a bit of an issue with his voice, and we're hoping that he'll be back tomorrow. So he's healthy, he's fine, but it's just a bit of a voice issue, which isn't ideal when you're a radio man. So hopefully Colo's back tomorrow. Jaden Seales bowling here to Constas. Constas driving back to the bowler on the second bounce, or chopping down on that one. And there's no run. And you'll hear from Andrew Mason, our man from the Caribbean. He's in visitor territory here because he is from Barbados, so he very much knew all about Kensington Oval and the entire island, and he showed Bryce most of it to us. But he's here at Grenada. This is foreign territory.
Yeah,
sort of. No wicket for 8. Seales again, bowls. Constas plays and misses, trying to punch through the vacant cover region off the back foot. Good consistent bounce, bit of swing, and a massive gap in the offside, and Constas, he saw it and he wanted it.
Well, it just jagged away a little bit and also rose up, beat the outside edge. Constas, half a back foot drive, half a cut shot. Swung pretty hard but missed it. Did have a good look at the West Indies in their slips warm-up this morning. Still a bit dishevelled, I've got to be honest with you, Whitey.
Bowls again. Constas driving. There is runs through the covers. Not fully timed, but at least 2. It won't get to the rope. They'll think about a third. This time they will come. So Constas into double figures in just the third over of the Test match with a positive drive through the offside. No wicket for 11. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, winter safety sail.
Nice shot. Seals wouldn't be too disappointed. That ball was on the move, and it's a type of shot you want the opening player to be reaching outside the eye line and playing.
Khawaja back on strike, 3 slips in a gully. Seals around the wicket closer to the stumps. Khawaja defends up to mid-on, no run. It's an interesting venue here because we talked about the grandstands, and it's quite a modern feel to the stadium to look at, but the ground is massive, and so they bring the ropes in quite a bit, and also the advertising hoarding. So even though we've got a perfect spot above the side screen, we're still quite a way away from the actual middle of the ground. Whereas at Kensington, we're right over the ground in a perfect spot. Here we're a bit lower. Seals again, Khawaja clipping down to fine leg and getting himself a single. So the runs are flowing early here on day one in Grenada. After 3 overs, Australia winning the toss and electing to bat. No wicket for 12. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, and don't forget the Henley Breakthrough Collection billed from only $227,900. Shamar Joseph on his way away from us to bowl to Khawaja, wide on the crease. Khawaja from the stumps, flicking straight to square leg, no run.
Immediately both bowlers around the wicket to Khawaja, angling into the off stump. Still the 3 slips in a gully for any outside edge, but so challenging both sides of the bat. Australian opening veteran
Shamar Joseph again fires in. Khawaja back and across, defending up to mid-on. Thought about a single. Azari Joseph came around from a wideish mid-on position to do the fielding, and they couldn't take that, pinch that single. It stays at no wicket for 12. Adam White and Bryce McGain with you. Bharat Sundaresan not far away. Andrew Mason not far away. And as I said, Colo, he is here, so it's not even he's here in spirit. He's here.
He's literally here. Right here. Right next to us.
He just doesn't have a voice at the moment. I told him to eat pineapple. I'm not sure whether that's taken place. He's like a mime artist out the back. He's sort of nodding and yep.
Marcel Marceau.
Joseph again bowls. Khawaja's beaten by a good delivery from Shamar Joseph. So caught on the crease, didn't go either back or forward, and that ball shaped away in the air and quite dramatically to beat the outside edge on the way through to Hope.
Good skill by Shamar. He's gone in, looking to challenge the stumps and the LBW and the inside edge, if you like. That one really let it go. Angle of the seam. A big in swinger to the right-hander. Obviously beat the outside edge of the left-hander, and something to think about for Usman Khawaja early in the innings.
Shamar Joseph again bowls. Khawaja beaten again. Very similar delivery, just a fraction fuller. Khawaja prodding at that one, and again seeing it go past the outside edge.
He's tried to go forward on that second one. The first one was really caught on the crease. He's tried to go forward. He wants that front foot to go forward, but it didn't really move anywhere. It just sort of hopped up and down on the spot just in front of the crease, and he really felt for that delivery. So a couple of good deliveries by Shamar Joseph, encouraged by the few supporters here.
Joseph bowls here. That one he tried to bring it back. It didn't really come back a lot, and Khawaja was able to leave. 5 consecutive dot balls here at Khawaja, so this is good. That speed, 142.2 kilometres an hour on the radar.
Shamar Joseph bowled a power of overs in that first test, over 40 of them, and you wonder if that's going to take its toll quicker here. Obviously, his first couple of spells, you'd expect him to be nice and strong and fit, but that accumulative effect of workload for the fast bowlers.
Joseph bowls, full ball, leading edge, and just short in the gully. That had Khawaja swivelling his head around to make sure that he was safe. And that one certainly had the West Indies interested. So a good over there from Shamar Joseph. After a good start to the Australians' first innings, Joseph puts up a maiden for the 4th over of the match. No wicket for 12. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Adam White and Bryce McGain with you live from Grenada. As Seals comes in again to bowl to Constas, who's defending from the stumps. This time he does get a good stride in, pushing up to mid-on. Around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse, India 6 for 543. Shubman Gill now is up to 254.
Wow.
Now, the thing is, he's captain, so he doesn't need to declare. He can just keep batting and set all sorts of records the way he's going at the moment. I know my son Campbell is at home in the middle of the night in Australia, sort of rotating between England and India and Australia and the West Indies, having the time of his life in school holidays.
Oh, that is living the dream.
Absolutely.
Creating memories for the future.
Seals again bowls to Constas, pushing firmly up to mid-off, no run.
And the great thing as well, Whitey, is the SEN network out there being able to text in, and thanks, Justin. You're right on the money here. Justos from Perth, just saying that Uzi just ticked over 6,000 runs. So that's where he sits in the list of run scorers.
So 0433 98 11 16 if you want to text in and be part of our coverage throughout the course of this test match. Seals again, bowls to Constas. Oh, delivery that beats him.
Yep.
Hit faster, shape away again through the air, beating the outside edge.
Back of a length, so he's playing that off the back foot. 138 k's an hour. Looks like it's angling in, but then straightening down the line. Gee, that's good bowling. And going probably a school ruler over the, or maybe a little bit more than that, over the off stump. Gee, that's good bowling. Seemed beautifully presented. He impressed us all in the first test. Did Jaden Seals, and he's continuing on his great work here.
Bowling again and beating again this time. Constas trying to be aggressive. He really tried to punch him through the covers. So consecutive deliveries beating the outside edge. This is good bowling from Seals. Constas, after a bright start, now starting to feel a little bit of pressure.
So again, that ball just angling in and leaving him.
It didn't move a lot, did it?
Constant footwork. He's actually just in the air as he's looking to play that. Not a sound base, so it's all hands looking to blaze it through a big gap at cover, it must be said. There's a backward point and a short mid-off sort of extra cover region. Good bowling.
Inviting him to play that shot, aren't they? He bowls again. Oh, it's 3 in a row, this time on the front foot. Shaping away and missing the edge. It's this massive golden invitation. Go for it, Sam. Hit through the covers. We're going to give you this massive gap. And he knows it's there. That was a terrific delivery. A shout out to Laurie Colliver, who's up in the stands listening through the SEN app. he put through that Khawaja had got his 6,000 runs. He'll be scoring somewhere in the stands.
Yeah, no doubt.
This time,
That's better.
back and across, defending Constas.
Went a little hard in the over, got
did.
beaten on the outside edge, tightened up then.
Consecutive maidens, Australia no wicket for 12 after 5 overs on the Tyre Power scoreboard. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Australia no wicket for 12, batting a first time. Shamar Joseph into his third over, bowling to Khawaja, who's in defence, pushing up to mid-on and getting a single. In fact, he might get two as well timed. They are going to come back for two. Alzari Joseph really didn't race after that ball. And as a result, one became two. Khawaja moves to 4, no wicket for 14.
We thought he had it covered. It was a bit of a bunt, that defensive shot, but it was firmly played. It just got away from him from his short mid-on position, beat him, and then it's a little slow and to get down, turn and throw, and good running. The Australian pair off to a nice, solid start. 14 for none.
3 slips and a gully. Shamar Joseph around the wicket, bowls to Khawaja, and it's another one that beats the outside edge.
Hello.
The ball that moves away.
Tighter over the off-stump line, that one. He had been beaten outside his eye line. He's forced to play because of the angle of the bowling that is angled into him. Shamar Joseph around the wicket. Khawaja from the crease, and then it's seamed away. Just beautiful bowling.
Yes, the ability at pace to get the ball to move both ways.
Well, both bowlers can do it.
Yep. It's the key reason why the West Indies were keen to bowl first.
Interesting, they've pumped up the stocks, an extra fast bowler as well.
Shamar Joseph bowls, hit on the pad. Is Khawaja doing a little bit too much as it angled down leg side off the pad? It went to square leg along the ground, no run.
So, coming into the side to bat at 8, Anderson Phillip. He'll come in and replace their vice-captain, Whitey.
Yes. Well, I mean, it was kind of obvious it was going to happen because Worrell had hardly bowled in the first match. There was a real push to put in another fast bowler, and that's what they've gone and done.
It's an interesting one.
Shamar Joseph again bowls to Khawaja, who comes out of his crease and nudges the ball into point along the ground, and there's no run. So just continuing that conversation around what Shubman Gill is doing. He's now 255 not out, so he's gone past Virat Kohli's score of 254 not out, which was the highest score by an Indian captain. And there's still 40 overs to go on day 2. So there's no reason necessarily to declare. India can try and make this a 3-innings game potentially. So he could gobble all the other scores up and get the highest score ever by an Indian, which is 319 by Vrinder Sehwag. Nice shot here from Khawaja, just nursing into the onside to mid-wicket off the back foot and getting a single. Khawaja to 5, no wicket for 15. So Sehwag's got number 1 and number 2 on the list. 319 against South Africa with a strike rate of 104, mind you. And he's got the second highest of 309. He's also got the fourth highest of 293. And he's also got one of the most entertaining ones, which was a Boxing Day 100 against Australia.
That was
a long time ago
unbelievable.
at the MCG.
It's 160 on it?
About 161, 80, around that. But did it, I think he was out before tea on day.
It's outrageous.
Anyway, all eyes here in Grenada as Shamar Joseph bowls to Constas, prodding forward cautiously. Back to the bowler along the ground.
Full delivery, swinging, outswinger, but bowled from wide on the crease, so it angled in and straightened down the line in the air.
There was a no ball, a retrospective no ball, so the ball before, so there's still one more ball left. It's noticeable, Constas, while he's played and missed it a few, he does look better than he did at Barbados. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Shamar Joseph again, bit closer to the stumps. Bowls, plays and misses. Constas.
I reckon he's going a little
better.
He's going a little too hard at those shots. Yeah. Anyhow,
Play a miss. No wicket for 16. The score at the end of the over. Australia winning the toss and electing to bat, and they've got through the first 25 minutes without loss. As Seals comes in again to bowl to Khawaja, and Khawaja from the stumps tucks it away in the onside to mid-wicket and takes a single. Khawaja to 6, no wicket for 17. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Adam White and Bryce McGain with you. Andrew Mason will join you very shortly. The voice of the Caribbean, Andrew Mason.
Well, we're lucky enough to be on his show. It's a bit like he's the Waitley of the Caribbean, if you like. And, well, we were on his show recently with a cast of thousands and legends of West Indian cricket. It was quite remarkable.
Jaden Seals bowls to Khawaja, bottom edge, trying to play the hook shot, and that'll race down to the boundary for 4 past the keeper. Constas to 14. That wasn't where the ball was supposed to go.
An under edge. Ball that was banged in, but it did seam back, even on the short pitch delivery. The seam was upright. It darted into him, really cramped him for room. Under edge. French cut, however you want to look at it, and it's away for 4. So he's probably not too fussed about how they're coming. 14 off 20 deliveries now. He's looked positive to score, but the ball is moving, so it comes with a high element of risk by playing back foot drives and big drives. He's looking to smack it through the field and hit boundaries. It comes with risk. He false start on the run.
Yeah. So I'm not sure whether it was Seals or Constas that stopped Seals from coming in.
So there's a bit of movement, a bit of extra bounce as well around the off stump where Constas has been beaten on the outside edge.
Okay, Seals is ready. In he comes on the approach. Wide on the crease, bowls to Constas, who leaves. Still trying to draw Constas into playing through the offside. He's done it successfully a couple of times. He's also played and missed it quite a few as well. So we've got backward point, and then Bryce, is it extra cover or just a wideish mid-off? Sometimes
close mid-off, level with the stumps. Yeah. That's where he's finishing up.
But it's quite a... I like the position because Constas knows that if he plays a straight drive through mid-off, 4. If he plays through the covers, lots of runs. But there is that man there that's kind of trying to... It's almost a catching position, isn't it?
Well, I think it's trying to keep him on strike. He can't drop and run, so that's what they're trying to stop. But hit through, by all means, they want him to play those shots.
Seals again bowls. Constas drives. Can't beat point. Good fielding. Square on the offside.
He's a little frustrated with himself as he walks to square leg and wants to have a look at the scoreboard again. Watches himself up there. Watches the fielding, which was pretty tidy at backward point. Yes. And both those fielders are in tight. It's not a deep backward, a deepish, right up there on the single. No drop and run. They don't want to be beaten in front of them. They're quite happy for Constas to smack it through the field and try and get to the ball to the boundary.
Seals again bowls. Constas hit on the pad, trying to work away on the onside. It's doing a little bit too much. The West Indians sort of half-hearted appeal, really.
Big movement in.
Score remains no wicket for 21 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sail. Bright and sunny day here in Grenada. The Spice Island.
We did investigate the spice market on our walk back a couple of days ago.
In polishing the ball at the top of his run, Jaden dropped the ball. He has to go back and fetch it. Last ball of the over. No wicket for 21. Constas 14. Khawaja on 6. Seals approaches, bowls. Constas from the stumps, works forward of square leg, takes a single. And the over is complete with Australia. No wicket for 22. Constas 15. Khawaja 6. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sail. After the break, you'll hear from Andrew Mason.
Good morning to all. It's another wonderful day in the Spice Isle, and I'm quite happy to be here. The last time I was in Grenada would have been, 13 years ago. Wow. And I almost didn't know where the ground was. Yeah, my hotel is on the other side in Grenada, but it's beautiful. 22 without loss. Constas has got 15, looking a lot better. Khawaja's got 6. Hello to Bharat. How are you, Bharat? Are you enjoying Grenada?
Oh, loving it, Andrew, loving it.
Buy some land here. Please do. Here is Joseph, who is, of course, from Guyana, ball which is on the line of the middle stump. Constas comes forward, elbows as well, plays the ball towards mid-on, there's no run.
Just listening back to that story from you, Andrew, 13 years ago, you come here, didn't know where the ground was. Knowing your influence on the region, that's when they built this ground,
I
right?
think so, yeah.
For your sake?
Yeah, of course.
That old ground's gone because you couldn't find it.
It's gone. Yeah, I like that one. And of course, there's the Karani James Stadium next door. That Olympic gold for him in the 400 meters. He's a king here.
Mash it up, they say.
Yeah, Joseph comes up again. He's in. This ball is a bit low outside the off stump. Talk to me about that. What happened there?
Well, the air went out of the ball. That's what happened. He let the air out. It hit back of a length and died and bounced another couple of times on the way through to Hope. This is quite remarkable.
Oh, wow.
Really died through. And Hope had to do the under 12, put the keeping pads together and just stop the ball with the gloves either side of it.
And Sam Constas immediately walked down the pitch, wry smile on his face, just checked the spot on the pitch where that ball landed.
Yeah, but he's going to continue now. Shamar Joseph in bowls. Good tight delivery at the line of that leg stump. Comes across, plays the ball to the onside, down towards that forward square. There is no run. I'm interested, Bharat, I'll get your view on this. The West Indies making an interesting change, in my view, in that Warren is up, but Philip comes in. Are you surprised by that?
Well, they've been listening to you.
Yeah.
I mean, you spent the entire test match in Barbados wondering why the vice captain was playing. And they said if Andrew Mason's not happy with the selections we're making, we're going to get rid of Warren, and they've gone with the extra seamer.
Well, and I'm going to come to Bryce in a very short while about that, because to me it's a bit of overkill in terms of the bowling, because I think Graves has done well enough. I'll get back to Daphne's delivery. Here is one which is down the off stump. Shamar Joseph, bang on target, pushes out towards that mid-off air. There's no run. The score is kept to loss.
I think you're exactly right.
Yeah.
I think because Graves has done such a terrific job, he as we get some highlights just going over the top of us there, he's done such a terrific job as the fourth fast bowler. You don't need to add a fifth in there, so you end up with this unbalanced lineup.
Exactly.
If they wanted extra batting, I would understand that, and allow Roston Chase to bowl the off spin and then have an extra batter.
Joseph in bowls the Constas. He's driving, and the ball goes down to wide. Third man is gone for 4. Did the fielder Gully get his fingertips to that? It was a bowl shot. It was outside the off stump, went for the drive, bent hard. That's gone for 4.
Well, it was a bit of a wild shot from Sam Constas. He's been throwing his bat at any width, on the up, away from his body. Roston Chase.
I think he might have just got a fingertip as far as he could reach. I think it's just tipped maybe his middle finger and ring finger and burst its way through and was pretty quickly down to the boundary for 4. But Constas, maybe another life.
Yeah.
It's a really tough catch. It's
really
as far
tough.
as he could reach.
I don't think he timed his jump too well, because if you see the replay, it went not over his hand but beside his hand.
Shamar Joseph again comes into both the Constas to this delivery. He's off the back foot, forces to the offside. Lovely shot. That's going to get up towards the burn. We'll have the legs to get there. Yes, it goes for 4. Oh, beautiful use as he went back and stroked the ball. It was a bit short, eyes open wide, and punched it through. That's gone for 4 to carry Constas to 23. Kawaja's got 6, and the score is up to 28 without loss, which is the latest score in St. George's. So 30 without loss. The weather's good in Grenada. There was talk that we were going to have some rain today. That hasn't happened. Went for my early morning jog when Bharat was in his bed in that very posh place. I understand you all are staying at. Yes, I understand it's very, very nice indeed. Not far from the ground, is it?
No, not really.
Okay. Well, we're going to have another change in the attack. As the first ball is too short, but he tends to do that a great deal. Alzari Joseph, and all Kawaja had to do was get better than that and pulled the 2 forward spin. That's gone for 4. A loose delivery and was dealt with in the appropriate manner.
Also tells you a lot about the pace on this pitch or lack thereof. It just sat up for Usman Kawaja. It was really nothing delivery from Alzari Joseph. He's one of those fast bowlers, even in this modern era, who bowls the odd loosener, and that was a loosener.
Oh, that was a gift.
Yeah.
Just sat there and said, whack it.
Yeah,
He didn't get all of it. He got enough to get it away for 4, but he's probably thinking he could have really smoked it.
Yeah, but he's gone to 10. 34 runs on the board. And Alzari Joseph again comes in from the River Road end. He's up to the wicket he's in and bowls a 2-shot again and pulled away 4 more. That's lollipop bowling, really. That's sweet as those Julie mangoes you get here. That's put away. That's gone. Oh my golly! I would have hit that for 4.
Or the star fruit. That's pretty juicy.
Yeah,
the star fruit. We had some of that from the roadside. Yeah.
Stuff. It was nice, eh?
Yeah.
Spice Isle.
Yeah.
Grenada is known for its chocolates as well.
Yeah. Cocoa.
He's dished out a couple of toffees to Usman Khawaja to start this spell. And the pull shot and Usman Khawaja have had an interesting relationship in the last 7 or so months. Haven't always gone to plan.
There's no pace on it.
No,
nothing.
He's just loosening up here.
When he comes into Karaj, who's gone to 14, and to this delivery is very well bowled indeed. Squared him up, and the ball went in the air quite a bit out towards cover, gets a run. Much better delivery, lot more effort in that delivery as well. So Karaj gets one to go to 15, and the score is up to 39 without loss. On my show the other night, Richard Prophet was on. I think you'd gone by then. And Franklin Stevenson, the former Barbados all-rounder, took a turn in. He said it was one of the worst pitches he's ever.
This one?
The one in Barbados.
All right.
I asked Philo Wallace to give it marks out of 10, and Philo said he would have given it 7. And Carol Hooper said 4.
Well, Roston Chase wasn't 100% happy with it either.
No, I think he would have given it 3. Here is Alzari Joseph comes in and bowls the Constas is squared up. Good delivery. After bowling 2 short balls, he's bang on target. A little bit of movement across the right hand, and he guides it with some suspicion square the offside. There's no run. Well bowled.
Just noticeably, the West Indies are a little shorter on this pitch than where they were at Barbados. It was a real challenge at Barbados. Straight up the Aussies.
Right.
Because they had the forward defence. It was knee roll length, top of the stumps. They've been a little shorter here. Now, I don't know whether that's by design that they've wanted to be. They have beaten the outside edge, but it has been more off a back length. So maybe just getting that length up a bit will challenge more.
Sorry, Joseph bowls the Constas. Yeah, that's a full-out delivery. Died as it went through to be taken by the keeper. He's kept on 23. Kawaja's got 15, 39 runs on the board. This is over number 10. How do you like the ground? You like it, Bharat?
Oh, it looks like they
First
put
time
in a
in
lot of
Grenada?
work. First time in Grenada, put
Okay.
in a lot of work to
Yeah.
make it look.
The last couple of days, I'm told.
They have.
Yeah.
They have. I think gone from gravel to asphalt at the back.
In 2 days.
In 2 days?
They
Oh,
do.
really?
The turnaround happens very quickly
Okay,
here.
indeed. So that was still response to duty's call. Here's the David. The nibbles at that.
Good see.
Much better length there from Jones at the ball, angled across the right hand. He nibbled at it. The ball went by to be taken by the keeper. So 9 gone, 39 without loss. That's the latest score in St. George's. So 39 runs on the board. The Australians looking to get a good start from these two. Constance has looked a lot better, in my view, in this match, looking to play his shots. We're going to have a change in bowling. Anderson Phillip from Trinidad and Tobago comes into the attack. And the Australians, of course, their supporters are here. No, Carl Hooper said he had a group of about 43 sent on the show.
Alongside Dizzy Gillespie, that's right.
And Big Murphy's, yeah. So they've come to Grenada. Here's Phillip. Hard working, comes round the wicket, he's in and bowls, and that ball which is down the leg side. No need to play at that, Raja, and allows the ball to go by, to be taken by the keeper. Look at those houses there. This is River Road. I think Junior Murray, the former West Indies keeper, comes from this area, River Road. You're going to buy one of those houses up in the hills there? Oh my golly, it's interesting. And
it's a very, very steep hill.
it's very steep hill indeed, yeah.
Yeah, you hope they're hanging up there.
Yeah,
The foundations are dug deep, I hope.
I would think so, yeah.
I mean, if you can organize an escalator all the
I
way
would
up.
think so as well. Phillip again, round the wicket, elbows pumping, goes past the umpire, bowls to Karaja. He's flirting outside the off. That's a loose shot. Didn't get across. He could have nibbled that to the keeper. Went by to be taken by the keeper. He's kept on 15, but that was really not a good shot at all.
Yeah, the one thing I do remember about Anderson Phillip, and this is his first test match since he last played against Australia at the Adelaide Oval in late 2022.
That was his third test all up.
Yeah. And the thing is, he does naturally bowl a fuller length than most of the other West Indian bowlers. Not very quick, moves the ball around.
Well, he's moved the ball in, which went down leg side, and then that one away.
Yeah.
He's a powerhouse, though, isn't he?
He is very muscular, very fit, man. He comes in, bowls the Karaja. This ball is pitched on the line of the legs and works the ball. Lovely turn on the wrist and impact. Gets it down towards that long legger for one. The other Trinidadian this side comes across to pick it up. That's Jaden Seals. And 40 runs on the board. Hello to you wherever you are. In case you're joining us for the first time, of course, in Grenada, there are as many as 3 radio stations carrying the broadcast. In fact, there's GBN, that's the national station. There's also Real FM, and there's also an internet station carrying the broadcast.
And our friend from this morning will be listening to us on Real FM.
Okay, wonderful. So Andrea Donald, who of course owns that radio station, he called me to say, I'm hearing the cricket loud and clear. Here is Anderson Phillip, comes in, bowls outside the off stump. Constance allows the ball to go by to be taken by the keeper, keeping a bit low as well.
Dying.
Your impressions of the pitch, how far in terms of what you've seen so far? Are you happy with it?
I mean, not so much about being unhappy with it, but it is very dry. It's very dry. I mean, especially when we've seen that West Indies' best chance of winning test matches against this Australian team is on pitches or where there is some spice on it, as we saw last week. I mean, I know a lot of ex-players weren't very happy with it.
No.
But I would have expected a lot more grass to be left on this.
Well, it's the 5th test match being played here. Here's good tight delivery on the line of the off stump, bowled by Phillip. Coming onto the front foot is Constance, a little push away down towards cover, gets a single to move to 24. Kawaj has got 16, 41 now without loss. In fact, the last test match that was played here was a win for the West Indies back in March 2022 when they defeated England by 10 wickets. We'll never forget that, with Kyle Mayers, who seems to be what's going on with him? He picked up 5 for 18 in 17 overs. And we asked Darren Sammy what's happened to Kyle Mears. He said he's still very much on his radar, but there's no evidence to support the claim. It's a delivery from Phillip from round the wicket, bang on target again, and just coming across the stumps. He's a good player, just pushes the ball. That's Karaja up towards mid-off. The bowler comes across to pick up to end the over. 41 without loss. The latest score in St. George's. Just getting back to the decision to bring Anderson Phillip in to the side, I would have thought that you might have given consideration to strengthen your batting. As Alzari Joseph comes in and bowls, the ball is short, and Constance just helps it really down towards that long leg area, gets a single. Score goes to 42 without loss. With that, he goes to 24. Would you have made that change?
No, it really doesn't make sense, and it's a no ball from Alzari Joseph. Okay. Firstly, it's good to see Richard Kettleborough breaks the record today.
Yeah.
93rd Test match for him. No other English umpire, or he's now the most capped English Test umpire, has gone past David Shepherd. No, I mean, it doesn't make sense at all, especially after you look at this pitch. Doesn't seem very lively. Doesn't seem like it's suited for fast bowlers.
Play the extra batsman.
Yes,
you failed with your batting in Barbados and you strengthen your bowling. Here's a ball which is bang on target. That's one. Cutting into the left-hander. This is Alzari Joseph bowling from round the wicket. Batsman squared up. The ball hit the top of the pad and dribbled on the pitch. There's no run. Score is kept in 43 loss. Would you say that Richard Kettleborough is the best umpire in the world?
Well, he's been rated the best in the world for
what says Bharat?
I'm going to say yes. Let's say.
You seem a bit reluctant about that.
Not at all. I just wanted to.
You're not normally that reluctant.
I don't want to sound very biased.
Okay.
I just wanted to sound like I'm thinking about it.
He's in bowls. The ball is played fine. This is going to head to the boundary and we'll get there. It was one just excited that in fact came from the pads, went behind the keeper, right fine. Phillip couldn't get across, just left that balls behind for 4 leg byes to carry the score to 47 without loss.
This is not a flash start from Alzari Joseph at all. 2 hit me balls to start his spell. A couple of okay deliveries in the previous over. Now getting his radar wrong. Just ball swung a bit in the air, but poor line. So Australia is scoring at a really rapid pace at the moment, especially in the last couple of overs.
This is over number 11. There are 4 balls left. Alzari Joseph round the wicket comes in to bowl to Karaja, who's covering up. There's no appeal for leg before. He's been given leg before. The umpire took a long time to give it. Will he go upstairs? We shall see. Wow.
Well, Sam Constance was walking down the pitch saying too high, too high, too high. He's convinced his senior partner to take the review. Well, you asked me the question, Andrew Mason. Is Richard Kettleborough the best in the world?
Yes.
We'll find out now.
We shall see. So, the original decision, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, not all, we shall see.
Well, DRS.
What's your gut feeling?
Well, we'll just see the first replay.
Here we go.
Here. Oh, he could be in trouble. Look.
You think? You reckon? Could it be sliding down the leg side?
Well, no, because he jumps right across in front of the stump. You can see a bit of off stump.
Okay. And no ball involved?
No, just hit on the knee roll. The problem for Usman Khawaja is he's been given out and he's so far back in the crease.
Yeah.
They're checking for ultra edge.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, he spoke about this before the last test, about how bowling around or facing a right arm of bowling around the wicket has changed because umpires have started giving you out LBW quite a bit. That's how he got out last week, and we see the projection, and that's how he gets out this week.
Umpire's call. Wow. Well, he took a long time to give it, and he has to go. So the West Indies making the breakthrough, 47 for 1. Karaja leg before to Alzari Joseph 16, It's now 47 for 1.
Well, comes back to haunt him, Usman Khawaja, head down. Wasn't entirely chuffed with the fact that it went to umpire's call, but it was an error again. His weight was all back in the back foot there, around the wicket angle. Alzarri Joseph, he just spoke about how he hasn't got his length right. The one time he gets it right, this is a repeat of what happened in the second innings last week in Barbados.
What is he doing wrong technically, you think?
I mean, he's never been someone with a giant front foot stride, but it feels like the forward press is gone as well. So he ends up playing back to a lot of deliveries that probably could at least lunge at, play it in front of his body. But late movement as well. Some credit to Alzarri Joseph. So to beat the inside edge of the bat because of that late movement. But once, and also because he started moving so far across his stumps to cover off stump.
Right.
Because he's been nicked off so often, he becomes a massive LBW candidate where from that position he just cannot miss the ball. And he missed it last week, was given out, he's missed it again. And I think it's a very fair decision. I mean, it was marginal on height, but in terms of line, he seemed to be right in front. So another new challenge now for Cameron Green.
Well, he's going to face up to Alzarri Joseph with his tail up, as we would say. Starts his run, goes past the umpire, bowls to Green. Green is wrapped in the pad, in swinger. Might have maybe got a little bit of bat under that, but it was a good delivery. Hurried across the stumps. The in-swinger would have maybe carried it down the leg side, but a good first ball to get.
A very good first ball to get. The pace is up as well, 140.7 kph. So Cam Green, such a nervous starter. He looked okay in the second innings in Barbados before Justin Greaves got the better of him. Just look at his body language. He looks okay so far, but he was a cat on a hot tin roof in the first innings.
Yes,
should have been out. Second ball was put down by Brandon King. Can he get out of this first over to start with?
Well, he taps the bat and waits on Alzarri Joseph, who goes past the umpire, find a leap and bowls. Outside the house, he nibbled. That was a nervous display there. He nibbled at that, but went by to be taken by the keeper. He's all nerves. Bharat, he now goes down towards the square leg area.
Well,
wow.
I saw him earlier. So we have an open press box downstairs. You can keep an eye on the Australian dressing room. He was shadow practicing. This was around 15-20 minutes ago. Shadow practicing everything on the balcony. So he's an overthinker, Cameron Green, when it comes to his batting. He just needs to get through this first 10 or 12 minutes just to get into his innings.
One ball left in the over. 1 for 47. He's in and bowls to Green. And Green is this time allowing the ball to go outside the off stump. Was drawn across and then whipped the bat inside the line. And the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. The end of a fine over from Alzarri Joseph, who gets his cap and walks away. And over in which he got the big wicket, the big fish. When he got Khawaja leg before for 16. It's now 47 for 1, which is the latest score in St. George's.
They're the tradies, mate. That's Simon.
Just in time for Anderson Phillips. First to the left side, is gone. And the man from the land of Calypso strikes outside the off stump. He nibbled at that, he had found. And the West Indies are quite happy. Beautiful outswinger. Might not have really should have played at that. But the edge is found. And Constance departs for 25. Is now 2 for 47.
Well, Sam Constance shadow practicing the leave as he walks off. Well, he's doing it again there. It's too late now for Sam Constance. He's been a little loose outside off stump. Has driven at quite a few wide deliveries. Got away with it a couple of overs ago when it evaded Roston Chase at gully. This time again, Anderson Phillip probably bowls the fullest of the lengths amongst the West Indian seamers. It was wide, it was swinging away. Constance followed it. And yet another example of Sam Constance just not being able to help himself, and the jury is still out.
Yes.
Is he the test opener Australia are looking for?
Oh, I'm sure the cricket tongues in Australia will continue to wag about that. So the West Indies break in quickly. First of all, Khawaja leg before to Alzari Joseph for 16, and then Constance nibbled at an outswinger, coming across in front to first to take the catch. His contribution of 25 from 37 balls. Now, the warrior, the man who is so important in the side, comes to the crease. We're talking about Steve Smith.
We are. And how things have changed on that scoreboard for Tyre Power, Winter Safety Sale, Andrew Mason. It looked like easy going for the Australian opener, still just 4 balls to go. And as you can see on our replay screen for Chemist Warehouse, save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. And what we might do is they are just taking an impromptu drinks break, so we might take a break and we'll be back to see Steve Smith face his first ball.
2 wickets very, very quickly, both openers out, and Steve Smith strides to the crease for his first ball of the series. With Anderson Phillip getting his first wicket. Adam White and Bharat Sundaresan with you. Interesting time in this match all of a sudden. Phillip bowls to Steve Smith. First ball up on his toes, pushing into point and getting a single. He's away.
He is indeed. He's really been batting like an absolute champion at the nets, and even the way he batted in that first innings at Lords, right since he got that 100 at the Gabba. He's just been on another plane, like the Steve Smith of old. And yet Australia will need the Steve Smith of old. All of a sudden, this game's changed when it really didn't look like there was anything happening. Usman Khawaja plays back to a ball that swings back into him from Alzari Joseph, a loose shot from Sam Constance, and 2 for 48.
Phillip bowls. It's a wide one outside off stump, and Green leaves. So, what did you think? The West Indians getting that first wicket, it was a DRS situation for Imar for Trusted Tradies Insurance Call 13 Imar. Did you think when it went upstairs, what were your thoughts?
No, I thought it was going to get umpired called, if that makes sense, because he was right in front of his stumps. And just we saw it in the last test as well, just because of Usman Khawaja's initial movement, and also has a lot to do with how often he's been nicked off. He's always trying to protect his off stump, which also means if the ball swings back into him, he's in a pretty bad position and he has to somehow get back on ball.
Phillip again bowls to Green, who leaves another ball, a gentle outswinger outside the off stump at 132.1.
And if he doesn't get bat on ball, and especially if there is some late movement or the angle, he just becomes a pretty easy decision. It becomes an easy decision for the umpire. I mean, Sam Constance walked down and said hi, but you didn't feel like it. Didn't feel like it was going over the stump. So if anything, it would have been umpire's call. Usman Khawaja wasn't very happy. He stood there, as no batter is when it's umpire's call, but he had to go. So Richard Gettle, you can say, gets his first decision in his record-breaking match correct.
Exactly. Phillip again bowling to Green, yet to score. Past the umpire bowls, Green again leaves outside off stump. So it's probably a bit unfair to say gentle outswing, because he is bowling at 131.3, but considering some of the other West Indian bowlers, he's definitely down a little bit in speed, but he's accurate. He's just teasing Green outside off stump at the moment.
Well, we have 2 Trinidadian swing bowlers. It'll be good to ask Andrew Mason when that's happened, when you've had 2 Trinidadians in a West Indian pace attack. Wouldn't have happened very often. And you have a Trinidadian as the assistant bowling coach as well, in Ravi Rampal.
They've put in another slip here. It's not really gully, it's more a 5th slip. And a short cover as Phillip bowls. Green he's left that one. I was going to say he had to play it, that one. It came back, and Green at the last minute decided not to play it. Went straight over the stumps. So that is the end of a successful over there from Phillip. It is Australia after 12 overs on the Tyre Power scoreboard, 2 for 48. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Australia winning the toss and batting first, 2 for 48 after 12 overs. We've had just over an hour of play. Smith on 1, Green yet to score, so both openers back in the pavilion. All happening in the last 15 minutes. Steve Smith to face his second ball. And he's facing Alzarri Joseph for the first time. Smith up on his toes, pushing through the covers. Nice shot. He'll get 2 for that. Like was the case for Sam Constas, the West Indies, keeping that cover region nice and open and inviting the Australian batsmen early in their innings to take the gap on. And Smith did that. What did you see from the replay for Chemist Warehouse with the Cameron Green leave?
It was a very whacker leave, I must say. Left it on bounce. And I don't think he expected the ball to jack back in that far. Went over off stumps, so you can say it was a good leave. It was well above his stumps. But yeah, I think he would have had his heart in his mouth when he saw that ball come back into him and go, oh, what have I done?
50 coming up after 12.1 overs with that double to Smith. He waits again, he leaves, and good shape away from Alzarri Joseph.
And a bit of a jig as well from Steve Smith. Yes, just going back to the way he's been batting at training. Yesterday he finished a stint at the back, widey, and he was smashing the ball around. And George Bailey was giving him throwdowns. So once Steve Smith walked past, George Bailey came to a couple of us and said that was exquisite. And it really was. He was hitting the ball with a bit of angst, to be honest.
3 slips in a gully. Joseph bowls and Smith leaves. The one that kind of comes back, or at least straightens a little bit. And happy to leave on length as much as anything. Steve Smith's back, so we're getting all the idiosyncrasies of Smith at the crease. Twitching, kicking away at the crease, and fiddling and flicking his bat around.
And a lesson for Casey Carty. He's never played Test cricket against Steve Smith. He's in there at deepest short leg. When he does all that and he looks in your direction, he's not talking to you, so leave him alone.
In the zone. Alzarri Joseph again, running towards us. Bowls to Smith, who prods into the onside, gets it past bat. They don't take the single. Carty immediately went after it and slides and throws in the one action to get it back to the keeper. There probably could have been a single.
It was deep enough to just get around to it. So Adam White, that question will be asked over and over again when Australia wakes up, if it has gone to bed, that is. And we'll be talking about it on the new ball as well.
We will be talking about it.
What about Sam Constas? What do we know that we didn't know about him before this innings?
Well, it's interesting because Bryce and I disagree, and we don't disagree on too much, but we are in...
Yeah, you generally don't.
No, but we are in...
Breakfast options maybe, but...
Yeah, we are very much in different views on Constas' innings. Now, Smith is annoyed by some
there's a child.
Children, just above the sight screen.
Come on, Dad. Yeah, don't let your child just wander around behind the side screen when Steve Smith's batting. That's bad parenting.
He could be wandering around the spice market and it'd worry Steve Smith. Alzarri Joseph bowls. Smith, top edge, pull shot, close to the boundary, caught, out! Just inside the field of play, Steve Smith is out for 3. Alzarri Joseph gets his second wicket, and it's the prize scalp of Steve Smith.
Well, that wasn't exquisite at all from Steve Smith. But he can't believe it. It was a short ball, got a little big on him, and he went for the hook straight away. And it was caught the top edge, and the ball just hung in the air. It felt like forever. So much pressure on the fielder there. Anderson Phillip playing his first test in 3 years. It felt like the whole crowd was holding their breath, including Steve Smith, to see if he could clasp it just in front of the ropes. And the little child behind the side screen.
He's taken an assisted wicket.
He has.
Well, it must be said, Australia, again, their top order, 3 for 50. Even with Steve Smith back in the team, they find themselves in trouble And again, it's up to Travis Head, striding at the crease at 3 for 50, in need of a rescue operation.
Well, on a pitch which, so far from what we've seen, yes, the ball swung around a little bit, is nothing like the Kensington Oval either. So last week you could argue, yes, it was so difficult to bat. It was really difficult, especially against the new ball. But just loose cricket so far from Australia, loose shot from Sam Constis, and a pretty untoward shot from Steve Smith.
Well, we're having a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. It wasn't particularly short, but Smith, he tried to hit that for 6. It was very much low to high, trying to lift the ball over the fence. And
that was a good catch.
Phillip took a good catch because he didn't really know where the rope was. I must confess, off the bat, even though it was top edge, it looked like it had the carry, but it didn't have the carry. And Steve Smith is out for 3 for 50, and both Travis Head and Cameron Green are at the crease together, neither having scored.
Oof. Well, what did I say a while earlier? We'll be back discussing Sam Constis. Well, you can add the top order to that list.
Yeah, that's right. So it was the end of the over, and there's still one ball to come. 3 slips and a gully. Travis Head to face his first ball. Joseph with 2 wickets. Head off the mark straight away, flicking down to fine leg for a single. And that completes another eventful over. The last half hour has been chaotic here at Grenada. 3 for 51. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. So after Australia were no wicket for 47, they are now 3 wickets for 51. Head on 1, Green yet to score. Smith the last man out for 3. And the West Indies, like they were at Kensington, are on top early. It didn't look even possible 20 minutes ago. Phillip bowling here to Head, who tentatively pushes forward at that one back to the bowler.
Well, Anderson Phillip isn't the quickest bowler in the world, but he could just be the kind of bowler who Travis Head finds a little difficult to start against because of the length he bowls. If he can just get one outside off stump full and shaping away, you know Travis will go after it, and he might be in business here. And wow, Australia can't afford to lose Travis Head. It's already been a shocking 15 or 20 minutes gone from being in command to losing complete control.
Phillip again around the wicket, wide on the crease, bowls to Head, tries to drive, takes the inner portion of the bat and spits out to forward square leg.
Just the kind of delivery I was talking about, because he's floaty, Anderson Phillip, and Travis Head, because he goes so hard at the ball and his hands do most of the work for him, he could find himself in trouble. And it's not just a slip cordon, even mid-off could come into play. So see the batting coach Michael Divinito, assistant coach shown on camera. Well, he'll have a lot of thinking to do. How have Australia found themselves in this position yet again on this pitch?
3 slips in a gully. Head waits for Phillip. Head tucking away off the stumps, backward of square, has 1. He should be able to come back for 2 as fine leg comes around to do the fielding. They too do come back for 2 quite comfortably. So Head to 3 for 53, the score on the top of the scoreboard, as we're seeing on our effects mics here.
Some TV
dismissals of Khawaja through the innings, and all that similarly, things caught on the crease, where he's not. It doesn't feel like he's picking up the length as well as he would normally.
Very fair point. Just if you are wondering what happened to that child who distracted Steve Smith, then some might claim led to his dismissal. Some, maybe Steve Smith.
Head on 3, waits, plays from the stumps, flicks into the onside again into mid-wicket and takes a single. But you can see what the bowlers are trying to do to Travis early. Bowl full and straight at the stumps.
So he's now on his dad's lap. He's being held closely. I can't see through my binoculars whether he's a little sad with life, because it does look like he's being consoled for some reason. Whitey, do you think he holds himself responsible for what happened to Steve?
I don't think he would have any idea.
Well, if you're...
as to what he actually...
He's clearly part of a cricket family. They've travelled this far to come watch cricket. Maybe he does know. Yeah, well. A drama at the Grenada National Stadium.
Drama in Grenada. Cameron Green on strike now. 3 slips and a gully. Phillip bowls. Green pushes. Gets runs. He's away. He's off the mark. It's taken 8 deliveries, but he's got a couple of runs with a thick outside edge that went along the ground as he pushed forward hard at the ball from Phillip.
Yeah, West Indies wouldn't mind that. Once again, he was playing away from his body. He's flashed at one and escaped without getting an outside edge. Alzari Joseph's bowling, and Shea Hope's found his voice. The West Indian slip cordon are up and about. It's
really noticeable.
Flat first 45 minutes.
Yeah.
He felt Shamar didn't seem to have much of an effect. Neither did Jayden Seals. But it's taken the 3rd and 4th bowlers in this attack.
Last ball of the over coming up here to Green. Phillip on his way, bowls, Green leaves, good ball that bounced and just sort of moved away off the seam, and Green left it alone. End of the over, 3 for 56, head 4, Green 2, SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse, Shubman Gill is out.
He is, just
so he made 269, which is the highest test score by an Indian in England, and also the highest test score by an Indian test captain. As Alzari Joseph bowls here to head, 4 ball again, dug out back to the bowler.
Obviously, for our Australian listeners and those in the box, there's also what Adam Voges scored against West Indies, didn't he? His highest score as well, 269. So Shubman Gill with a doff of the hat to Adam Voges, getting out for 269. He'd looked for all money that he was going to get a 100. Very different test matches going on in 2 different parts of the world, where he runs galore in England in what is now called the Anderson Tendulkar Trophy. Much debated.
Yes, very much so, as it should be. Alzari Joseph again around the wicket, a bit closer to the stumps, cutting his head, chopping it down on misfield by Brathwaite. The Centurion at that good point, they just amble through for a single, head to 5, 3 for 57 as we welcome back in Bryce McGain.
G'day, Whitey.
What
Bharat.
happened? What happened? Where did those wickets come from?
Well, it happened in a hurry. That's what happened. Bang, bang, and then another one as well. Smith with the top edge down to fine leg. So it just happened in a hurry, and suddenly Australia once again 3 for 50. 57 now they are, but it was Khawaja caught on the crease, beat the inside edge. We've seen it before because he's protecting the outside edge. Constance lived the life, swimming outside the flags, caught some good waves, and he's back in the sheds.
Joseph bowls here to Green, who tries to force down the ground, but goes straight back to the bowler along the ground. No run.
When the ball is moving around and there's big gaps there, they're there for a reason, and it's a huge trap. And
it is.
He kept walking into it. He had some boundaries, lovely, but you're swimming way outside the flags. And as I said, you catch good waves and it looks pretty, but when you nick one, it then looks really poor, and it's costly. It's not the role at the top of the order. You live by the sword, you probably die by it.
But I would argue that is his role.
Yeah.
I'm
On a
not
moving
so sure.
ball?
I'm not so sure.
Alzari Joseph bowls here to Green edge, it gone! No! Off the pad.
Off the pad.
They were so confident, the West Indians. Richard Kettleborough, who never gets it wrong, he said, no, not out. So sorry for all those fans back home. in bed listening to their radios, listening to their phones. Not out.
Shea Hope was the only one in that slip cordon who knew what had happened, because the ball, the way it lobbed into his gloves, it didn't feel like edge. But just on your point, Whitey, on Sam Constas, I don't think that's the role he's been given. That's the role that everybody assumes he's just taken up, of just going out there and playing shots. I would be surprised if that is a defined role that he's been given, because he's too early in his career to have any role of that kind. I think it's just like Bryce said, he took chances, and the fact that he got away with it a couple of times and then still fell for that shot.
Alzari Joseph bowling to Green again, flicking away, good shot through mid-wicket from Cameron Green. The Australian number 3, if he keeps playing shots like that, he'll make it his own position. That was a wonderful shot through that wineish mid-on, mid-wicket position, flicking from leg stump, all along the carpet, all out to the rope.
Yeah, that's always a good sign when Cam Green is playing balls through mid-wicket in that fashion. Just tells you his head was in the right place. I mean, it was easy pickings. The ball was on leg stump. It wasn't an off-stump ball that, like Jack Callis, he just flicked through mid-wicket. But yeah, on Constas, I think, yeah, once you're blooded in as a test opener, and he just gotten away with it the previous over, the ball flew over gully. I don't think you can just say that's just his role, so you just have to live with it.
Alzari Joseph bowling here to Green again, down leg side. We just saw a replay for Chemist Warehouse. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse of that caught behind that was given not out. We'll get back to that because it is the end of the over, just to show how close it was to hitting the blade. But at the end of the over, the Australians, they're 3 down. Three for 61 SEN Test cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection build from only $227,900. New over from Phillip. Head gets one that bounces a little bit more than he thought. He's able to absorb it into point off the back foot. No run.
Well, I'm just glad that our respective bedrooms in the beautiful apartment we are sharing are far apart, because there's a debate in the commentary box. Bryce, McGain, I think you two, the two of us seem to be on one side. But
So I'll ask the question, Bryce. Why is Sam Constas in the team over some of the other more recognised openers in Shield cricket?
Well, that's not what we're really talking about. You're bringing in a whole lot of other stuff. I'm bringing in what I saw today.
Why? No. I've asked a question. Why is Sam Constas in the team? Head. He had nibbles at one outside off stump. And
good ball of this.
Missing the outside edge.
Sam's in the team because of an age demographic. He's shown with 2 centuries early in the Sheffield Shield season last year that's the future. They think he's an opening bat that he is capable. Now, we know he's in before his time, and what we're seeing is someone trying to work out the game at the highest level, and this is not the area to try and work it out.
But why is he getting a game ahead of others?
Because the selectors are
role.
making those decisions.
But what's his specific role in the team as opener?
Well,
Phillip bowls around the wicket to head, full ball, dug out, trying to flick it away on the onside. He does do so, but can't beat mid-on.
But can I just jump in there? I think what we are trying to do here is analyse one innings at a time. And they have clearly made an investment. And when you bring a 19-year-old, it is a long-term investment. In whatever sport, and especially in cricket, and especially when you're a batter, that to an opener. So it is a long-term investment. So they're going to give him chances to fail before he comes good. Why, to your question.
Yep.
But I think our job is also to just analyze each innings and not immediately go, why is he here and somebody not here? Or even say, this is his role. I think we go innings by innings. Today he started okay. I mean, he got a couple of boundaries away.
Phillip around the wicket, bowling to head, another full ball. He's flicking from the stumps again to mid-on, no run.
But as Bryce has said, and what everybody has seen, is he was very loose. And if you are that loose against the swinging ball in particular, or if it's a seaming pitch or a spinning pitch, you are taking a huge risk. And I think his technique, once again, was found wanting, and temperament as well, if you ask me. Because what you do as an opener is you get away with it a couple of times, you edge a ball that flies over gully, you then kind of then say, okay, I'm going to make the most of this, rather than just keep doing it. And I think that's our assessment of this innings.
Phillip on his way again, bowling to Head, still 3 slips and a gully. Head plays nicely into the covers, no run. So I'm not trying to be smart by this, but there are better openers in Australia than Sam Constas. There are much better openers in Australia than Sam Constas. But Sam, as I understand it, he's in the team because of the way he complements Khawaja. Khawaja can bat at a certain pace that's a bit slower, that they want someone who, preferably is a right-hander, that is aggressive in the way that he goes about his batting, to try and take the game on, try and get the scoreboard ticking over so they don't get bogged down. That's why they went away from McSweeney. So they're saying to Constas, I'm not saying bat recklessly, but they want him to bat aggressively. Phillip bowls here, Head jumping, pushing into cover, and there's no run. We'll continue the conversation after the break. The score, 3 for 61. SEN Test Cricket, the Tyre Power scoreboard, winter safety sale. Australia 3 for 61 after winning the toss and electing to bat, and there will be a change at the River Road end. In fact, no, Alzari Joseph is going to continue this. There was a bit of a delay before the start of a new over as Green pushes into backward point. So, to my point, Bryce, about, and I might be wrong here, by the way, is that Constas, I think he's told, we want you to go out there, play your shots, be aggressive. So his flags are much wider than if Cameron Bancroft, Henry Hunt, Marcus Harris opening the batting. Their flags are closer together, but more in the Khawaja vein. So that's why, as I understood, McSweeney was taken out of the test team because they felt that the opposition was dictating too much about the way the first hour of play played out, because they were both very similar in the way they went about things. Alzari Joseph bowls and Green leaves. So Constas is there that, yes, he's a talent, yes, he's only 19, yes, he's still working out his game, but he's there because he can get Australia potentially off to a fast start. Now, what happened at Boxing Day was an outlier, but I think they still want him to be relatively aggressive about the way they go about it, to have a complement in the opening position, because otherwise, in my view, they wouldn't go for him, because he's not in the best 4 or 5 openers in the country at the moment. If you look at the last 5 or 6 years, he's just not. But the others are too similar to Khawaja. Silence. 3 for 61. Joseph again bowls to Green, who prods forward, pushes, takes a single, just dropping it at his feet.
You make a good point, and Australia ideally would like that, but they'd also like to be none for 50 and not have the stress of it.
Well, then don't play him.
Well, it's not a matter of that. A batsman at this level, at international level, needs to sum it up. Now, that's why Steve Smith came back in and Pat Cummins said, this guy is the best problem solver because he goes out there, whatever the surface does, whatever happens, he'll solve that problem. Now, at the moment, Constance, with the backing of the selectors, is saying, yeah, go out there, play your shots. High risk when the ball's moving.
Absolutely.
And it's off the chart risk. And it's his career. You can bat how other people want you to, or you can bat for the conditions. Sometimes you just need to tighten up, then you can open up.
Alzari Joseph bowls to Head, tight leave.
So you can't play your career dictated to by how other people would like you to be. You've got to do it. And Steve Waugh said this early in his career. He was trying to do that, and then once he went, no, I'm going to play my way. And it happened. It changed, and then he became prolific. You've got to realise at this level, it's not about what others want you to do. It's how you can survive. And it might be half an hour. I just need to pull my head in here. But when you're trying to drive on the up, off the back foot and flay it through covers, it's outrageously risky. And it was just beating the outside edge. It was a matter of time. He hit 4 boundaries in 25 and he's on his way. It doesn't help the team.
Alzari Joseph, in he comes again, bowls to head. Hit on the pad, that's pretty close. That's pretty close. The umpire says no. Now, what happens here? Head did try and play to the onside, taking it from the stumps. The angle probably counting against Alzari Joseph.
No.
They're looking. What do you think,
No,
Bharat?
they're not doing it.
They're not going.
Down leg.
Travis Head immediately indicated that it was going down leg. Maybe he was just trying to put off the West Indians, but I think the angle, and because he doesn't jump in front of his stumps like Usman Khawaja does, I think it's a good call, probably from the West Indies. It hit him pretty low.
That was the thing, it hit him quite low.
Late movement in, hit him in line with the stumps, but that angle around the wicket into the left-hander and late seam darting back in. He's not far away here, Alzari Joseph. He's got 2 already, and that, boy, centimetres in it. We'll have a look at the ball tracking as it comes up. They didn't review it.
No, they didn't.
Good shout, though.
It was a good shout. Last ball of the over, 3 for 62. Alzari Joseph bowls and squared up his head, pushing into the offside end of the over. 3 for 62, head 5, green 7. The Tyre Power scoreboard, winter safety sale sees Australia at 3 for 62 after 17 overs, so it's been slow going, it's fair to say. Philip's going to continue from the end that we're commentating from. Perfect spot just above the sight screen. Philip has the figures of 1 for 8, bowls to green, pushing firmly up to cover and through cover. They'll get a single straight through the legs. So just tidying up this debate before Andrew Mason comes back in.
This is the last word.
The last word. No, because I agree with you in the sense that I don't think what Constance is doing is going to work, because I don't think he's got the skills to be able to do it the way that they want him to do it. But my point is that, so I'm agreeing with you. It's reckless. At least he didn't go dancing down the pitch today and all those sorts of things like he did at Kensington.
Yeah.
But my point is that I don't think he's playing unless he plays that aggressive way, because there are better options if we want Australia to be none for 50 after 90 minutes.
Just on that point, I think the selectors and the captain would love him just to make runs. So you play whatever way you want to, mate, just make runs. And at the moment, by swimming outside the flags in these conditions, it was really difficult.
Philip around the wicket, bowls to head, who pushes forward just a little cautiously up to mid-off.
Can I just jump in and say, I think there's also probably a case of the selectors and the team management not really knowing what the conditions are going to be like in the West Indies. I remember the first net session they had down at Windward Cricket Club on the southern coast of Barbados, and the first time these batters faced the West Indian Duke's ball. We spoke about it last week, redder in colour, and once it started swinging around, they were like, hang on, this is not what we expected.
Yep.
And I think that's played a big role in what's happened.
Philip around the wicket, bowls to head, tries to slash, bottom edge, straight into the ground, bobbles away on the offside.
I don't think they expected batting conditions to be of any challenge. In fact, there was some talk that, it'll be a spinner's
Slow, dead wickets.
Slow, dead wickets.
Yep.
That's not what we've seen. The West Indians have bowled really well. And I go back to my point before we go off air, Whitey, that I think we don't need to discuss the bigger picture, because the bigger picture has already been decided upon by the selectors. That it is a long-term investment. We see him as the guy who can do something for us in the Ashes. Which is why I keep going back to, we just see if there is improvement from innings to innings to innings.
See the growth.
Yeah, halfway through the over, Philip wider on the crease, bowling to head, flicking over the top of square leg. That wasn't too far away. He'll get 2 runs. But Seals thought for a moment he was half a chance standing next to the square leg umpire. He moves to 7. Travis Head with that clip off his toes.
And I think it's more a question of a progress chart than kind of, us. And I think it's only human to take a call and say, why him and not someone else? Or will he get only one more innings before because the call has been taken clearly. That what they saw from him against Bumrah, the fearlessness, what he brings to the team, that he is a bit of a semi-long-term option at the moment. So I think it's just the way he goes from innings to innings that matters.
Phillips storms in, bowls to Head, tries to drive down the ground, no timing the shot, fielded at mid-on. So did he swim between the flags on Boxing Day?
No, he did not. No, but again, I think the reason Nathan McSweeney was dropped is, what you spoke about, they were getting stuck, but also because they were up against the best fast bowler the world has ever seen. So they just needed something different.
Yeah.
Anything would do.
Circuit breaker.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But that was a role-specific role.
That, I think for those 2 test matches, or for Bumrah.
It feels like they're trying to find the next David Warner to complement Usman Khawaja. That's what it feels like. Phillip, last ball of the over here. Bowls to Head, who plays and misses, flashing outside the off stump again. 3 for 65, Head 7, Green 8. Don't forget, listen to the State of Origin decider this Wednesday night, live from Acor Stadium across the SEN network. You can pick up the call, Blues Radio, Maroons Radio, or the unbiased call as well. It all comes down to this. It's the decider, Australia's biggest rivalry, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
So, we're heading up towards the luncheon interval on the first day of the battle in St. George's. Of course, we're talking about the West Indies playing against the Australians. This is the 5th test match being played. In fact, the last time the West Indies played here, they won against England. Started back in 2002 with a draw against New Zealand. Then Bangladesh came in 2009. Remember that, when a lot of the top players didn't play. In fact, Floyd Reefer actually captained the West Indies team. Then Bangladesh won by 4 wickets. Alzai Joseph in a good spell continues from the River Road end. He's in and bowls. A ball misses on the line of that middle stump. The batsman is coming onto the front foot. Pokes the ball up towards that mid-on area. Getting right across his stumps. That's Green. There's no run. He's kept on 8. Head is on 7. It's 3 for 65 with the Australians losing. Khawaja leg before to the man who's bowling now, Alzai Joseph, for 16. Contest, certainly a situation where he's got to really get it going, really. And was caught by Hope off the bowling of Phillip for 25. Steve Smith, caught by Phillip off Alzai Joseph for 3. That was the big wicket. Here's Alzai Joseph again. Comes in, bowls to Green. Green is on the back foot to ball, which is on the off stump, and comes into line nicely, plays the ball up towards that mid-off fair. There's no run just before Bryce comes in. Just to continue. West Indies then in 2015 played against England. England won by 9 wickets, but then back in 2022 the West Indies played against England. The West Indies won by 10 wickets. We'll always remember that game. England 204 and 120, the West Indies 297 and 28 without loss. Kyle Mears got 5 for 18, bowling beautifully in the second innings. Here's Alzai Joseph as he comes in again. He's looked better this morning. He's in and bowls. Ball upside and he often banged in. And there's Green just watching the ball go by to be taken by the keeper. 65 for 3. Head is 7. Green has got 8. So the action continues. In fact, Kemar Roach has played 3 test matches here in Grenada. He's now finished with it with a pair, 11 scalps, including that 6 for 48 against Bangladesh back in 2009. A lot of anger in Barbados because Kemar Roach didn't play. I think some didn't turn up at Kensington because Kemar Roach was not in the side.
Really?
Yeah. I'm telling you. Here is a delivery, which is that's the story that Bharat to write in his column. Yes, I know many people. In fact, we do local cricket in Barbados and went to the Empire Club, which of course is the club of some of the greats of West Indies cricket. Everton, the course of weeks, who's of course gone to the great beyond Everton. And in recent vintage, people like Roland Holder, Carlisle Bess playing for that club. In fact, it's also the club of Justin Graves, who plays for the Empire Club, just in the outskirts of the nation's capital. And they were saying, no, Kemar Roach, we're not going. 65 for 3. Alzari Joseph turns now, he's looked good. With the river road behind him. And some houses dangerously perched on the hills. He's in and bowls short. And he swings it in the air. We'll get away with that. That's going to go out to the boundary. Down at square leg. That's gone for 4. It was short of a length, got inside of his stumps. It was in the air, but safely. There's no danger with that. And it goes up towards the party stand at the far side of the ground. And a boundary to green. He goes to 12 at 69 for 3.
Nice shot.
Yep.
It was short pitch.
Yep.
And he just hopped into it. And a couple of the deliveries that the bowlers have put down, Azari Joseph, his first two deliveries were real Lamonges, just put it down. It's under 130.
Yep.
Real looseness, genuine looseness, and Khawaja put him away for back-to-back boundaries. Again, tried the short pitch to green. And from Perth, bouncy wickets,
Yep.
he dines out on that sort of stuff. That was easy.
I would think so. He's got to get his length right. He comes and he's in and bowls, and there's the batsman driving through, bin off. That's a lovely shot. Will have the legs to get there. The race is on. The ball wins the match. Last goes for 4. Pitched up, launched into the drive, and firmly past the bowler. Mid-off didn't have a chance. So back-to-back boundaries to carry green to 16. Head is on 7. The over comes to an end. 19 gone. 73 for 3 is the latest score in St. George's. So, two things here. One, Australia wouldn't want to lose another wicket before the break. It's been a pretty decent session for the West Indies. And, of course, West Indies, we're hoping to get another scalp or two. It's going to be Shamar Joseph back into the attack. He's bowled 4 overs, 1 made none for 18 steals, 4 overs, 1 made none for 12. Azari Joseph, 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 28. And Philip, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11. So we brought you up to date. And Shamar Joseph with his second spell, bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Travis Head, who's got 7 from 21 balls. Green is 16 from 23. In he comes, round the wicket, on his way. He's got 2 sips in the gully, goes past the umpire, he's up, and bowls. Ball is on the leg, some work to it wristily, down towards that square leg here for 1. Will contemplate the second, decides against it, as the ball is picked up by Alzari Joseph, moving across to his right. And the return comes in quite strongly. 74 now on the board. 3 for 74, but that single head goes to 8. Green is on 16. What time is it down in Australia?
Well, on the East Coast, it'd be coming up to 1:45 in the morning.
In the morning, okay.
Yep. So, our listeners on the East Coast, a couple of hours behind over in Perth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Behind that time.
Okay.
Closer to our time. Well, so, yeah, it's shaping up well here. Anderson Phillip bowled a good spell.
I thought so.
5 overs, was on the money. He bowls a really awkward length that was challenging head. They've obviously gone back to the strike weapon now, Shamar Joseph.
And he comes in to bowl to Green, and to this delivery. Green is along the ball to go outside the off, taken by the keeper. He's got 3 sips of gully. There's a man at point, there's a mid off, mid on. There's a man at mid wicket, and a long leg.
I dare say at the other end, Alzari Joseph, he will have a break. 6 overs his spell.
Mm-hmm.
He started with 2 boundaries to Khawaja and finished with 2 boundaries. So he's bookended his spell of 6 overs with 8 runs at either end. In between that, there was plenty of good balls and a couple of wickets in his pocket as well. So picking up, of course, Khawaja, LBW, and then Smith with a top edge, caught it fine leg. So it's a good spell. I don't think you'll get another over, though.
Shamar Joseph comes and bowls to Green. Green, again, just watches the ball go by, keeps a bit low. Keeper took the ball down by his bootlaces there, died as it got past the batsman. You came to Grenada when on Monday? Good flight from Barbados.
Yep.
Has anything struck you about Grenada?
Well,
it's an interesting country, Spice Isle.
Yeah, it is the Spice Isle. We happened to take a turn and went into the spice market to have a look. And
a spice market.
It was. I guess the interesting part was that everyone was selling the same thing. So there's probably 50
nutmegs,
tables set up.
Yeah,
all of nutmeg, all of those things.
Shamar Joseph in bowls and Bobis is on the line of the middle stump. Look for a single and my golly. Went up towards the mid-on area. Well, I don't know what they were thinking. They were flirting with danger. The field at mid-on came in, did not pick the ball. Had he picked the ball up and maybe hit the stumps at the non-striker's end, I rather suspect Green, who was rather late in going for that, might have been in some trouble. Jaden Seals didn't pick it up.
Absolutely. Seals, fast bowler, picked it up, and then a fumble, went to his knees, and it was on. The run-out was really on.
Well, yeah. A surprise that Green would have gone for that. Went up towards mid-on, but he got away with it, flirted with danger. So it's Shamar Joseph with 2 sips and the gully. Backward point on the boundary now as he comes round the wicket to bowl to head. And to this delivery head is whipping the ball in the air down towards that long layer. We'll get a single, just turn the wrist away, but no danger. And the man who's playing his 100th test match, Craig Lamont Brathwaite, comes across to pick it up. Score goes to 90. Make that 76 for 3. Craig Brathwaite has been around for quite a long time. You know, the Barbados Cricket Association, they've got representation. We want to congratulate him. Really has been a stalwart, as one who's really worked very hard. In fact, as a 15-year-old, he said that he wanted to play 100 test matches for the West Indies. He says 100 test match. He's got
what a
12th
goal.
century. Yeah. Here is a ball pitched up, and batsman is coming forward, pulling the bottom hand away. It's a rather strange shot, that screen. We'll get a second as Larry Joseph has to move from bit off down to extra cover, picks it up. They'll come back for the second to carry the score to 78 for 3. But there are many people who feel, as the over now comes to an end, 78 for 3 is the latest score in St. George's. So it's 78 for 3. Of course, very much in the hurricane belt. And I never forget back in 2004, in fact, September the 7th, Hurricane Ivan struck Grenada directly, causing over 85% damage to its structures. I mean, and there were 39 deaths. Yeah, I remember that very well. Of course, it the serious situation. A population of just about 90,000 and 22 miles by 12. This delivery is on the line of the leg. So whipped away. That's going to go through forward square. That's going to go into the boundary. Strong on his legs, head. And that was one that was pulled from round the wicket. Jaden Seals comes in attack. That's meat and drink for him, really. And the Australian flag dancing away in the wind on the far side of the ground. The spectators have got it as well. They'll be happy with that. Look at that. On the leg stump, that's meat and drink, really. Just had to get back into that. In the air, and it goes through the wicket. That's gone for 4. Head goes up to, I make him 13. It's now 3 for 82. And the 6 parishes in this wonderful island. Of course, Carriacou and Petite Martinique. Of course, you've got St. Andrew and St. David, St. George, St. John, St. Mark, and St. Patrick. Very biblical. Here's the delivery. That's the thing in the Caribbean as well. All pitched up. But again, the field up at that mid-on area doesn't pick the ball up. A risky single. Why are they doing that, really? Craig Brathwaite, whose feeling in recent times has not been the best. The ball went down towards mid-on. Had he picked up at the stump, batsman might do some trouble. But here again, a bit of a yes-no situation. As we look at the monitor, Green took a long time to get moving. And there was Brathwaite trying to pick the ball up, and his attempt to throw at the stumps, he actually dropped it, and hence the batsman in the end comfortable. 3 for 83. Head with that single goes to 14. We head towards lunch with the first day of the Battle of Grenada. And it's going to be Jaden Seals, the man from Trinidad and Tobago, begins to move in. He's got 2 sips on the gully waiting. On his way to bowl to Cameron Green, who is forward and drives, or hits the bottom of the bat, goes up to wide mid-off. There's no run. Scores kept in 83 for 3. So you were telling me that the Spices, of course.
Yeah, so we went in to the market, and they were all beautifully presented and very friendly people. Come and have a look at this. We've got all, and they went through them all, and we kept walking around, myself and Adam White, and the thing that caught Adam White's situation was they're all selling the same thing.
Oh, okay,
There's 50 stalls. They're all selling and beautifully presented, but it's all the same.
All the same thing.
He saw there was an opportunity.
Here is Seal, comes in bowls to Green. He's digging the ball out, pushes down from the bottom of the bat down towards that mid-on there. There's no run.
Yeah, maybe suggesting that a bit more like the markets in Australia where the variety is there. So he was suggesting maybe some cinnamon donuts might be a good thing to have in
wonderful.
there. He reckons they would do a killing if they were in that spice market. Maybe some South Melbourne market dim sims for those back home.
How was the oil dung that you were promised on the show the other night? Of course, that's the national dish, a concoction of, you got your breadfruit. And
that's right.
Yeah, the oil dung.
I haven't had it yet, but
we're going to get some for you. Trust me.
There's a little local place, Patrick's, that Bharat went to.
Okay. Seal is in bowls, and there's the batsman coming forward, looking to drive the ball through the offside. Instead, it comes from the inner portion of the bat, and instead of going through a bit off or extra cover, the ball ends up down at that forward square area. Bottom hand was off the bat. Let's have a look at that at the monitor. Well bowled there by Seal, was able to get the ball to come back into the right-hander. So Patrick went to this place is called what? Is it?
I think it's called Patrick's or
Patrick.
Patrick. Yeah, it was just.
Bharat was there?
Yeah, he went there and dined there. I'm not sure if he had the oil down, but they certainly have it there.
Okay.
And
it's a national dish.
Yes, so I'll have to try it before I leave.
Barbados is flying fish and cuckoo. Here is a ball at sideline, the off-stump ball by Jaden Seal. The batsman has no difficulty in allowing that to go by, too wide. And he would want to nibble at that. So Green is 19, Head got 14. It's 3 for 83, which is the latest score in St. George's. So we're just about 9 minutes away from the break. A lovely breeze is coming across the ground from the River Road and the mountains, and it's really welcome. There's no question about that. It's going to be very hot. The steel pan is very much in evidence here on the party. The party stand at the far side of the ground.
Oh yeah.
Here is Shamar Joseph. Round the wicket comes in and bowls, and ball which is on that off stump. The batsman just comes across. That's head left-hander. Pushes up towards mid off the bowler, cuts it out. There's no run. 83 for 3. What's the national dish of Australia?
Oh, probably a meat pie. I don't know.
Pie?
Yeah. Well,
okay.
Just something simple. I don't
know. Meat pie.
Probably. I reckon what's moved to the top of the list now is. Well, it depends what state you're from, but a chicken parma.
A chicken
parma or a chicken parmi.
Okay.
A chicken parmigiana, that's what it's short for.
Oh, really?
So that's I'll explain it to you.
Oh, please, I want to hear more. Here's that's Joseph round the wicket. Ball comes to the bottom of that. His head pushes to mid-on. There's no run.
So it's a piece of chicken that's been flattened out, crumbed, deep fried. So it's like a fillet.
Okay.
And they crumb it, and then they, on top of that, they have some tomato, maybe a bolognese type sauce, a tomato sauce, and then on top of that they have grilled cheese.
Oh, grilled cheese.
So
okay.
It has this combination and this depth to it. Sometimes there's some ham in there in the top end.
Somebody says a chicken burger.
Yeah.
Whereas
without the bun.
On the wicket, played down towards the backward point for a single.
Yeah. So that served with chips and salad.
Chips and salad.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Chips and salad.
Chips and salad.
And not salad and chips.
No. Chips and salad. That's it.
In that order.
It's just the rhythm of it. Chicken palmy.
Chicken palmy.
And the question usually is chips and salad or vegetable? No one has the veggies. Everyone goes chips and salad. They want the chips.
Oh, okay.
And the salad is often left on the plate, let's be honest.
Okay.
But that's how Australians have got by. I think that's moved to the top of the list now.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
So 3 for 84.
And it's often at the pubs and that it's a Palmer and pot night.
Okay.
So you get a pot of beer.
Here's Joseph comes in bowls to green. He's driving.
Oh, wow.
Through extra cover. Will the ball have the legs to get there? The race is on. The ball wins the battle. It goes for 4. Reach for it and drove the ball through extra cover. Slowed as it got to the boundary, but had the legs to get there. And Green gets another boundary.
Well, it's gone a bit aerial there.
It was.
There was a drive the over before. Same sort of outswinger. Way outside the eye line. There's a catching cover and he's gone over it. So he went through with the shot over the top. He had to reach a long way, the big man, and he got away with it. It wasn't perfectly hit, though.
No. I think what was good for him was that he was aggressive in that stroke play. Here is Joseph McGain comes in Bolton, an in swinger, and he's across the stumps. Pushes up towards mid-on. That's Green, who's on 23. It's 88 for 3. Joseph, not often that you see him bowl for such a long spell without getting a wicket. This is Shamar Joseph. So hello to you wherever you are. And of course, the Grenadians, we encourage you to come and watch the cricket. There's plenty of room here for people to come.
Yeah, you'll find a seat.
Yeah, definitely. Seems as if there may be more Australians than Grenadians here watching the game. So come out and watch the cricket. Come from all parts of those 6 parishes in Grenada. Here's a delivery which is outside line. The outside steered away past Scully with an open blade for 1, but look for the second. The return is on its way. He's back for the second. And Hope thought of throwing at the non-strikers end as Head was coming through for that second run. So it was played away down to White, third man, back for the second. So Green is 25, Head is on 15. It's 90 for 3, which is the latest score in St. George's. Of course, Grenada boasts of 40 beautiful beaches. You've got to get a chance to go to Grenades. I'm staying up there, and it's really very lovely. Beautiful beaches in Grenada. Did you get a chance to go to the beach in Barbados?
Yes. Yeah.
Your hotel was pretty close to the beach as well.
Yeah, so we
South Winds.
ducked out there. Adam White went for a swim. And, so definitely there. Haven't quite got that facility here.
No.
We're more around the harbour and the
harbour area.
Yeah,
the
around that
Tantine area, I'm told. Yeah.
Yep.
Here is Seeley's in bowls, and again they're pitching on his legs. He's very strong. He forces through the onside. Will come back for the second. No, he won't. Decides again, so that's Head. But from round the wicket, the ball is being angled in his pads, and he's very strong there. And the ball goes through the wicket. He gets a single. As I said, he contemplated the second. Didn't go beyond the thought because he might have been flirting with danger. So with that, Head goes to 16. Green is on 25. And we are just about 3 minutes away from the break. So I shall endeavour to run through the details with both teams making a change. The West Indies dropping their vice-captain, having done so very well in Pakistan, so very little in Barbados.
Yeah.
And his place taken by Anderson Phillip, the energetic medium pacer from Trinidad and Tobago.
Heavily weighted with the fast bowlers, isn't it?
Yeah.
Heavily weighted.
A bit of an overkill in my view, but of course.
4 fast bowlers and Greaves.
And Greaves hasn't bowled yet, who bowled so well in Barbados.
Yep.
So here we go. As it's going to be Jaden Seeley's in and bowls outside of driven.
Oh, he's dropped.
He's dropped at the cover area. That's a dolly. Is that Carty? Pitched on the line of the off stump just before the break.
Could be Campbell.
I would have taken it. Could be Campbell.
Yep.
I would have taken that. Adam White for sure. And you would have gobbled that. How did he drop that? Can you tell me?
Oh, it was very straightforward. It was a mishit. You could hear it on the sound effects. It had that real tink to it as it hit an outside edge and low on the bat. He was reaching out way outside his eye line once again, in the air to cover.
He you can't drop that.
The over before, he put one over cover and was still a bit risky. That one he tried to drive along the ground, waist high.
Oh dear,
straight down.
He's going to be under the pump as Seal is in bowl, pitched up over the bowler's head, and the fielder coming across from that mid-off area slides. The ball goes over his fingers. That looks like Brathwaite, and we'll get a run. Let's have a look at that again. Played away from the body, in and then out. Oh, Mr. Campbell, how could you do that? Wow. I mean that was a dolly.
Wow. And it hurt them in that first test in Barbados. Drop catches, 7 in all.
Yeah. Well, he's back. He hasn't played for about 2 years or so.
Well, the scenario of going in 4 down right before the break, they would have gone to the break straight away. We've got a minute to go.
Oh dear. You can't drop that. Well, now it catches and Compton. Here's Seal around the. He looked very disappointed. He comes in to bowl to head, and head is on the back foot. No problems with that delivery on the leg. Some a bit short, and he just jumps across the stumps, pushes up towards mid-on. There's no run. It's a big problem in West Indies cricket. In fact, he's been fired from the slip cordon. He's gone to that cover area. John Campbell from Kingston, Jamaica, dropping the catch. The commentary is going to Jamaica on Omega Radio. Hello to all of our friends there. Listen to the broadcast, formerly KLSA Radio. So the people in Jamaica are listening. And the local man has dropped a dolly. So 2 balls left in the over. It's now up to 3 for 92. He comes up now, Seals in, bowls to head, gets a short one. This helps it really down towards that long leg area. Too short. It's coming inside the stumps and just working the ball away from one. And the heads really went down when that catch was put down. You can see on the monitor, Jaden Seals very upset. The captain was throwing his hands all about the place. I don't know what they will tell Campbell at the break. Well. So 1 to come in the over. I make it 12 o'clock on my watch. So this could be the last ball before the break on the first day of the second test in Grenada. Here's Seals, comes up, he's in, and bowls, edge, and it's caught.
Oh dear.
This time the catch is taken, and the captain of the West Indies side, leading by example, Roston Chase, punches the ball at the gully area. A loose shot coming from the batsman Green. The last ball before the break. That was very naughty indeed by Mr. Green. He goes to 26. A good session for the West Indies. 93 for a loss of 4. Well done, West Indies.
Oh, well done. 4 wickets for the session. They lost the toss, but they would have bowled anyway, and 4 wickets. It looked evenly poised. 3 down, 3 for 91, and getting dropped in that over, it was going to be heartbreak for the West Indies, but they get their man in the end. The very last ball, Cameron Green goes for the big drive, an outswinger, took the outside edge, caught in the gully, and Travis Head was that frustrated he threw his bat in the air and made it do a 360, caught it back on the handle. He could not believe, after getting a life from Cameron Green, to then walk straight into the same trap, this time caught in the gully. Extraordinary. Yeah,
it was rather loose, really. It was a ball that was driven out. There was a big gap between bat and pad as he played it, and gone back to the pavilion. So just quickly then, Kawaja, he was leg before to Alzari Joseph for 16. Contest was caught by Hope of Phillip for 25. Steve Smith caught Phillip ball by Alzari Joseph for 3. And the last ball before the break at lunch on the first day, it was Green playing a loose shot, caught at gully by Chase off Seals for 26 to make it 4 for 93. A very good session for the West Indies.
I think it is. Australia winning the toss, electing to bat, as I said, and we said it right at the start, the West Indies were going to bowl anyway. I think West Indies had just got their nose in front. 93 runs on the board, but 4 of the Australian top order back in the pavilion, and it will be Bo Webster. Slug Webster will come out after the break to join Travis Head. But good session by the West Indies indeed, as a few of the Australian players come out to the middle as they want to have a closer look at what this wicket is doing. The wicket looks to be pretty fair at this stage. 4 wickets to the West Indies, most impressive, Andrew.
Yeah, so let's look at the bowling figures before we take a break. Jaden Seal, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20. Shamar Joseph, 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 30. Alzari Joseph, 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 28. And Anderson Phillip in the side, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11. So at the break on this, the first day of the battle in Grenada, Australia winning the toss and batting 93 for the loss of 4 wickets. We'll take a break and come back a little bit later on. Please join us then.
Only 23 overs in that first session. Australia 4 for 93 with 2 wickets to Alzari Joseph, the leading wicket taker for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear. Belgravia Apparel in partnership with New Balance, delivering high performance teamwear to the BBL and also the WBBL. News here from the ground at Grenada. It's not good news. It's raining. It is raining. We haven't seen rain in the Caribbean for the last 4 or 5 days, particularly here in Grenada. It's just been bright sunshine for 4 days on end, including this morning. But Brett Sundaresan, as you rejoin the coverage, the covers are out and it's raining.
It's just stopped raining, so that's good. But yeah, it has rained, and it came from nowhere. I mean, Andrew Mason, who knows everything about the Caribbean, said there will be rain at some point, but it just came from nowhere because it's still sunny.
The covers they put the covers on the ground when it was sunny.
Yeah, they did, because they saw just droplets of rain. So now it's become quite dark here at the National Stadium in Grenada. There's this big chunky dark cloud which is just blowing past, I must say. It's not cruising past.
Yep, it's actually taking the pegs out of the covers now, which
I
is
think
a
we'll
good
be,
sign.
And just bumped into Craig Crozier, obviously son of the great Tony Crozier, and Craig Crozier, obviously a legend himself, producer, director, par excellence. So he said, I mean, he has more local knowledge about the Caribbean than even Andrew Mason does.
Really? Is that possible?
It is possible. Only if you're Craig Crozier or you have a Crozier to your name. And Craig said this will blow away in 15 minutes, and the rain stopped since he said that. So yeah, I think we should be back playing within the next 10-15 minutes.
Okay.
It was heavy rain though.
It was. It tends to come and go. So here we talked about the score in the cricket. I can't even see the scoreboard from here. What does it say, Bharat?
It says 4
for 93 with Cameron Green, and the last man out before the lunch break. We'll get to all of that shortly. Around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse, India were dismissed for 587. In reply, England 3 for 27.
Ooh.
And Akash Deep took 2 in and over. So Crawley out for 19. Duckett and Pope both made ducks. So Root's on 5 and Brook is on 1. So India certainly having the upper hand here as it gets a lot brighter. They still haven't taken the covers off the field, but we're almost seeing some sun. As we look up on the hill, I just can't believe. Now, I want you to describe the houses you see up on top of the hill there that are just almost stuck into the side of the hill.
And a lot of them are on stilts, or what looked like stilts from here. That's a lot to do with just the thunderstorms, the hurricanes that do kind of hit this part of the Caribbean region quite often. Last year we had Hurricane Beryl, which smashed, leveled St. Vincent and the Grenadines and just about missed Grenada, hit Grenada but didn't have the same impact it did at St. Vincent, which is just north of here. I mean, they look like, if you have been to the subcontinent, you do see hills or little hillocks like this where there'll be a lot of these houses just somehow you almost feel like they were just placed there, like you said. And from a distance, you can't make out how people get to these houses.
Well, that's what I don't understand.
But if you look closely, you'll spot through all that green foliage some steps, and there'll be a little narrow pathway just for a car to go past. somehow, like half on the road, half in the bush. So this is not particularly what they mean when they say you live in the bush. That means something completely different.
What I would like to know is how would a Henley home look on top of one of those hills at the moment? I reckon there'd be no dramas there in being able to get a Henley home overlooking the stadium here. They would look magnificent on the side of the hill.
A few Henley homes, I must add, like they will look fabulous there. And I'm sure, knowing just the facilities that do get provided around Henley Homes, that they will not have to take the steps all the way up.
That's right.
I mean, imagine the step count on their phones each day coming up and going down. So
Well, last night, Bryce and I went to the supermarket. It said the supermarket was open till 10 o'clock. So we went down in the dark at about 7:15 with our backpacks because we were going to get supplies and then go back up the hill to where we're staying. It was a major setback when we went down. There was no supermarket open. So we had to go back up the hill with no supermarket groceries at all. So I had Sultana brand for dinner last night, which was a bit of a setback. Bryce had avocados on toast, and I had some Pringles. That was my dinner last night because the supermarket wasn't open.
I mean, can I just say it serves both of you right for not following my lead and coming out for dinner with us? We had some amazing Thai food.
Yeah, well, that's right. We were a bit busy, but Thai wasn't on my. I wanted a chicken parma, not Thai. So yeah, that was a bit of a setback. So there was a bit of karma involved in all of that.
But looking at that hill does remind me of a movie that is a favourite of Adam Collins and mine. An Englishman who went up a hill but came down a mountain. Hugh Grant at his absolute best. I know.
What movie?
You watch sport, and a bit of Star Wars, but
no, I don't watch Star Wars.
If you have not watched An Englishman Who Went Up a Hill but Came Down a Mountain, you're losing in life.
Is that what the movie's called?
That's exactly what it's called.
That's a long title.
But it's worth the title.
Okay.
Worth the time. But try to watch it on a rainy day. And I know you're not a big romantic, Adam White, I have heard from sources close to you. But maybe this movie will turn you into one.
Well, yeah, I don't like watching movies in the daytime. Movies are a nighttime activity. You feel like you could be outside doing something if it's,
That's why I said pick a really rainy day where you can't do much. Maybe send the kids away to play something, watch it with your wife.
Well, the good news is that the covers are coming off here at the National Cricket Stadium here at Grenada, and the umpires have been out. They told the many number of ground staff, right, get them off, and we shouldn't be too far away from resuming because it is actually quite bright and sunny at the moment. But I have a suspicion that we might be having one of those days where we're on and off between now and the end of the day. Not that I have any experience with Grenada weather in the last 3 days, but I've tried to have a look at a few of the radar shots, and it does look a bit patchy. If you're in Barbados at the moment, you're getting very wet.
You are. And I think, look, the one advantage, if you are listening to us back home all around Australia, is if it is a rain-affected day, then to make up overs, they will start half an hour early tomorrow, which means you can get to listen to and watch more cricket.
Well, we're in real trouble if we start half an hour early because Andrew Mason couldn't get to pick us up on time today. So if to come half an hour early, he's going to be in real trouble.
And not to forget that he's come empty-handed today. We had all the bakery products in the world.
Crumbs Bakery back in Barbados.
Indeed.
What a great place that was.
He's staying at Cinnamon Hill, he told me earlier today. So I don't know what Cinnamon Hill has to offer.
Cinnamon donuts.
Maybe just empty the breakfast buffet and bring it over.
Anyway,
if anyone can, you can.
In the cricket, we've got to put him a bit of peer pressure to come up with the goods. Here at Grenada, it is 4 for 93 from 23 overs. The covers are being taken from the field at the moment. So, as I said, I reckon 5 minutes or so we should be back playing. Yes, Colo's just given us the score from across in the UK, 3 for 33 now because Prasad took 2 wickets in and over. So,
Steve did. Yeah. I mean, and in a Bumrah-less Indian attack, that's a great start for India.
That's right. So here, 4 for 93. Let's go through the scorecard for those that might have just flicked on the radio. The first to go was Usman Khawaja, LBW, Alzari Joseph for 16, caught on the crease again, Bharat. So it's a similar sort of dismissal that we saw at Kensington. The next to go, Sam Constas, caught behind of the bowling of Phillip for 25. And then Steve Smith he's on 3 at the time. He tried the hook shot. It wasn't really a pull shot. It was more a hook shot from sort of hip high, went low to high. He tried to hit it for 6, got caught on the fence for 3. And then the last one to go, Cameron Green, which was the last ball before lunch. Not the sort of in the last over before lunch, which as a result became lunch. It was actually the last ball before lunch.
And what had happened 2 balls earlier?
Got dropped at short cover. And then he's tried the big cover drive and was caught in the court and out for 26. Travis Head 17 not out, and Bo Webster will be the next man at the crease when play resumes shortly. So 4 for 93. The bowling figures: Alzari Joseph 2 for 28, Anderson Phillip 1 for 11, Jaden Seals 1 for 20, and Shamar Joseph, he's not in the wickets at this stage, no wicket for 30. So what were your overall thoughts on that first session?
Well, overall, it feels like we're watching the same movie again that we did last week in Barbados with regards to Australia's top order. I mean, we said it after the first innings. What have we learned about this batting lineup? We said it after the second innings. What have we learned about this batting lineup? The answer in both cases was nothing. That Travis Head comes and saves the day. And here we are again on a very different pitch. I mean, if you're listening to this back home and you think, oh, maybe the West Indies are just producing seaming wickets and the ball's doing all sorts. No, it wasn't. It was swinging around, but the Duke's ball, as we saw last week, here in the West Indies, the batch that they use does swing around quite a bit. But the pitch is docile. There've been a couple that have carried at a good height to the keeper. If anything, there's been a lack of pace. Might have led to Steve Smith's dismissal. We'll talk about that later. But just a couple of poor shots from Constas and Green to get out after, they at least got to 20 each. Or 20 odd each anyway. Usman Khawaja, through the home summer against the right armour bowling around the wicket, whether it was Bumrah or Siraj, who was getting nicked off. He got nicked off by Rabada a couple of times, or Rabada and both times was Rabada, wasn't it? I think at Lords. And here, it's the other edge, the inside edge that he's having an issue with, because he jumps so far across and is in front of his stumps to protect the off stump, because he's been nicking off. He gets himself into a position where he cannot miss the ball, and if he does seam in, jag in late like this one did, he finds himself in trouble. Sam Constas pulled well, picked up a boundary. There was a good, nice, punchy shot through sort of a square point that went for 4. There were a lot of flashy shots outside off stump. He chased a really wide one, got a thick edge, flew very close to Roston Chase at gully and went for 4. 2 overs later, again follows a full wide delivery, this time from Anderson Phillips, the slowest of the West Indian seamers, and is nicked off in the over, or 2 balls after Usman Khawaja was dismissed, or 3 balls at best. As the Steve Smith dismissal you described, it just kind of didn't get up, did it? So he kind of got a top edge because he realized, oh no, I picked the right length, but the ball just didn't get up as much as he wanted to. And Cam Green, probably is looking better and better each time he walks out to bat at number 3. He almost got nicked off the second ball he faced, but he survived that, and it was probably the best of the 4 innings or 5 innings we've seen so far at number 3. But then at the stroke of lunch, for someone given that responsibility of batting at number 3, after being dropped the way he was at short cover, and we saw some shocking drops from the West Indies last week, this was right up there. John Campbell, it was it was catching practice at short cover. He gets a let off, 2 balls later, chases another wide one, he's caught off gully. So what have we learnt about Australia's top order? Nothing.
Well, I agree. I think what we've learnt is that we don't know yet. We still don't know yet. No one has taken their opportunity. It was set up for Cam Green, considering the fact that there'd been wickets to fall around him. He was the one that was going to guide them to lunch and hopefully guide them to safety. And that's a poor decision that he's made. And top order players don't make many poor decisions. And so this wasn't a skill thing. This was a mental strength thing to say, this is the last ball before lunch. I don't need to play at this ball.
Can I just say something? For the longest time when Manas Labuschagne was averaging 60 and 50, people often spoke about, he's the luckiest batter in the world. He gets dropped so much. He gets so many reprieves. But he averaged 60 after that, right? He made the most of it. He was dropped, 5 times in an innings, but he made big runs. Now, Sam Constas was dropped twice in the same over in the previous test, made nothing of it. Cam Green was dropped in the second innings over there. In the first innings over there, he's been dropped again. And what has he made of it? So, it's very easy to sit and talk about batters being lucky, but it's about what you make of the dropped opportunity or the second and third chance you get in each innings that counts.
And this is the thing too as well, is that when you look at, as we're all critiquing the top order at the moment from Australia, there's 2 parts to it. There's the technique side of things, but there's also the decision-making side of things. And that's the thing that's probably disappointing me more than anything else is some of the decisions that are being made, the judgment that's being made, which is causing some top-order headaches for the Australians. And it's still too early to tell, I think, with the likes of certainly Constas. Inglis has only played a couple of matches. You know, Green's still relatively early in his career as well, although he has played 30 matches. But they just seem to make bad decisions at critical times, which that's perplexing to me. And even Marnus had got into that situation of playing these silly shots into gully, and they're bad decisions. And that's not something that we would know. You know, Australians generally would make the right decisions at the right time. Sometimes they get a good ball. Sometimes they play a big shot and they get caught, whatever. But generally speaking, they make the right decisions. And just felt that that's not happening at the moment. And, you know, you can say, oh, but there's a lack of experience. I'm sure we'll be talking about this a lot on the new ball. But the reality is they're playing for Australia. So if you're playing for Australia, you should be making good decisions because you're seen as the best batsman in the country.
Yeah, and you cannot be making the same mistakes over and over again.
That's right. Repeat offender type stuff that frustrates fans, and I'm sure it frustrates coaches.
Oh, it frustrates selectors. I mean, selectors were having a long chat as well today. We were sat not too far away from the second floor balcony here of the dressing room. And George Bailey was stood there throughout the session, just keeping an eye on proceedings. Literally 3 minutes after Sam Constas got out, I saw Andrew McDonald walk up from the dressing room downstairs, and the two of them stood together, had a long chat for 15 minutes. And probably they were having the same chat we are. What have we learned about this kid? Not really, not much.
And the reality is for Constas, let's just focus on him for the moment, is that they know, the selectors, in the cupboard, there is a man by the name of Cameron Bancroft who has 32 first-class centuries, and there is a man in the cupboard called Marcus Harris who also has 32 first-class centuries. I've got him in. I've got the name in. But between them, but seriously though, between them there are 64 first-class centuries there from two players. Yes, they've had their chances, all that sort of thing, but they're still opening their batting for their respective states. The experience is there if they want to go back to that.
And not just experience, there's also Henry Hunt, who's, till 21 or 2021 was in the reserves.
Yeah, in the Australia 18.
Very much so. And he was also travelling with the Australian Test team for a while during the Ashes because of COVID. And then in the last season or so, Jake Weatherall has made runs. So, yes, we speak a lot about Bancroft and a lot about Harris, but it's not that the buck stops there. You have others coming through the ranks as well.
But the reason I mention those names is that it feels like the selectors have gone past them. That's not their time.
But I guess, Whitey, that's just the reality of
I'm not sure the rest
cricket.
are better.
But I think that's just the reality of cricket around the world. I mean, you get your chances, and it's all about timing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
And if the timing... the timing has to be right for you to get the chance, and the timing also has to be right for you to get the chance again. And age plays a role, and what the selectors have made of you, and not just the same selection panel. Don't forget, it's not that George Bailey has been selected throughout Marcus Harris's career or throughout Cam Bancroft's career. So I think we need to take that into consideration as well. It's just cricket. We can't just keep going back to Bancroft and Harris. You also need to look at, and the cupboard is no longer bare, which is why I brought up Henry Hunt and Weatherall and a few other names who are doing the rounds.
Okay, so plays to resume in 3 minutes. So we've got that just coming through now. The umpires meandering out to the middle. This is SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, proud partners of SEN Test Cricket coverage all around the world. Australia to resume very, very shortly. 4 down. Yep, that's right. 4 down after getting through the first 45 minutes without losing a wicket. They are 14 for 93 at lunch. So this will end up being a 20-minute delay to proceedings before we start session number 2. And it is, look, there are some heavy clouds around. They're moving quite quickly. It could be one of those days where we're on and off. It's very humid and very hot outside, and which is going to make it uncomfortable to watch as much as it is to play. I feel sorry for a lot of the Australian contingent out on the concrete terrace in that first session where the heat was just radiating off the concrete. But things could be worse. They are watching cricket in the Caribbean, aren't they, Bryce? Like we are.
They are. They made the long trek here. And what I want to check out is the little blonde kid who kind of put himself on camera, didn't he?
Yes.
Whitey, the ball before Steve Smith was dismissed. Can't see him or his family right now. They sat right above the side screen, so well, there you go. When he grows up, I'm sure he'll be reminded of that. The day he played a small role in getting Steve Smith out at Grenada. Travis Head and Bo Webster, who really saved the day in Barbados when Australia were in a precarious position.
Well, these are the two, aren't they, Bharat? Bo Webster and Travis Head.
With Alex Carey to come after this, and then those four. So, yeah, Travis Head runs in both innings in Barbados. He's got himself a start here. And the very impressive Anderson Phillips, must say, will start proceedings from the river end. So he pulled right length. Spoke about how he is the slowest of the four and has a natural full length. So he is a bona fide swing bowler. And very impressive. He's, if anything, out-bowled his compatriot Jaden Seals.
Okay, we're just about ready under cloudy skies, but importantly, it's bright and there's no rain. So after 23 overs, Australia 4 for 93. Travis Head on 17, Bo Webster yet to face a ball, and it will be Head facing the first ball of the second session. Phillip White on the crease, and Head leaves alone outside off stump. Adam White and Bharat Sundaresan with you. So just a 20-minute delay post the break. So they've been off for exactly 1 hour.
Oh, they have. Good. Well done. White, that was very well done. Man for round figures, aren't you?
Well, I'm very poor at maths, but I at least can put
you like
20
your
and
round
40
numbers,
together.
yeah. Well done. That's good. And, I did also find out why it's called the Darbo End.
Yeah.
That's the little suburb of St. George's on the other side.
Okay. Phillip again. Have White on the crease. Head almost chopping onto the stumps. Fortunately, he was able to get his bat in the way of the stumps to stop that ball from going back on to the bright yellow stumps. And it was very nearly it was bottom edge or inside edge onto his foot, onto the actual sole of his foot, and that rolled back before, just in time, he got his bat down there to stop it from hitting the base of the stumps.
Yeah, lucky there wasn't enough momentum for the ball to go towards the stumps. Used his bat like a hockey stick in the air.
He did, didn't he?
Dribbled it away.
Phillip again. Bowls to Head, who's late on that one as well, trying to push down the ground, taking the inner portion of the bat, maybe a bit of pad involved as well, as it just dribbled out on the offside.
Now, this has been very impressive, Anderson Phillip. He's used this ball well again. The ball is still jagging around. That came back into Travis Head. He just operated on that four and a half, as they call it, outside off stump. He's constantly made the Australian batters make decisions whether to leave, whether to play. It's not been easy.
Getting that ball to come back to the left-hander. Again, White on the crease. Head driving through the covers. Good shot. It was in the air for a while. It won't be 4. They'll get at least 2. It's retrieved just inside the field of play, and they settle on 2. He really tried to jump into that one. I initially thought it was right off the meat of the bat. It wasn't really. It's still 2 runs.
Just get a feeling it was on the up, that this could well be a pitch where, as the game progresses, I mean, we've already seen a catch go down at short cover. You just get a feeling that there will be catches or catchers brought into play at short mid-wicket and short cover. The ball just seems to stop on the batters. Hasn't been the quickest of surfaces here in Grenada.
4 for 95, the first runs after the break. 19 to Head. Taps away. Waiting for Phillip, who bowls. Head squeezes out on the offside to that sweeper who's gone back at backward point, which is often a fielding position that he's used for Travis Head. He's the beneficiary of getting a single as a result.
Well, Bo Webster, he spoke about it last week. Played only the second man in Test history to play his first 5 tests in 4 different countries. Now you
Yes.
can say he's played his first 6 tests in 5 different countries. The beauty of coming
That's
to this part
exactly
of the
right.
world. There you go. So Australia, Sri Lanka, England, Barbados, and now Grenada. And the way he's been batting, he can add a 7th or 6th to a list next week in Jamaica.
He's got 1 ball to negotiate here. Anderson Phillip on his way over the wicket. Past the umpire, bowls to Webster, who gets a good ball that moves away off the seam, and Webster came forward and just pushed cautiously defensively away on the offside, and that completes the first over. After the break, it is 4 for 96 Australia. For Henley Holmes, Test cricket on SEN. Australia 4 for 96. Head on 20. Webster yet to score. And it'll be Shamar Joseph on his way, bowling here to Head, who's just nudging it into the onside and taking a single forward of square leg to move to 21. 4 for 97 the score. Adam White and Bharat Sundaresan with you.
He looked like the game breaker, or he was the game breaker in Barbados, Shamar Joseph. Hasn't really looked that effective on this surface so far. He's quick in the air, but also does depend quite a bit on the surface. So there are a couple where he beat the outside edge of Usman Khawaja early in the piece. But overall, it's been Anderson Phillip and Alzari Joseph who've done most of the damage.
2 slips in a gully under cloudy skies. Joseph bowls to Webster, who's fishing and missing outside off stump. Bit quicker from Shamar. That ball again seaming away from the right-hander. We're having a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay. Probably just held its line off the seam, but then it started to move after it pitched. That seam bolt upright looking at that replay.
There's a shot of length delivery as well, but didn't get up. And Bo Webster correctly played it off the back foot, but I think there was more movement after it passed the stumps.
Yep. Joseph again bowls. Webster clipping backward of square for at least 1. That's all they'll get, as it's starting to get a bit gloomy above the head. Bharat.
It is.
4 for 98. Webster off the mark.
This is big patch of dark cloud. It's emerging from behind Mount Rush.
That's where it's coming from, isn't it?
It is
coming from inland, not coming from the sea. Although this is such a small island, it's coming from the sea, obviously. But
5 hours it takes to drive all around the island.
5 hours.
That's it.
That's not too bad. I thought it would have been less than that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The roads aren't the best.
No, that is true. Shamar Joseph again around the wicket, bowling to Head, driving nicely through the covers. That one came off the middle of the bat, and as a result, it crashes into the rope at cover. That's one of Travis Head's best shots he's played so far in this innings. He moves to 25, the score 4 for 102 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sail.
Well, he's not the most attractive of cover drivers, Travis Head. Unlike Alex Carey, his fellow South Australian, it's all hands with him, but it was in the slot. All he had to get right was the placement, and he's generally quite good at that. He's really good. He pierces gaps.
He didn't overhit that one. Shamar Joseph again bowls Head down leg side. Can't keep up with it. It's going down to the gloves of Hope, who took the ball tidily, going down leg side with 2 hands.
100 has come up for Australia. So there's a slightly bigger crowd in terms of the local Grenadians coming around from maybe finished work. Or
yeah, I agree.
Left early.
There's definitely more here than I thought was going to be the case when play first started. Last ball of the over. Joseph bowls to Head, who's pushing forward in defence back to the bowler on the second bounce. So 5 runs from that. Shamar Joseph over. Head's 25. Webster, he's won Australia after 25 overs. 4 for 102. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes. Don't forget the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. With Henley Homes, it's going to be Anderson Phillip to continue from our end up in the broadcast box, running away from us, bowling to Webster, who's standing tall and defending away on the onside from the crease.
Yeah, when I look to our left, Whitey just over Mount Rush. More and more dark clouds coming through, smoky clouds, I must say. So
they're moving very quickly, aren't they?
They are.
Is that because they're so low that they seem to be moving quicker rather than they actually are?
That's a very good question. I think they are. I'm gonna agree with you.
I'm putting it out there as a question more than anything.
No, I think
I'm not really a meteorologist.
It sounds very convincing to me. So
Phillip again, rushing up to the crease. Past the umpire, bowls to Webster, who's again squeezing it backward of point off the front foot. Runs to be had. He just opened the blade and he's actually reached the boundary. Bo Webster's first time he's reached the rope. He's up to 5. It's 4 for 106, and that was done effortlessly.
He placed that shot so well. We saw him do this or access that region quite a bit in both innings in Barbados.
It's purposeful. It is totally intentional.
Yeah, just punched it into the ground, didn't he? And there was that gap that he found, and he kept finding that gap to the extent they had to put a fielder back, that sweeper point region, pretty early in his innings.
Yeah, because he's so tall, he can get on top of the bounce, and he just releases the hands on contact, which enables it to get behind point. 13 boundaries hit by the Australians. This time in defence, that was right in on middle and leg stump. Full face of the bat from Webster, defending up to mid on.
I like watching someone like Anderson Phillip operate, Whitey. It's like every ball, his life depends on it. He's got this hustle bustle about him. He's not very quick, like I said. Skillful bowler. But you just see him walking back to the top of his mark. He's always in a hurry. Just
high
energy about him. Yeah.
Yep. And that can be infectious on his teammates. You always need at least one of those in your team. Closer to the stumps, bowls to Webster, who again he's up on his toes, pushing away to mid-on, and there's no run. Kind of feel like it's, Shamar Joseph has kind of played that role since he's come into the team, but everyone needs that sort of player, I think, particularly when it's hot and you can't get a wicket, that someone that can come in even and bowl 4 or 5 overs in a spell of high energy that can sort of be a little bit infectious on others. Even the guy that takes the cap off the man at fine leg so he doesn't have to give it to the umpire. Just that sort of player. Marnus Labuschagne kind of plays that role, even though he thinks he's a fast bowler, but he's not a fast bowler. Phillip again, in close to the stumps, trying to drive Webster. He lost his footwork there, and he was a bit lucky. He sort of chopped it away on the offside into mid-off.
That was an ugly-looking shot in the end. There was width, sort of driving length, but he just lost his shape, Webster.
He usually in that situation, he would plant his feet. He didn't. They were sort of hop-skipping and jumping around a little bit on contact.
So that second floor balcony that I mentioned earlier now has become a spot for all the dismissed batters to sit and watch proceedings.
They're in the naughty corner. Phillip bowls again, chopping into the gully on the bounce. A few in the crowd thought it might have got there on the full. It didn't. It is a dot ball to complete the over. 4 runs from it. Australia, 4 for 106. 13 runs since the resumption after a 20-minute delay for rain post the lunch break. So this is SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. And we've got Shamar Joseph bowling again from the River Road end. He bowls to head, clipping it fine. Oh, that's 4. That races into the fence at fine leg. A neat little deflection from Travis Head. And he moves along to 29, 4 for 110.
Well, he gave him a sighter in the previous over. Travis Head was a little disappointed with himself that he just managed to get some pad, or missed it completely, I should say. But this time, a nice little cheeky leg glance. So he'll take that. Shamar just not finding his radar in this spell. So yeah, I can see Cam Green sat there. Usman Khawaja right next to him. Steve Smith not too far away. It's like they all want a better view of what's happening out there.
Head taps away, waiting for Shamar Joseph, who bowls head in defence, tucked up, pushing up to mid-on, no run.
I don't know whether this trend will continue every time Australia bat in this test. If you get out, you go and sit upstairs, and the not-out batters are on the first level.
It is unusual, isn't it?
It is. It is, and Australia don't want anyone to walk up those stairs anytime soon. They want these two, Head and Webster, to bat the way they did in the second innings, but bat for even longer than they did in the second innings in Barbados.
Shamar Joseph again on the runway, bowling to Head, edging and gone! Is it? Is it out? Hope's gone with the one-hand low down. They're not entirely sure, so I don't think there's any doubt we're going upstairs, but that was a legitimate edge. It's just a question of whether it carried.
Well, Travis Head is wringing his hand, so there's no doubt of there having been some glove or bat on it.
We are going upstairs for IMAR for Trusted Tradies Insurance. Call 13 IMAR. What a moment this is.
The ball was dipping on Shea Hope. He seemed pretty confident. Well, Darren Sammy and third umpires, at least it's a different third umpire this time.
Here we go. Here's our first look at the Chemist Warehouse replay.
It just got big on him. It was glove. I think it got thumb.
Yep, glove and maybe the shoulder of the bat. So it's definitely an edge. And he's taken it brilliantly with his left hand, and that is going to be out. He's definitely got his fingers underneath.
I think it's just a couple of frames before that, which they will look at a few times. It looks like it's hit the bottom of his glove, maybe where the ring finger would be, and popped into his glove. So should be good, you'd think.
So Hope wasn't entirely sure, but looking at that second replay, it does look out, Bharat.
It does, and down to up is always a safer bet when you are the fielding team rather than up to down. I think
we go to the scoreboard. It's out, and Australia's lost its 5th wicket. Head out for 29. You cannot keep Shamar out of things.
Well, I just finished talking about the second floor balcony where all the dismissed batters end up, and how Australia needed these two to be far away from that, and it's taken one ball. It did get big on Travis Head, just grabbed his thumb and a bit of bat handle on the way. Terrific catch from Shea Hope. Don't forget, he's not a natural test wicketkeeper, just his second test with the keeping gloves on. And Shamar Joseph, who's done pretty much next to nothing till this point, brings about the big breakthrough. And Australia have gone from looking very comfortable at none for 47 to in all sorts of trouble at 5 for 110.
They're not quite chocolates to boiled lollies, but they're chocolates to those, rubbish lollies that end up no one wants in the bottom of the family assorted pack. 5 for 110. So Head out for 29. That's his lowest score of the series so far through 3 innings. And it was a weird one because we're behind Hope. And you could tell from the West Indians they weren't entirely sure, just the way that they appealed. But looking at the replay, there's no dramas about the fact that it carried, but it was certainly the right thing to take it upstairs to have a look. And of course, these days, there's no soft signal
There's no soft signal.
The umpire out on the field has no say on things at all.
And the other thing we've noticed with this broadcast is they don't seem to have side camera angles, because even if you go back to the Alex Carey catch, there was no side angle, and there was no side angle here. Maybe that would have given us a different perspective, but from the angle that Nitin Menon, the third umpire, got and what was shown on TV, it looked pretty clear that it just bounced to the bottom part of his glove, which was grounded at that point, and straight into his mitt. So really good catch, and nothing for the West Indians to complain about, or the Aussies for that matter.
It doesn't look good on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sail. Australia 5 for 110. Shamar Joseph on the runway. First ball to Alex Carey, who's in defence, just pushing away to cover point, and there's no run.
Well, Alex Carey played a crucial hand in the second innings in Barbados, but he'd walked in there after Head and Webster had done the hard work, really taken Australia to a good position. But here, he will have to contribute to the shipbuilding.
That was the first ball, Bharat, where we really saw rear. We're just having another look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, the dismissal of Head. That, I wouldn't say it spat, but it definitely bounced more than what Head was expecting, just by nature of the fact also it came off the glove and the handle of the bat. Shamar Joseph again, in he comes, bowls to Carey, tries to drive, chops it up to mid-on, no run.
Not sure, Whitey. It's not the score that any of us expected.
No.
When we saw the pitch, and you and I did make a sneaky recce to the...
I would describe it as a Navy SEAL type operation out there last night at about 6:30 under the cloak of near darkness.
Correct. It was a proper recon, and we got really up and close to the pitch, and we were like, ooh, runs to be scored.
Yeah, that's right. Shamar Joseph again to Carey. Oh, what a shot that is. Tugging it away off his hip, forward of square leg for 4. That is a man in form. That is a man who feels like he's ready for this type of situation. He's been here before. 5 for 114. Carey on 4. Five for 114, so 1 wicket to fall in the 20 minutes post-lunch. That of Travis Head. Oh, what a shot from Alex Carey.
What a shot.
You over Phillip bowling here to Webster, who's pushing into the offside to cover point, and there's no run. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. 5 for 114, and there's a little bit of sun out at the moment here at the cricket stadium.
It was a bit of a short arm pull. Whippy as well. It was all timing. And Alex Carey hit some bombs in the last test. Some big sixes for him. He's charging at the fast bowlers. Having a great time, but not sure he can play that kind of innings from the position Australia are in right now.
Phillip bowls here to Webster. No timing in the shot as he tries to drive. Back to the bowler it goes. So as it stands at the moment, you know, considering after half an hour you're thinking Australia make 500 here.
Yeah.
And now 20 minutes after lunch, Mitchell Starc has the pads on.
He does. So does Pat Cummins. That's how quickly this thing has changed. What, 47 or none for 47 they were. And in cruise mode. A couple of balls that had beaten Usman Khwaja's outside edge. And we were just criticizing Alzadi Joseph for the way he'd started. He'd been pulled for 4 back-to-back deliveries in his first over.
Phillip into his 8th over here. He's bowling to Webster, who's up on his toes and he's carving it out to point. So they've only waited 2-3 overs and they've put a man out in the deep at backward point for exactly that shot. So rather than get 4, he only gets 1. 5 for 115.
You know, even in Barbados, it took 1 boundary for them to put the fielder back. I've just mentioned that. And they've gone back to it. So yeah, just back on the surface, And just as we speak, Travis Head has joined the rest on the second floor balcony.
He didn't waste any time in getting up
He
there
didn't.
either.
I don't know if it's a rule for this test.
I would have thought.
There he is. He's brought his own chair and he sat in the corner next to Steve Smith.
I would have thought they'd be better down at the level where the batters are to go in, so they can actually trade some information or give some information as to what the conditions are and what the bowlers are doing.
All I can say is they're sitting in batting order as well. So Head had to go and sit in front of Steve Smith, Usman Khawaja and Cam Green on this side.
Anderson Phillip bowling here to Alex Carey, and Carey slashes through backward point 4. Welcome to the crease, Alex Carey. Smoked that one backward of point. Quickly moves to 8 off just 4 balls. Don't give him width.
I mean, don't bowl there to a South Australian left-hander. Even I would play that shot. That's just how we're raised. Even if you weren't from there. Just a little bit of width, and then they create that extra bit of width, and he just slapped it away, and immediately a fielder has fallen or has been pushed back to that fence.
Look, as good as the shot was, that should have been fielded by Cardi in the gully.
And Cardi's been sent back to the boundary.
5 for 119. Phillip, wide on the crease. Carey trying to flick, comes off the pad, balloons out on the side behind square. They get a leg by.
And if you're wondering about the music in the background, so there are 2 bands on 2 separate ends of the ground. So the national instrument here in Grenada is the steel pan. It sounds a lot like the steel drums in Trinidad, and you can hear them giving it a proper whack. So there are it's a blend of music coming from 2 different parts of the ground.
Yes. I've got, after this ball, there's something for Adam Collins that he will know exactly what I'm talking about after this ball for fans of Australian football.
There's also a question from Dean wondering where Adam Collins is. He's recuperating.
He is. Webster on strike, Phillip bowls wide of the off stump. So back in the sort of the late 80s, in fact, we're going to build the suspense. It's the last ball of the over, so we'll come back to it. 5 for 120. The Australians 5 for 120 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, winter safety sale. So back in the late 80s, early 90s, around about this time, Hawthorn had a rebel cheer squad. So they had the regular cheer squad, and for whatever reason, there was a rebel cheer squad. So one was at one end of the ground, and the rebel cheer squad was quite high up under the roof at VFL at the small scoreboard end. You over, Shamar Joseph to Alex Carey's just nudging to the onside. So it's like we've got the traditional sort of band to one side, and then there's a rebel group that's on the opposing side, a bit younger, probably a bit more modern with the musical instruments they're using. Feels like there's a bit of tension between the 2 musical groups.
This is the most excited Adam Collins has been in the last 4 days.
So while there was never the merger between Hawthorn and Melbourne, there ended up being kind of like a merger between the cheer squads, and the rebel cheer squad, they ended up having the numbers when it came to the political side of things with the cheer squad. Shamar Joseph bowls, and Webster nearly chops on, trying to force away on the offside, thick inside edge that actually goes out towards backward square leg. They get a run. 5 for 122, Carey 9, Webster 7. That's real Adam Collins.
It is.
Sort of
well, I will say this, not to digress away from this cricket, but as part of my football education, I did watch that entire clip on YouTube. Not clip, it's a 2-hour thing where this live coverage of the Hawthorn-Melbourne merger and how it didn't work out. Don't worry, I was on top of it. I had tears rolling down my cheeks thinking about a young Adam Collins.
Shamar Joseph rushing in, bowling to Carey, who's pushing into the offside. Our West Indian audience has no idea what we're talking about.
Yeah, but that's correct. But that's I've heard that there are a few West Indians who indulge in those. No, I'm just making it up. Nobody does. Maybe
5,
Andrew
1, 2,
Mason
3.
will have to.
Well, one thing, Andrew Mason's coming in at the end of the over, and he can talk to you a little bit more about. We watched the Grenadian women's soccer team train yesterday.
We certainly did. They call it the football team here.
Next to the stadium,
right? Because the
on just
Grenadian...
on a parcel of land that we didn't expect would be used for international football training.
True.
But it was. 5 for 123. Shamar Joseph bowling to Webster. It's wide of the off stump and it's left alone.
No,
they were training hard too, weren't they?
They were, and they were really being put through their routines. The Grenadian Football Association is next door to us. So there's obviously the Kirani James National Athletic Stadium where Steve Smith kept hitting balls into yesterday. Kirani James, obviously the superstar of Grenada, won gold in 400 meters at the London Olympics and silver in Tokyo, I'm going to say. So imagine being that 115,000 people, we have an Olympian gold medalist.
Shamar Joseph again a bit close to the stumps, bowls to Webster, pushing in the offside. They want a single. Carey was late to go. He gets through, but again, Casey Carty was just a little bit sort of laid out of the blocks there. We're not sensing the situation particularly well.
Yeah, I mean, he's known to be laid back, but he often does get caught out in the field, doesn't he, Casey Carty? I mean, the catching's been, we saw John Campbell drop a catch, but it's been better. The ground fielding's been shoddy from West Indies this morning.
Casey Carty sounds like he should be doing love songs and dedications late at night on the radio. That sort of name.
Casey Kaysen. There you go.
Right.
That's good.
Last ball of the over, Shamar Joseph bowling to Carey, pushing from the stumps defensively away on the onside. And that is the end of another over. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, Australia, 5 for 124. After the break, you'll hear from muscular radio man Andrew Mason.
So 124 for 5. The situation is a good one for the West Indies, and the hard-working Anderson Phillip will continue. I think he's bowled well, Anderson Phillip. Yeah, good fall.
I think he's been the pick of the bowlers so
you
far.
reckon?
Oh,
Okay.
yes. I know Azari has more wickets to show for it.
Yeah.
Consistently challenged the Australian batters.
Well, he comes in to bowl to Webster, and to this delivery, Webster's get him on the legs and whips it. Not a very good save. Brilliant
Strikers
work,
in.
and the return comes in. And it hit, I think the batsman Carey might have some trouble. Went down towards the position of mid-wicket. That's Joseph coming across to make a very good save, Shamar, and had a shot at this stumps at the non-strikers end. Well done to Shamar Joseph. So he's in everything.
He was gone.
Oh, he's gone by miles.
Yeah. Have a look at that.
He just gave up. The throw
he'd
came.
actually given up, really. Here we go. And the return coming in, it was not the best throw.
I think he had a little more time than he thought he did.
Yeah. It's a very good feeling. Here is Phillip again as he comes in on his way to bowl to Webster. And Webster is coming forward, opens the face of the bat, just runs it into the offside down towards that cover area on the boundary. Said in Barbados, it's a new thing really with a lot of the modern day captains having the backward point. I'm speaking to Andy Roberts when he was in Barbados. He was saying to me, unless it maybe was a one-day game, he never remembered actually bowling with a backward point. But nowadays the modern day captains tend to want to cut that boundary out, even when things are tight, I must admit. And if you look at it now, Carey's batting, there's a man on the backward point boundary. Is that a good thing, you think?
I think it's just a sign of batting temperaments.
Okay.
Because batters don't, like generalizing here, but don't have the same level of patience batters did back in the day.
Fair enough. Phillip round the wicket, he's bowled well. He's got 2 sips in the gut. He comes in to bowl to Carey, and Carey is getting into the roots. So it's a shot him in the pad, I think, angled down the leg side. The bowler had a half shot, really. It was more of an inquiry. Didn't get the support of the keeper, but a good delivery from round the wicket. 125 for 5. And the West Indies situation is a pretty decent one so far. They've bowled well.
They have. Australia have contributed to a lot of the dismissals as well, but Anderson Phillip in particular has bowled the right lengths. He's challenged both edges.
And justifying the selection?
He is.
Indeed, we had a riveting, rather muscular discussion about it this morning.
He was pretty muscular.
Here's Phillip round the wicket again, comes in to bowl to Carey's got 10, and to this delivery pitched up. He drives from the bottom of the bat. The ball goes down towards that mid-on area. There's no run. Yes, he's one of those cricketers that you don't hear a lot about, really, but when you look at what he's done for Trinidad over the years, he's a type that on performance in the regional tournament will get into a side. And I know that they like him. First of all, he's fit. He'll give you 550% all the time, and he's coming to this game.
550?
Yeah, 550.
Okay.
Or 551.
Not 450.
No,
No.
of 551.
550.
Yeah, he will. And he's fit.
5.5 times the average man.
Absolutely, yeah. He is. He's that
He
kind
is
of
that
cricketer.
100%.
Yeah,
But-
he gives it.
But Andrew, I had a question when you were off air. When was the last time a West Indian pace attack had two Trinidadian fast bowlers?
I was thinking about it as he comes up now. He's in and bowls, bowling the leg, some work to it in the onside. That ball was angled across the left-hander. Fielder coming across to make this up. Is that Louis on the field?
Yes,
Like him?
It is.
Yeah.
Alzari Joseph is off the field.
Yeah. Louis from. I know he's got a Dominican. In fact, his father's Dominican. The first time it's an interesting situation. I remember going to St. Kitts a couple years ago, and I actually had dinner at his father's house, and he was there, little man, and he said, "I want to play for the West Indies." I'd never forget it. And he's worked very hard, and he's on the West Indies side. And many people feel that they should continue with him. He got a 50 in England.
He did.
But he decided to bring John Campbell back after 2 years in the wilderness. Here is a delivery, pitch up and driven through the mid-off area. That was paved with a washpan of disdain, because he actually came down the pitch and stroked the ball through mid-off as if he were a spinner. What a shot. So, what a way to end the over. 129 for 5 is the latest score in St. George's. But of course, Trinidad the Big are known for his batsmen, his spinners. Of course, the greatest of them all, Brian Lara, Ian Bishop would have Tony Gray.
Tony Gray and Ian Bishop might have played with each other, or maybe they would have replaced each other, I guess.
That's interesting. I'll double check that, but certainly Tony Gray was very much a part of it. Ian Bishop, when he got a back injury, but he was pretty sharp. Very sharp. And one of the leading, if not the leading, TV commentators in the world. Here is the action continuing. First ball is pitched up as Alzari Joseph is back. He's from a country that has also produced some very, very good fast bowlers as well. Sandy Roberts, of course, Sir Curtly Ambrose, and of course the Benjamins. Have a look at that coming down the pitch.
Yeah,
what a shot.
Not too many batters did that to Andy Roberts or Curtly Ambrose, but that was some shot. He's just batting so well, Alex Carey.
Talking about Sir Curtly Ambrose, when you try to pick up all-time West Indies side, you call Malcolm Marshall, and then the next name you call is Curtly Ambrose. He was absolutely brilliant. Here is Alzari Joseph, comes in, bowls to gets a good delivery coming back at him, pulls the bottom hand away with some suspicion. The ball goes out towards the cover area. Casey Carter, the man from St. Martin, comes across to pick it up, and there is no run. When you pick an all-time West Indies team, who would be your fast bowlers? Ooh. Do you want pen and paper?
No. It's all up there. It's all up there.
Okay.
I'll let Bryce make the first pick.
Okay.
First pick?
Yeah.
Of West Indian fast bowler?
Yeah.
Malcolm Marshall.
Okay, I've got my pen. Number 1, Malcolm Marshall.
Okay, you're writing it down.
I am.
How many can we pick? Can we play 6, 7?
And include Lance Gibbs as well. Here is the ball, which is on the line of the off stump. A bit short. They'll get a single as it's played up towards extra cover. Mid-off has to come across to the left. That's the other Joseph, Shamar, and the batsman comes through for the run. So with that, Webster goes to 10. Carey's got 14. So Malcolm Marshall and...
I guess, like you said, Sir Curtly Ambrose has to be in there. Number 2.
Okay.
Wes Hall.
Are you sure about that?
Oh,
Don't you think Michael Holden was Pippin?
Oh, Michael Holden.
You got Michael Holden.
I'm just trying to stretch it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Otherwise, you can just say Marshall, Holding, Garner, Roberts. I just thought
Roberts.
bring Hall in.
You got. Yeah.
You have Ambrose. You have Marshall in the middle. And just pick one of Roberts or Holding.
Yeah,
and then you have the foursome.
Yeah, here is
Courtney Walsh in the conversation.
Alzari Joseph from the wicket. He's in outside the off stump. The ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. 519 wickets. The workhorse. I don't think that Walsh gets the credit that he deserves, In fact, when you look at it, I mean, he started as a support bowler, and they actually finished his career as a lead fast bowler. Would you have Walsh in your team?
His record
is the best. It is the best.
It is.
He's taken more wickets.
What about the fastest? Jeffrey Dujon talks about Patrick Patterson
They said
being
he
the
was the quickest.
fastest of all those guys.
He was sharp. Rambo. Yeah, Rambo, he was sharp.
Yeah.
Remember him?
So why we don't have room for the fastest one?
Here is Joseph from the wicket again. He's in balls on the legs up, worked away neatly in the onside, out towards that mid-wicket area. Mid-on comes across to make the stop. That's the other Joseph, Shamar, the batsman of time for 1. So it means that Kerry will go to 15. It's now 5-1-31. But, whenever you talk about an all-time West Indies team and you ask West Indians from Jamaica right to Barbados, they never ever pick Courtney Walsh. He's never really... never. It's interesting.
Wow.
I've never seen an all-time West Indies side in Courtney Walsh, isn't it?
I don't think he was a glamour bowler.
No, he wasn't a glamour bowler. Workhorse.
He bowled some damaging spells, but he just...
Is he in your team? Take your time.
I'll drop the wicket keeper.
Here's a ball down the leg side, short, and it's going to go towards the boundary. Down at 5 legs, going for Bryce. Yes, so there was no bat. The ball took off. Keeper couldn't take that. It went behind him and raced down to the 5 leg. That's gone for 4 Bryce to end the over. 31 gone. 135 for 5 is the latest score in St. George's. Right, and sometimes they don't pick the 4 fast bowlers. They find room for Lance Gibbs. We can have a change in bowling.
Justin,
your favourite bowlers in the attack now?
Yeah, Justin Graves is not making the all-time list.
No, I don't think so.
As well as he bowled last week.
We wouldn't even entertain the thought.
and just on because you said it's a best of 11. Gary Sobers is going to be in there anyway.
Oh, without doubt.
So you have that extra seamer as well.
There's always an interesting discussion about the opening batsman. First ball is badly lined and turned away. It will go out towards the boundary. We'll get there. It does. From round the wicket, pitching the ball. All he had to do was to get back in that. Just glance it fine. And that's gone down to the boundary. Carey gets another boundary. He's looked good so far. He's gone to 19. And another good start by Justin Graves, the gentle medium pacer from Barbados. And in terms of the opening position, there's always this big debate. You've got Greenwich, you've got Haynes, but a lot of people actually talk about Colwood Hunt. Particularly the old folks who saw him. They thought he was brilliant. I suppose Greenwich and Haynes will open, don't you think?
Chris Gale, throw him in there.
Chris Gale as well, on ball down the leg side. And there's the batsman getting one down the leg side, and the keeper sprawling across to his right to hold the ball in goalkeeper style. 139 for loss of 5. Sad news in that Giotto died in an accident.
That's terrible news.
I mean, it's
Sporting World.
Sporting World, yeah. Oh, in fact, they were putting flowers around Anfield the last time I was checking. I mean, so sad. Because married recently, 3 kids. His brother died as well. May he rest in eternal peace. 139 for 5. Here's Graves. Round the wicket, comes into bowl to Carey, and Carey is coming forward and whips the ball away through mid wicket. Lovely shot. Won't get to the boundary. They'll get possibly 3 here. They'll turn for that 3rd run now comfortably. Oh no, they won't. Perhaps if they run aggressively, they might have gotten 3. They pitched up, whipped away in the onside. They fielder, that's Alzari Joseph, had a long route to mid wicket, pulled it back about 10 metres inside the boundary, and they're back for the 2nd. But Carey looks good so far, doesn't he? Very aggressive, very positive.
No doubt. Yeah.
31 runs. Still, I wouldn't mind the rate at which they've come.
Yep, indeed. So the action continues. Getting a call from Pastor Stevenson Worm. He was on the show the other night, and I'm sure he's going to give you his all-time team. He likes to do that. He's a bit of a historian as well. 141 for 4. Outside, you have to beat them comprehensively. Roping, fishing, flirting. The ball just goes by to be taken by the keeper.
You never know what's going to happen when you're on air with Andrew Mason. Pastors are calling in.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Yes, of course, this country is very Roman Catholic, actually. I was just checking.
I walked up to one, right up that steep hill. You went to another one as well.
Yeah.
Amen.
Well, they say the capacity at Queen's Park is 17,000, and compliments of the People's Republic of China, that's back in the day. And I know a lot of construction was done recently as well.
Hang on.
Ball pitched up, driven, and a good save. Pitched on the line of the middle stump, and there was Carey driving down towards the mid-off area. Sliding save by the fielder coming across to his left. That's Jaden Seals, and there's no run. 141 for 5. You're saying?
Could us put that piece together? China, Grenada. How did it come together?
Well, you know, a lot of support here in Grenada.
Okay.
And they give them a lot of support. There's no question about that. And in fact, only within the last year or so, a lot of work has gone into this ground as well. Have the Honourable Minister on the line. Here's one outside the off stump, bowled by Graves. A bit of movement. The batsman goes for the drive, but been slightly undone by the lack of pace there, driving a bit early. The ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. So at the end of the over, Carey's got 21, Webster's 10. 5-1-41 is the latest score in St. George's. All right, so it's 5-1-41, and it's going to be Alzari Joseph to continue in both the Webster. Webster gets an in-swinger, comes right across the stumps and pushes into the onside down towards that mid-wicket area. There is no run. In terms of religion, 53% Roman Catholic, Anglican 13%, Protestant just about 33%. What religion are you?
Christian.
You hesitated there.
No. Well, the church in Australia is a uniting church, so
okay.
it's still a Christian. It's still Christian.
All right, fair enough. Interesting to find out what Adam Collins is. you Christian as well? He is, very much so as well. And we won't even discuss Bharat. He's a naughty man. So it's going to...
He's shocked over there.
Hello, and I mean that. The off stop just played a bit on a bit off here, and there is no run. That has certainly brought some laughter in the box. Naughty Bharat.
Well, Andrew, Sean on the text has also pointed out that's another slab for you if your phone goes off while you're on air. I hope you have a Dan Murphy's membership. I don't know whether there's something similar over here. There's Caribbeer, I think it is. Is that the local one here?
Well, but they have
Banks was the one.
Banks is in Barbados.
Barbados, yeah.
Big in Guyana as well.
The ads for Banks. People are having a lot of fun.
Yeah, indeed. The rum is very strong here, so don't take too much of it at all, I can tell you. There's a white rum here that you just have a little bit and you're in trouble.
Really?
Yeah, you got to watch it. Of course, it's a wonderful country. It's lovely beaches, and I've been here several times. Of course, we normally will do the local, the regional cricket here. And not many test matches. In fact, this is just test match number 5 for them.
Yes.
And a capacity, they tell me, about 17,000.
Would they play first-class cricket here in a block of games? Is that what they tend to do?
Yeah. Here is a ball which is bang on target, short of a length, and the batsman just goes back, hustles onto him. That's Alzari ball into Webster, pushes down towards mid-off. There's no run. Of course, the regional tournament was held recently. In fact, Barbados didn't host cricket for a while. They had 4 matches because there's a concentration of a lot of cricket in the Caribbean nowadays, even at the junior level, in places like St. Kitts.
Okay.
Trinidad gets a lot of cricket as well. In fact, the under-19 tournament is going to be starting for both men and women. And the Barbados team actually went off a couple of days ago. And an 11-year-old, I did a presentation to her. She's actually made the Barbados side at age 11.
Quick change in field.
Can you
Deep
imagine
square's
that?
gone out.
Yeah, it has indeed. So we're going to get the short ball coming along. Ball in the line to the leg stump. And that's one on that leg stump. Just turned away in the onside by Webster down towards that square leg area. There's no run. Joseph tends to be short. In fact, that is a challenge for him. And as you know, Vincent Benjamin is his personal coach.
Yep.
Just trying to get his length much better. I thought he bowled a lot better in Barbados.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
And I think collectively the whole bowling attack has bowled a bit shorter here than what they did. It's not short pitch delivery, so not whistling around their ears, but it's just been back of a length where in Barbados it seemed to be a lot fuller, challenging the top of the stumps a lot more.
Bryce, he'll ask you a question after this delivery as Ari Joseph is in. Again, banged in short, and the ball, as almost as he's picking the ball with his chest. That's a good delivery. And he just plays it with a bit of suspicion down towards gully to end an over for tremendous probe at the end of it. Carey's got 21, Webster 10, 5-1-41 is the latest score in St. George's. So, sun is out. We had a delayed start for just about 20 minutes, an adjustment made to the tee. It's now 3 o'clock, is it? Correct? I think so.
Tea will be at 3. It's 10 to 2 currently local time, so it's still a bit of time.
Yeah, indeed.
The 12th men went out there, Scott Boland and Josh Inglis.
Yeah.
They ran out.
Got
Some drinks, some
Boland.
towels.
Yeah.
So that was a delay in that over now.
Mm-hmm. So it's going to be Graves to continue. He's in bowls. And this is Carey coming across. Just pulls the bottom hand away. The ball got slightly big on him. And this is a role that you expect from a Justin Graves, just to come and keep things tight.
Yeah.
I was asking you note with interest that the length has changed here.
Yeah.
In Grenada. Why do you think they've changed when you consider what happened in Barbados?
I'm really not sure.
Okay.
I think there's been more deliveries here beating the bat, and it's been back of a length, particularly early.
Right.
You know, we're into the 34th over now. The ball's still moving.
Yeah, Justin Graves in bowls. Yes, it's moving. That's a good length. Pitched up a little bit movement. You got a good view looking over the umpire's head, and you can see that ball just coming back to the left hand, who just played it out towards extra cover. There's no run. It's 5-1-41. Just to recap what happened, of course, people are tuning in all the time. People get up in Australia. Australia won the toss, as they did in Barbados. The captain said that his first interview, he wasn't quite sure what was happening with the pitch, so he's decided to bat first again. As Justin Graves on the wicket bowls to Carey. Carey's drive in out towards that cover area. Doesn't time it all that well. There's a ring of fielders on the offside. There's an extra cover. There's a cover and a mid-off. There's also a backward point. He wasn't able to pierce the offside field. So Skoraji was the leg before to Alzari Joseph for 16.
They've just staggered the fielders there. Yeah, they've just dropped the cover back a bit deeper, and the cover point is up a bit closer, and then the sweeper at a deep backward point. So they've just staggered the field, so he can't just blaze it through there at will.
He comes round the wicket again. This is it's outside the off, some with the back foot, and punched away down to that field, that short cover area. And there is no run. Just walks away a bit. Thought he might have gotten some runs from that. It was too short. His eyes opened very wide, but he wasn't able to put it away. Carey's got 21. So this was a caught hope ball by Phillip for 25. Flirting outside the off stump was a loose shot. Steve Smith, well, top edging down towards fine leg, taken by Phillip off Alzari Joseph for 3. Green, last ball before the break, caught in the gully by Chase-Off, Seals for 26. Here is the batsman coming down the pitch again and plays the ball wide of mid-on. That's going to go away for 4. What a shot. coming down the pitch. Not often that you see that fast, but he threw that fast and played the ball wide a bit on. The ball went across the outfield. That's gone for 4. He's that kind of a player. He goes to 25. It's 5,145.
Well, he's used his feet. He did it a few overs back when Anderson Phillip was bowling. Now, Anderson Phillip a little bit slower, but he's so accurate. His length that he was bowling was accurate. So Carey made the length his. He skipped down and drove him through mid-off. Different field set here. So he skipped down to Graves, and he's picked him up over wide mid-on. A few bounces and it trickles away for 4. So he's quite prepared to come down the wicket and play shots.
Well, he waits on Graves into this delivery. He's coming forward, batting with a great deal of confidence, and drives the ball out towards extra cover. Shamar Joseph with number 70 on his back comes across to make the stop, and there's no run. And then head caught by Hope off the bowling of Shamar Joseph for 29. That was a big wicket. The first wicket fell at 47, the second at 47. Then it was 3 for 50. The break, it was 93 for 4. In fact, Green got out last ball before the break, and he was gone. So it's 145 for 5, which is the latest score in St. George's. First ball from Alzari Joseph is short and pulled away by Webster down to backward square. Will come back for the second, and with that he now goes up to 12.
Well, interestingly, they had 2 out on the ball and hook shot before.
Right.
Now they don't have that, and he's bowled it short, and it's been hit to that region. He didn't really get hold of it.
No, he didn't at all.
So, interestingly, the field didn't match what was getting bowled.
No.
And they have had the 2 out. It's a strength and offside field.
The 2 slips, yeah, you're right there. A ring of fields in the offside. 2 slips, and I got to get back to the field in a minute. In the meantime, it's Alzari Joseph as he comes in from the River Road end on his way to bowl to Webster. And Webster's coming right across the stumps to one. That's on that middle stump, pushes down towards that mid-on area. There's one. There are 2 slips. You said gully. There's a backward point. There's a cover. There's a mid-off on the onside. There's a mid-on. There's a mid-wicket. And there's also fielder down on the long leg boundary. So 5 for 147. In terms of boundaries, we've seen some pretty good shots from Carey. He's that kind of a aggressive batsman. This is a venue that has seen 6 centuries, and of course the first would have been 2002. Christopher Gale making 204 against New Zealand outside the line, the off stump, too short. From Alzari Joseph and
Christopher Gale.
Yeah.
I've never heard him be called Christopher before.
Yeah.
It's always
yeah,
Chris.
That's his name though, Christopher Henry Gale. But of course we call him Chris Gale. Yeah,
Chris Gale.
He made 204 against New Zealand back in 2002, followed by Joe Root, 182 not out. Of course, in that win when England won in 2015, then Craig Brathwaite, who's in his 100th test, made 116 versus England back in 2015. Remember Scotty Styrus, he got 107. And Marlon Samuels, your good old friend from Jamaica, 103 against England. And the last time the West Indies played and won back in 2022, it was Josh De Silva who made 100 not out. Can't get into the West Indies side. Here's a delivery from Alzari Joseph. Once again, that length is a bit short and just comes across the stumps and just plays the ball into the offside onto cover. There's no run. Another call coming in from Grenada. I need to just take my phone off.
Yeah. That thing's on fire.
I think they're inviting me to church.
Yes. The pastor's back in touch.
Pastor Stevenson Worm.
Yeah.
He's calling again. 147.5. He said maybe he said like Bharat, I'm a naughty man.
Yeah.
So it's Alzari Joseph, of course, keen to get another wicket as he will continue to Webster, who's got 12. It's 5 for 147. He's in and ball short and just pulls out the shot. But down the legs, I thought of maybe hooking, but then decided against it.
He's got the 2 fielders out there now.
Out there now, yeah. And The ball goes by to be taken by Shea Hope down the leg side. Yeah, but that was a very good victory for the West Indies the last time they played here. Justice Silva, who actually lost his place. Tevin Imlak went to Pakistan, and Imlak, after 2 test matches, is very much out of it, and the action certainly is with Shea Hope, back after just under 4 years, and he has come back into the side. 5 for 147, 1 to come in over number 35 as Zavi Joseph comes in to bowl to Bo Webster, who is coming forward and drives through cover. Lovely shot, 4 runs, I believe. It goes away into the boundary just about now. Pitched up, this not the full-blooded drive, this ease it through cover. That's gone away for 4 after bowling very short. That was pitched up and leaning forward and driving through cover to get to 151 for 5, which is the latest score in St. George's. So the captain of the West Indies side, Roston Chase, ringing the changes. This is his 51st test match. In fact, in his 50th, he actually captained the West Indies side. Would want to remember that because they lost in 3 days. Roston Chase, who's now taken a position at Gully. He was actually at first slip for the Barbados tests. Dropped a couple of catches, took 1 or 2 as well. So Jaden Seal comes up, he's in, and Bo Sakir and Kerry is going across. They're looking to drive the ball into the offside. It's the bottom of the bat, and instead of maybe going through cover, maybe the slowness of the pitch, the ball ends up down at mid-wicket for Craig Brathwaite to come forward to pick it up, and there is no run. So we brought you up to date. 1 change with Steve Smith coming into the side, English out, and terms of the West Indies team. Lots of debate about the construct of the side in Barbados. Well, the vice-captain Warkan out, and Anderson Phillip brought into the side to strengthen the pace attack. So it's a bit overcast now as Seals comes in and bowls outside the off. That's a loose shot. That's a get-out shot. The ball that was outside the off. Going for that big drive. And the ball, nice carry to the keeper taken behind.
Just moved the other way.
Yeah, they did.
The ball before the missed drive was a ball that darted back into Carey.
Right.
That one wide outside his island moved further away, the extra bounce as you mentioned. Still Graves is getting the ball to move around, and this Duke's ball had some issues in Barbados. Had to keep changing it.
Yeah. No changes so far.
No, and I think with the overhead as well. There's more cloud cover now, dark cloud.
Yeah, looks as if we've got some rain around the corner, it would appear. Seals it in, balls outside the offside. McGain, what's going on? They're looking to play the ball into the offside. Hits the bottom of the bat instead of maybe going through cover, ends up at where forward shortly would be.
So in this region is where they often talk about it in England, the overheads, when it gets cloudy, the ball starts moving around. Is that a similar thing here where it's sunny, but the cloud cover comes in? Because these look quite low clouds above now, and this over particularly, the ball's moved in quite appreciatively and then away. Well, so maybe it's happening here right at the moment, but it does look like a bit of rain's not far away.
These are good conditions for someone like Justin Graves, to just come and bowl his medium paces and get the ball to move around. He's down the pitch when he gets there. Drive. Wow. Pitched up. Fast bowler. Jaden Seals, and there was Carey coming down the pitch from this time, doesn't get a bound, the ball goes out towards mid-off, but he's got that propensity to come down the pitch, and that was driven firmly up towards mid-off.
Absolutely smoked that, and again, making his own length. He's not just going to have these dictated terms where the ball has been moving. He's come down to turn that into a half volley, trusting that Graves will, because he started the over on top, that he'll go back to that length and continue there. So he's forced to change now. Square leg's gone out to the boundary. Yeah.
Will we get that short ball? We shall see as Seals round the wicket, comes in to bowl to Carey, and Carey is getting one, which is played away. It's going to go past the keeper and will go fine. Let's look at the umpire. Leg buys. That ball was angled across the left-hander, coming from the pad, going past the keeper. Very fine. That's gone for 4 leg buys to Carey. Australia to 155 for loss of 5.
So Seals just getting the radar wrong there and just noodled around the corner.
Yep.
Really fine, and it's a gift, really. Carey keeps racking up the boundaries. 29 he's on now.
Yeah.
6 boundaries.
And a partnership of 45. The scoring rate is a pretty healthy one. It's just over 4. So 45 from just 56 balls, the partnership. Here is Seals, comes up now, in bowls to Carey. Carey gets a ball banged in short, down the leg side. No need to play at that. The ball goes down the leg side to be taken by the keeper. To end the over, time for drinks, with Australia winning the toss and batting. 155 for 5 is the latest score in St. George's.
It does look a little bit bleak with the umpires looking up to the weather quarter in the sky as the players start to disperse after taking their beverage break in session number 2. Adam White and Bryce McGain with you. Bryce, where do we see things at the moment, do you think?
Well, it's all of a sudden Alex Carey's gone out there and the game's gone into fast forward. He's scored 5 boundaries in his 25. Sorry, I got that. I thought they hadn't updated with the extra boundary. So 20 of his 25 runs in that, 32 balls. He's busy. He makes his own length. He's putting the bowling under pressure. And when the wicket fell at 5 for 110, things looked tight. It looked nasty. West Indies well on top, and suddenly 45 runs have come in a blink of an eyelid, and it allows Webster just to get in. And that's what's happening. Carey with this acceleration piece, it's allowing Webster to get in, and it's quite a good partnership they've been able to put in the last half hour.
I don't think we're going to get much play, if any play, to be perfectly honest. I think the rain...
bit of rain?
Yeah, the rain is coming. And the umpires, again, looking up over the hill to see whether they just call it. It is definitely spitting rain.
The curators know, and they're all over the covers.
Webster's going to face up, though, with the curators with the tarpaulin on the side of the rope.
You're about to run straight out anyway.
No, we're going to play. We're going to play with spitting rain here in Grenada. Alzari Joseph, 5 for 155. He's bowling to Webster, who's playing off his pads to forward square leg, and there's no run.
I think the curators know better than the umpires, I've got to say. It looks a bit gloomy over the top of the hill that's overlooking the ground, but they're persisting.
Yeah, even in the last sort of 30 seconds, it's kind of got a little bit brighter. The breeze is very strong, going across the ground from the hill towards the sea. Alzari Joseph again. On his way, bowling to Webster, up on his toes, punching into backward point. Cardi doing the fielding, and there's no run.
So those in regions around the stand, they've got the umbrellas out, reaching for those. So it is spitting, looking ominous. Easy for me to say.
It's certainly not bright and sunny like it was over the last 3 days, but even in the first hour or so of play, where there was no suggestion or hint that there would be any rain. Not the case at the moment. 5 for 155. Alzari Joseph on his way again. Wider in the crease. Bowling to Webster, edging it and getting it through. Past gully, along the ground and down to the rope for 4. Webster to 20. 5 for 159. That was a legitimate, uncontrolled edge, but fortunately for Webster, playing with an angled bat, he was able to keep it down.
Yeah, stuck on the crease, and immediately he practiced being able to press forward, because it was a length he should have gone forward to, but he was caught on the crease and the bat just wiping through, his back hip coming through, and so really squared up, but got away with it. It went to ground. So just practiced that forward defence, which was challenged a lot in Barbados, but he was able to withstand all those challenges at that length.
Webster waits for Joseph again. In defence, pushing up the onside, up to mid-on, no run. This partnership worth 49 from just 61 balls as the sun now decides to make an appearance just when it looked like we were going off. And that's not just my view, the curator's view. The ground staff had the tarpaulin in their hands to bring out.
Shift and change so quickly. I can hear some conch action in the background there. Following the team around to see the conch artiste.
He takes his time between balls, Joseph. And he comes again to bowl to Webster. Oh, that's a good bouncer. And it was one of those bounces where the batsman actually jumps because he wasn't expecting it and almost headbutted the ball on that occasion. That was a very good bouncer. Looking at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, that wasn't too far away from hitting Webster. You've got to bowl it short to get it up at that sort of height to a man over 200 centimetres, Bryce.
Well, he went to ride it, and he's used to riding the ball, but it got big on him, so he sort of, the feet went in the air, the head went down, so it was a bit of a jump duck as he got under it, right on the money, fast and short by Joseph.
Last ball of the over. Again wide on the crease. Webster up on his toes, punching firmly, but can't beat cover. And that is the end of the over. So just the 4 coming from it, an edge through the corner. Webster 20, Carey 25. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Australia 5 for 159. SEN Test cricket, the Tyre Power scoreboard for, don't forget, the winter safety sale, 5 for 159. Australia, after winning the toss at the start of the day and deciding to bat, Roston Chase at the toss said, well, we didn't need the toss because if we were winning, we would have bowled.
So both teams get to do what they want to do.
That's right.
So it's looking a bit healthier now for Australia, but at 5 for 110, just 11 overs ago, it was looking bad.
Seals bowls to Carey, who's tucked up in defence, pushing away on the offside and no run. So the leading wicket taker today for the West Indies for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear. Alzare Joseph, the only one with multiple wickets. He has 2. The last man to fall was to Shamar Joseph. Travis head out for 29, as Bryce said, when the score was 5 for 110. Seals around the wicket, bowling to Carey. Shoulders, arms to a ball that swings back. So there's still a little bit of movement in the air for the West Indian bowlers, Bryce.
Seals has impressed every spell he's bowled in this series. His ability to move the ball. He's played a couple of seasons of county cricket. His skill at swinging at both directions has been really a standout of this attack, and doing it at a really good pace too. He's got 1 for 20. He's into his 8th over now.
Oh, here we go. We've got some ball issues. It is going through the rings though.
All clear. And there's a ring that it doesn't need to go through. If it can fit through the other ring, then we have issues. So it's all clear.
Seals again running away from us. Bowling to Carey. Oh, very nearly chopping it back onto his stumps. Chopped down into his legs and fell at his feet. And he actually picked up the ball and threw it away to the field.
He did check first.
He did. He just
Do you mind
checked.
if I do this?
Yep. But it's interesting here, Bryce. I mean, the ball, what are we? What over number are we up to?
Yeah, 38th over. But there's
you can still
writing on it.
you can still see the gold writing on the ball. Absolutely you can. I'm asking you because from where I am, I can't see the scoreboard, which is a slight issue.
You keep a score in your head. It's quite amazing the way you do that.
The breeze is continuing to blow. Carey this time rides this one into point. Again, kind of trying to get on the front foot, but that's where he kind of can get caught on the crease, where he ends up just pushing at the ball outside the eye line. He did that comfortably to point, but that's where he can sometimes get himself into trouble, Alex Carey. He slowed his rate somewhat. He's 25 now of 36. He was going at better than a runner ball by the time he got to 20.
And this is the batsmanship. Like, he was able to really get going against the medium paces and use, skip down the wicket and score some boundaries. But he knows this is a big push from the West Indies right now.
Seals bowls to Carey, who again is in defence, pushing away on the offside as Andrew Mason's phone goes off again in the background.
So you can't keep going at that tempo. He's summed it up. Seals has come back and he's moving the ball around here. So he knows he needs to tighten up. Can't just keep playing the same. Time to tighten up. See out this good spell of bowling by Seals so that he can flourish a little bit later on. The maturity of Alex Carey now, it's probably 15 months since he had that breakthrough in Christchurch. And since then, he's averaging over 50.
He waits again, dances down the wicket and pushes it. In fact, he punches it through the offside and out to the rope for 4. He hit that so hard with really limited, minimal leverage. The way he just punched at it with Seals over pitching and the ball racing away to the rope, advancing down the wicket, and away it went.
Furthermore, Seals is trying to engage out there. Carey's not having a bar of it. Going back to his crease, I'm just going to get on with it.
Over bowled, 5 for 163. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. We have a change in the bowling attack. The captain, Ruston Chase, is going to have a bowl from the River Road end of the cricket stadium here at Grenada. Don't forget also SEN Test Cricket for Henley. Don't forget the Breakthrough collection, billed from only $227,900. Just taking a while for Ruston to work out his field. Now he's going to bowl a few balls to his man at short mid-wicket as Bharat Sundaresan comes into the commentary position as well, with Australia 5 for 163. A slip and a short mid-wicket the catches. Chase's first ball. It has Webster respecting it, just pushing it back to the bowler in defence. G'day, Bharat.
Whitey, Bryce.
Hello, mate.
So, he's played some good shots, hasn't he, Alex Carey? Played some great shots.
He has indeed. Chase bowling. Webster sweeping in the air, and it's gone a long way. It's gone all the way.
Wow.
Backward of square leg for 6. There is a man out in the deep, but he is forward of square leg, and Webster was able to get it behind square leg. No fielders there, and that's the first 6 of the match.
Well,
that's all top edge. He rolled the wrists on it. That has hit the edge of his blade and gone for 6. What it has forced is 2 men now to go out and a 45. So in all, there are 3 men out on the boundary. Deep backward square, deep long on, and another one, a deep backward point. Trying to control the flow of runs, probably more so than taking wickets here.
Chase ambles in, bowls to Webster, who firmly strikes the ball off the front foot to cover no run. It's interesting, Brad, as soon as that ball was hit for 6, Chase just went, go out there and stay there.
Was that Bo Webster's first 6 in Test cricket? I don't remember him.
Gee.
Wow. Adam Collins will be right on top. Was that his first 6 in Test cricket?
Ruston Chase bowls to Webster, trying to tickle it around the corner. There is a man around the corner, so there's no run.
Can't recall him hitting a 6 unless he hit a 6 at Lord's. My memory is not the best. It was his first 6. Second 6.
Louis around the corner at 45. 12th man on. Who's off?
Ruston Chase bowling. Webster tucking to square leg and taking the single.
What a monumental occasion. First 6 in Test cricket in his 6th Test played across 5 countries.
certainly hit a lot of sixes across his first-class
He
career
has,
and
he
T20
has.
career.
Which is why it's taken him a while to get that first six. Again, he wasn't in control. I don't think he was intending to hit it for
No.
six.
Top edge on a sweep.
It's not a small ground either. 39 fours before his first maximum. 5 for 170 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sail. Chase bowling. Carey on strike. Leans back. Backward of point. Nice shot. Found a pocket of space. I thought he could have been able to come back for two, but he says, no, I'll just take the single and retain the strike. 8 runs from Roston Chase's first over. The score here in Grenada. Australia 5 for 171. Seals will continue. Jaden Seals with Australia 5 for 171. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Carey 30, Webster 27. Seals continuing around the wicket to Alex Carey. And Carey driving firmly, square of the wicket off the front foot, but straight to point, no run.
Just going back to some of the shots Alex Carey has played in this innings, you almost feel like you want him to make even more of this great vein of form he's in than he is at the moment. He's just found ways of getting out. That reverse sweep attempt of Keshav Maharaj in the first innings at Lords when he was looking good. Even in the first innings last week, he started well, and then you just want him to, like he did in Sri Lanka, go big. Because it's very rare, Bryce, as you would know, that you get to be in the kind of form that he is in your career.
Yeah.
Slip at a gully and a shortish point. And Seals bowls to Carey again, who chops down on that one bottom edge straight into the ground as it splashes out on the offside and there's no run.
Again, late movement by Seals here.
Sun poking through the threatening clouds. I just feel with the wind up, it's less likely we'll have some issues with the weather. Kind of feels like it's dodging us a bit at the moment, the weather system.
And just on the surface as well, just bumping into a couple of the TV commentators, Ian Bishop and Darren Ganga. There seems to be a feeling that probably it's not as featherbed of a pitch or as straightforward as a pitch as we made it out to be.
Seals bowls to Carey. Again, he tugs it away, taking it from outside off stump away on the onside forward of square leg, just a single, with the man out in the deep square of the wicket on the onside. So Carey to 31, 5 for 172.
I think it mainly what they seem to think it's the two-paced nature of the surface and also a bit of uneven bounce. I mean, you saw that in Travis Head's dismissal, just slightly big on him.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, the first 45 minutes it looked very placid, but maybe was it a case of West Indies not really hitting their straps early?
We can hear, Bharat, even both Carey and Webster, you can hear when they tap their bat on the surface, it really is making a very hard sound. Webster on strike at the moment. A couple of little adjustments to the field, still slipping a gully. Seals bowls to Webster, who's pushing from the crease away on the offside, no run. The current run rate sitting at 4.34 runs and over, so it's been higher than that. Sort of ranging around that 4.5 runs. So I thought, I must confess, Bharat and Bryce, when we were here on whatever day it was, 2 days before today, don't even know what today is, they've cut the outfit at least twice, I think, since then, because it was quite spongy and long. I think, geez, it's going to be a grueling day. There's not going to be too many fours hit. But they've cut it a few times, it seems.
Got rid of all that weed we saw last evening.
Seals again bowls. Oh, that's delightful from Webster. Square of the wicket, driving away out to the rope for 4. Getting onto that front foot, a big stride in. Seals offering width, and certainly Webster taking the invitation.
Seals looking for the outswinger. It moved a bit, but Webster, as he's done all in his career, That's a half volley. I'm not suspicious of that. Even if it's moving, I'll do it with the right technique. Whitey caught it, big stride forward, stepped into it, and drove it straight into the gap. Superb batting.
Yeah, and I just like a tall player playing the cover drive. It just makes it look even. It's made not look like a Virat Kohli or a Babar Azam, but there's just something about a tall player reaching out and punching a ball through the covers.
Both on 31. Seals bowls again to Webster, who's back in defensive mode, pushing with a straight bat into the covers, and that completes the over. 5 for 176. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. They're going all right, the Australians. About half an hour until the tea break. Austin Chase is ordering a helmet out into the middle. It's not going to be used straight away, so maybe it's more for Webster than for Carey.
And I think they sense that the rain's not too far away, because the groundskeepers have the covers in their hands, and one of the legends of West Indian broadcasters stood right there, that man who will run onto the ground and take the stumps out.
Chase bowling to Carey. It's a short ball. He chops it into cover, no run.
They just call him Boss Man. You see the big boy right there, right underneath where we are sat. So you'll wait to see him run onto the ground and grab the stumps as soon as the groundskeepers come in, or groundsmen.
Chase bowls to Carey, who drives into the covers, no run. You can see the rain on the hill. It's on its way.
Well, they're ready to go, and they nearly want to push the players off the ground here. Remember that time at the Gabba?
Yep.
The curators did that? Yep.
Chase to Carey, thought about the sweep, changed his mind, and with an angled bat, just clipped away into mid-wicket, no run.
Curators have put the raincoats on with hoods.
With the hoods on.
So that means it's going to be serious very, very shortly.
Yep.
Still got blue sky over here.
Chase again, ambles in, bowls to Carey, lunges forward defensively into the covers.
Well, no, hang on. I think, the boss man thought it was time.
He was off. He was on the field.
Just look at him run when it's time. One of the features of cricket here.
Austin Chase bowling, Carey driving back to the bowler. Another dot ball, 5 in a row.
I think they're just waiting for the end of this over. Boss man can't wait.
No,
look at him.
He's edgy.
Rain is now falling quite steadily.
It is, and it's getting heavier.
And it's dark. Carey back across in front of the stumps, defending into the onside. That is the over. Your man wants to come on the field. The umpire's not interested. They're saying we're playing on. It's 5 for 176. So play continues here. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. And don't forget also that SEN is your home of live sport. AFL, NRL, State of Origin, the cricket, the Matildas, upcoming games against Panama, all live right here on SEN and the SEN app, as Webster defends the next ball of a new over from Seals into the onside and pinches a single. That was a bit cheeky.
There's some synergy between the batters there, both 31 or 48 deliveries. Carey was the fast mover early. Webster's catching up now.
Don't forget also that Alzari Joseph, the leading wicket taker so far in the match, with 2 for Belgravia Apparel in partnership with New Balance, delivering high performance teamwear to the BBL and also the WBBL. The Tyre Power scoreboard here, 5 for 177. Seals around the wicket, bowling to Carey, who's in defence, pushing away on the onside. What's happening downstairs, Bharat? What can you see?
The rain has sort of stopped all of a sudden, so the hoodies are off for the groundsman, and Mahmed, the boss man, is just moving away from the center, but also the bowling's from this end. But you can see he just put his shoelaces back on. He wants to get in there. He wants to protect those stumps like only he can.
Well, there are no lights here like there were at Kensington, so bad light might become an issue later in the day. Carey tapping away. Seals approaches, bowls, down leg side, flicking away Carey. Nice shot down a fine leg for a single. You could see he was trying to get it square. There are two men in the deep, one at square, one at fine leg. Trying to bisect the two of them. Couldn't on that occasion. So, again, he joins Webster on the same score. They're on 32 each, 5 for 178 on the Tyre Power scoreboard winter safety sale.
There are giant lights next door to us, the Kirani James National Athletic Stadium. So, not sure we can use them.
Just spin the tower
Spin
around.
it around.
Yeah, that's right.
Stands are not high.
No.
Still do it.
Over the top. It'll work. It's gloomy now.
Webster pushing forward into point. No run. Around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. At Stumps over at Birmingham. India 587 all out with a big double 100 to Shubman Gill, the captain of India. In reply, England were in all sorts of trouble early at 3 for 20. 3 for 77 at Stumps with Root on 18 and Brook on 30.
That test match, that test series already just into the second test. So many runs being scored, so can't rule England out yet.
Jaden Seals again, one slip in a gully, bowling to Webster. Short ball smashed away with the pull shot out to the man in the deep. It got there to him so quickly. You could hear it made that beautiful sweet sound off his Grey Nichols bat. Webster to 33 with that single, 5 for 179. One ball left in the over.
Kind of similar to the last test. Batting just seems easier once you get to that 35th over mark. It's just that neither of the teams have had enough wickets in hand in the first 5 innings we've seen so far to really capitalize on it. It's been either 4 down or worse to this point.
Last ball of the over. Jaden Seals to Carey. Carey from the stumps, turning into the onside to mid-wicket, taking a single, with Alzari Joseph having to come around to do the fielding at mid-on. So one more to the score, 5 for 180. Carey and Webster on 33 each. The voice of the Caribbean, he's coming in next, Andrew Mason.
Well, Basil Morgan is listed there in Montserrat, a former umpire, and he says back in 1951, West Indies versus Australia, in terms of those Trinidad fast bowls you talked about, he said Pratt Jones and Jerry Gomez.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, he
Jerry
said that.
Gomez.
Yeah, he's also...
That is a nice name, too.
Yeah, so that's
right.
the note he said. Chase to continue. West Indies looking to break the partnership here. With that delivery, one on the line of that leg stump. Carries forward. There was a sort of catch it as the ball went down towards mid-on, but safely there's no run. 180 for a loss of 5. This represents a partnership of 70 from just 94 balls. Chase the captain round the wicket, comes in, bowls to Carey. Carey is hitting the ball away just out of the reach of the field at mid-on, go for 4. There was a shot of catch it from the captain, was dragged from outside the off stump. The field up there, that's Jaden Seals, could not hold it in, or is it Alzari? Just double checking.
It was
Jaden Seals. And let's have a look at that. Dragging the ball from outside the off stump.
Yeah,
Did he get his fingers to that?
Nah, I don't think so. I think the ball just kept swinging away from Jaden Seals' left hand.
Yeah, you're right.
I think Alex Carey was trying to hit it more towards deep mid-wicket, but the ball got close to him, so didn't pick the line as well as he would have liked, which is why he went through with the shot and went more in the direction of mid-on, but wide enough.
It's gone to 37 with that boundary. Chases in and bowls him. He's onto the front foot. Beautifully bowled indeed, bringing him onto the front foot. A bit slower. Pokes the ball in front of him. There's a shot of how's that coming from the keeper. More of an inquiry. So the battle lines have been drawn here. 184 for 5. Here's Chase, the West Indies captain and off spinner. Comes round the wicket from the River Road end to bowl to Carey. And Carey's on the back foot, forces out towards backward point. There is no run for him as Aljari Joseph moves across to his right to pick it up. Scores kept on 5 for 184 as we head towards tea on the first day of the Battle of Grenada. Here is up Chase as he comes in again, bowls to Carey. Carey's on the back foot to one on the off stump, plays it square in the offside again. Aljari Joseph has some work to do at backward point. There's no run.
Just going back to Jerry Gomez. See, one of the first few bowling heroes for the West Indies just before the Ramadan Valentine. Those little pals of mine took over.
Here is Chase, comes up now. One ball left in the over. Ball pitched on the line of the leg stump. Those gaps will open up as soon as you start to put a good partnership together. The ball is stroked down towards long on for one to end over number 43. 5 for 185 is the latest score in St. George's. First session, 23 overs, 93 for 4. The second session, so far 20 overs, 91 runs on a wicket. So you can see the session after lunch has been a good one for the Australians. In fact, they went to lunch at 93 for 4. They've now recovered thanks to some very positive batting from these two. I thought Webster batted very well in Barbados. A good player, there's no question about that. Anderson Phillip returns, and he'll be looking to see if he can, as they say in Caribbean parlance, pick a pepper. Have you heard that?
Pick a pepper.
Pick a pepper, yeah, indeed. And there's several peppers in this country.
There are
Very
plenty
spicy,
of peppers
very
in this
hot,
part of the world.
You can tell. And he comes round the wicket on his way to bowl to Carey, into this Levy Carey's on the back. For the ball keeps a bit low, jumps across the stumps and plays it up towards that tip mid-on area. There's no run. But of course, you've got Oystons in Barbados. Have you checked out anything here in Grenada?
So I was told in Grenada, not too far from Grand Anne's Beach is a spice market there.
Yeah, the spice market is there.
That apparently is lively on a Friday evening.
Yeah,
like
indeed.
you see, in St. Lucia, you have the Grossy Lay Street Party, which is wild.
Wild, yes.
Oystons is somewhere in the middle. Everybody as part of the Australian media, everybody has visited Oystons at least once by now.
Here is Phillip round the wicket, comes in, bowls to Carey. Carey's on the back foot, ball pitched on the off stump, pushes up to mid off. There's no run.
Except our colleagues Bryce, McGain and Adam White, disappointingly.
No, they stayed at Divi South Winds.
They did. Just wanted to make the most
they
of the
actually went to
resort.
St. Lawrence Gap. You've been there.
I've been there a few times. Yeah, so I've heard Grand Anne's Beach is where you need to be on a Friday night. So if you're listening to this, Saturday nights are fun, but Friday nights is when the lime is all
true.
around the Caribbean. Can you explain what a lime is, Andrew Mason?
Here is Phillip round the wicket, comes in, bowls to Carey. Carey off the back, forces the ball away out towards that backward point. Here, count, pierce offside field as the ball goes down to backward point, and there is no run. So, good partnership between these two. Carey is the man for these occasions, very aggressive, coming down the pitch to the fast bowlers. They've got a ring of fielders at the offside because they know he's so strong. So there's the slip the gully, there's the backward point, there's an extra cover and mid-off.
There is, but he's just found a way of, especially with mid-off, he's played around with mid-off. He's hit a couple of balls to the right of mid-off, a couple to the left. Even if at times they've been aerial, but he's just placed it so well.
So it's going to be Phillip again. He's up and ball short and just pulled away. Had a lot of time to see that. We'll get to his mid-wicket, has to come across to the right. That's the man in his 100th test match. Craig Brathwaite picked it up no pace at all, nothing to that delivery. Had a day and a half and a piece to go back. He might have gone to Grenada and even back to Australia
and come back.
Come back.
Nah, maybe pushing it. Australia does take a while to get to, especially when you're going back that way.
Of course, you've got to go down under.
Yeah, very much so.
So 187 for loss of two. Those two will carry into the 40s. Now he's got exactly 40. Philip is in, bowls to him, and he is getting outside the off stump, almost chops the ball into his stumps. A ball that was just a different length, inside edge onto the pad, and it went out towards cover. Just looked back to see it wasn't going to his off stump. Now draws the way down towards the square leg area.
Well, he's got another 40 plus score here, Alex Carey. So just like I said, he just found ways of getting himself out after getting a start quite often in the last few months. Even against India, he had a 70 in the Gabba test, but there were other times when he was batting beautifully, just dismissal would come from nowhere, something innocuous. So can he just break through this period and get himself a big score, the one that he deserves?
Here's Philip comes into bowl to Carey, and Carey is coming forward and drive in. The ball's going to go for 4. The backward point didn't have a chance. That came off the outside edge, pitched up, launched into it. Backward point came across to the right just to retrieve from the wide third man boundary. Another boundary to carry Carey up to 44 is 191 for 5. And this has been a good response to a crisis here. So the over comes to an end. 191 for 5 is the latest score in St. George's. So 191 for 5. Ruston Chase will bowl his third over, none for 13. And will bowl for the first time to Webster, who's got 33 and has looked good. And he comes, the off spin up, overcast conditions, comes in to bowl to Webster. Webster's on the back foot, the one which is on that off stump. Plays it square in the offside down to backward point. So there's a slip. There's a forward short leg as well in attacking positions. There's a backward point on the boundary. There's an extra cover mid-off. There's a mid-wicket, straight. There's a long on wide and a square leg on the boundary. He's down the pitch when he gets there. Drives the ball away from the bottom of the bat. I think Chase thought he'd beat him with the flight there. And the ball went down to long on. He's used his feet to Webster gets a run.
Webster was eyeing some of those houses on Mount Rush there. You could see when he jumped out. It's a bit of glee in the way he just jumped out. He was like, ooh, ball up in the air. I'm going to hit it straight into the mountain. Just didn't get in control. So he did beat him in flight, Ruston Chase.
When he comes up now, he's in and bowled. Too short. This time he's bowling to Carey's off the back foot and plays it square down to backward point. Can't score.
But it's not the worst thing for Alex Carey that they have a man at backward point for the reverse sweep. At least it might keep him away from playing that shot.
Right. Here's Chase again. Getting to his overs, quickly comes into Carey, and Carey's going back to one which is on that leg. Someone got a single. Mid-on has to come across to the left to pick it up. That's Jaden Seals. They get a single to carry the score to 5 for 193.
83-run partnership. So once again, the middle to lower order is bailing Australia out of a hole. It's become such a theme, a worrying theme for them of late. The top order doesn't really contribute the way they would like.
Here's Chase in bowls to Webster. Looking to paddle the ball away. We'll get runs down towards fine leg. We'll have the legs to get there. The race is going to be won by the ball. It goes into the boundary. It slowed as it got there, but in the end, another boundary. These are important runs for the Australians. The current rate is 4.39. Have a look at that. Very cute as he played that. A bit of a little paddle, and it's gone away for 4.
For such a big man, we just spoke about how he wanted to clobber the ball into the mountain. He does love that paddle sweep, likes to be cute. Bo Webster. Not a word you use with him generally.
No, he's 38 now and chases in and bowls to him. He's forward one, given lots of it. That's a good delivery. And this comes having to stretch a little bit further to get to the pitch of the ball. and plays it gently down towards mid-off to end the over. 87 from 111 balls. 197 for 5 is the latest score in St. George's. So Anderson Phillip, 10 overs, 1 bin, 1 for 34 to continue. Seals 10 overs, 2 bins, 1 for 33. Sylvester Joseph Shamar drove 9 overs, 1 bin, 1 for 48. And certainly in terms of the performance, certainly from Phillip, he's bowled well, he's support ball, he's got 1 for 34, but they would like to get a wicket before the break here. The Australians, of course, will want to deny them that. He comes up now. This is Phillip. He's in bowls. One of the leg stump. He's so strong. Well, he's strong all round. Just works the ball neatly down towards that long leg area. We'll get a single to go to 46 now. It's 198 for loss of 5. How is the pitch played generally, Bharat? Can you tell me?
Well, I think everyone listening to us on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, it's around 4:45 a.m. on the Eastern Seaboard, would be wondering the same, Andrew Mason.
Right.
And you look at the scoreboard for Tyre Power, Winter Safety Sale, and you might think, well, maybe it's a repeat of Kensington Oval.
I thought there were no more ads.
That's not to be repeated on. Really put me on the spot there, Andrew.
All right, we'll just deduct some of your pay. Here is a ball which is on the line. The off stump as Phillip continues. He just steers it square the offside of the backward point. The score is kept in 198 for 5. Carey is on 45. Webster's got 38. Continue.
Well, I'll continue. So yeah, I think it's a question that everybody would be waking up to. Is it a repeat of the Kensington Oval? Has it been that difficult to bat on? I would say no.
No, I agree with
it
that.
hasn't had the same pace.
No.
Just speaking to Ian Bishop and co at the back, they feel like it's been too pace, so maybe that's played a role. I think it's just been not very, very good batting.
Here's Phillip, comes up now, bows to Webster. Webster's getting the ball on the leg stump, and the whips it beautifully. That's going to go for 4. What a wonderful shot. Timed, just rolling the wrist and impact, and bisecting the field. It was one of the leg stump, went down to backward square. Milwickham to the boundary came across. Long leg as well, splitting the field. That's going for a lovely boundary. And what a way to bring up the 200 for Australia.
Oh, beautiful shot. That's all wrist. So in the last over, he showed us his cheekiness with the paddle sweep. This is just all class.
Yeah.
It was a poor delivery, but just the way he got it much finer than the two fielders on the boundary and right into that gap. So this partnership has been stunning. 98 runs. It's come from
quick time.
92 runs, I must say. It's come in quick time and really put some smiles back in the Australian dressing room.
Yeah. Here's Phillip again. Comes into Webster's 42 into this delivery. He's off the back foot, forces the ball away down towards that backward point area. Spectators catch, and the ball hit into the pitch and this went out towards King, who came across to pick it up, and there is no run. Look at that rate, scoring 4.42.
Yeah, and it's kind of indicative of how these two generally play, but Alex Carey, you realize, was going to take the counter-attack option, but it's just how he's been batting in Shield cricket as well.
Yep.
Ever since he played the match-winning knock in Christchurch last year, the 98 not out to guide Australia home, almost has given him a free lease in life. And he started the Shield season in that fashion, scoring very quickly, getting off to quick flying starts.
Here is Phillip, comes up now, bows to Webster. Webster gets a short ball, and this helps it really. No pace on it, and it goes down towards the long leg area for a single. It's coming inside of his stumps and helping the ball down towards that long leg area for a single. I think also the pitches played a little bit better. I think at the start, yes, too pace, 1 or 2 deliveries kept a bit low, but I just get the feeling in this session, maybe with the moisture going on, it seems to be a little bit better for batting. 203 for the loss of 5 now as we head towards the tea break. This has been a very good session for the Australians. At one stage they were 5 for 110.
They were. When Travis Head got out, you did worry about whether we'll see the likes of Mitch Stark and Pat Cummins batting in the second session of the test match wasn't to be, or so far we haven't seen that. There's still some time left in this session. These two have just batted so well. Continued on from where they left off in Barbados.
Here's Phillip, comes up now, bowls to Carey, and Carey's getting the ball, which is dropped by the keeper. Wow, it was short, and I think he was trying to, almost like a tennis kind of a shot, and the ball went to the keeper, and he didn't take it. Wow.
Well, as that over comes to an end, well, Shea Hope was one guy who hadn't dropped a catch behind the wicket. He just kind of tried to uppercut it or glide it over the keeper. Shea Hope went for it with both mitts in the air. I think he got his right hand to it. Got into a bit of a mess with his hands. You see in that replay. And, well, in hindsight, he would look back on it.
You think he should have caught it?
He should have. If he looks at a replay on our replay screen for Chemist Warehouse, save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse, he would be a little disappointed with that.
Yeah, but what was Carey trying to do there?
Like I said, he's something. He gets.
Yes.
He
finds a way to get out.
He does. When he gets into his 40s, it feels like he just wants to break free even more. He's got such great rhythm, and it would have made for not the best replay if you were Alex Carey. Just with tea break round the corner as well. We've seen one wicket fall of the last ball before a session break. Alex Carey, just a sigh of relief.
So 9 catches now for the West Indies.
Just keep dropping it. And Shea Hope has now added himself to the list, as I said earlier.
Well, it's going to be Shamar Joseph back in the attack. He's in and bowls. Ball which is on the top of the off stump. On the back foot goes Webster, plays it square down to backward point. And there is no run. It's been a good session, as we said. And they've now turned to Shamar Joseph. 9 overs and 1 ball, 1 maiden, 1 for 48. He's got 1 for 33 from 10. Phillip has bowled 11. He's picked up a wicket as well.
All that on the Tyre Power scoreboard in the safety sale.
So 5 for 203. And Shamar Joseph comes in overcast conditions on his way to Webster. And Webster is covering up and stroking the ball from the off stump out towards that squares cover area. There is no run.
Well, last week, every time Roston Chase turned to Shamar Joseph, he got him a wicket. I think on 4 separate occasions he got a wicket in the first over and offset batters as well. So no surprises that he's turned to his main man. He started pretty not in the same rhythm he seemed to be in last week, but he did get that big breakthrough of Travis Head. Can he break this partnership just before the break?
When he comes in to bowl to Webster, who's 43, and Webster is just coming across his stumps and just plays the ball square down to back. I think he knows that it's just for how many minutes away now, for about 5 minutes or so before the break. Wouldn't want to give his hand away. As I said, he's now playing for T. He's at 43. Carey's got 46. And from that position of 110 for 5, it's now 203 for the same 5.
Yeah, and those of you waking up and listening to us on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, this session was delayed by around 20 minutes.
But around there,
that shower that came from nowhere, really. And since then, there's been a couple of brief spells of rain, but not the kind of rain that would take the players off the field, even though it felt for a while that the groundsmen were running out.
Here is Joseph. This is Shamar Joseph's in bowls. Getting tall to short ball. He just plays it square again to that backward point here. It tends to score in that general backward point cover area.
Loves
so
it.
They've got the backward point, and they've also got the field at cover. So they've done their homework. Of course, these teams are data-driven nowadays. Or is it data-driven? What's it?
Depending on which part of the world you're in. Data, if you were in Australia. Data, if you're listening to us in the US.
Okay. What about England? What would they say in English after this delivery? This is Shamar Joseph. Comes in both to Webster. Webster is getting the ball side of that. The off stump got big on him. Went by to be taken by the keeper. That was a good delivery bowled by Shamar Joseph.
Yeah, it was with Webster's eyes just lit up. He went for it, but his knees kind of collapsed, so he wasn't in a great position to get on top of that ball. So slightly fortunate that he didn't get an edge. Threw everything at it, so even if it had caught the edge, it might have flown over the slip region.
I note that there's a big gap between the keeper and he's almost at second slip. That's Roston Chase. as Joseph comes in again to Webster. And Webster is coming forward, just stroking the ball, very careful, very watchful, very vigilant. Very studious he comes across and just plays it square in the offside down to backward point to end of a good over in which things were rather quiet. In fact, it was a maiden. So at the end of the over, 203 for 5 is the latest score in St. George's.
And as you just look around the ground there, a few more Grenadians who turned up.
Just a few. About 10 more. Or is it 11?
Maybe 14. Now, I mean, you can see them interspersed with the big Australian contingent and so many different travel groups spread around. The party stand to our left.
And of course, you've got the Junior Murray and Royal Lewis stand.
Royal Lewis team manager.
So Junior Murray.
Must be a special moment
I think
for him.
he comes from this area, they tell me, River Road, Junior Murray.
Where is he?
He was with it. I was trying to get him on my show, and they tell me that he's with the under-19s. So that's why I couldn't get him. So, of course, the under-19 tournament starting in the Caribbean. 203 for the loss of 5 as Philip continues in both ends. The ball goes away. It goes into no man's land. And this really is, I mean, the ball went straight between, and that's his 50. It was outside the off stump. And what a 50 to get in difficult circumstances. And he gets to 50-68 balls, and coming out at a time when things were very, very tight for his side, he gets to 50. Congratulations to Kerry.
Yeah, you just mentioned that gap in the previous over. Austin Chase almost in a fourth slip position. So maybe they've decided anyway nobody takes catches there, so no point keeping fielders there.
But it doesn't make sense, really. He doesn't have to slip it. In fact, and he was in that position, and if you remember, in the last over, he couldn't take the rebound. He was so far away.
Correct.
Got to get into the correct position. He's in no man's land there. Here's the delivery pitched up. The batsman is forward as Philip is on the line of that off stump, played away down towards that mid-off area. If you got a slip, you put the slip in. It's almost as if you're trying to cover first slip, third slip, and you find yourself in that. It's a no ball called by the umpire in that almost like third slip position, and the ball goes between the keeper and yourself, and it goes for 4.
Yep.
Now, go to the conventional slip position.
Listen to Andrew Mason.
Yeah. I mean, I get, to be honest with you, quite annoyed by these things, really. It's a basic thing. I mean, you're going to be a slip. He's now coming closer to the keeper, but he's still almost at second slip there. Here we go as Philip starts his run, comes into bowl to Webster. Webster is coming forward or pitched up. Full length delivery comes from the bottom of the bat, goes down towards that mid-on area for Shamar Joseph, the man from Barracara. Deep in rural Guyana, picks it up. There's no run.
Alex Carey is putting a new haircut as well. I see. So,
you think he got it in Grenada?
I think he might have. Maybe in Barbados.
In Grenada.
Maybe.
You think it's still hold in Barbados?
Well, I've been to a couple of barber shops in Barbados.
Really?
I went to one here which was attached to a bar and a printing machine, all owned by the same man. So
really?
That's in St. George's. But what an innings from Alex Carey.
Did you get a discount?
For all 3 of those facilities? Yes, so. I did.
Yeah, 209 for 5. Here is Philip. Comes up now, bowls to Webster. Webster is coming forward. This has been a good knock from Webster. I like him as a cricketer. I thought he guts it out in Barbados, and he's showing it again here. And that's what you got to do. Bat with steely resolve. Your team is in trouble. You got to respond to a crisis, and he did, of course, in Barbados, and again here in Grenada.
It feels
it's 110 for 5 at one stage.
It was, and the tyre power scoreboard winter safety sale wasn't looking very good for Australia.
No.
But it has really looked good in the few test matches he has played in bowling-friendly conditions, going back to his debut at the SCG. But he's been the crisis man, feels like, from the start of his career.
Well, he comes up now. This is Philip into bowl to Webster. And Webster is coming forward. Good delivery. Pitch right up. Just not playing really for the break. Plays it down towards that mid-off here. There's no run there. 3 balls left in the over. I've got 3 o'clock. So this should be the last over. So let's run through the details of what has happened. Of course, people are getting up all the time in Australia. 3 o'clock, of course, in the Caribbean. 2 o'clock in Jamaica. Where we go next?
5 a.m. in Sydney and Melbourne. 4:30 in Adelaide.
Okay. Oh, wonderful.
So, they would be waking up. The first cup of coffee. Well, it's pretty much the same story as Barbados. Australian top order didn't contribute much.
No.
And then Alex Carey and Bo Webster have saved the day yet again.
Here is Phillip comes into Webster, and Webster's just playing the ball just outside the off stump, just guiding it square down to backward point. There's no run.
So Carey just bringing up his half century in the previous over. So back-to-back half centuries for him. The 65 in the second innings. The target setting display from him. That was a very aggressive knock. Here again, he's very smooth, Alex Carey. Had a couple of moments. The drop catch by Shea Hope a few overs ago as he tried to glide one over the wicketkeeper. But apart from that, it's been an exquisite display of left-hand batting.
This should be the last ball before the break. Ball outside the off stump, and there's the batsman batter going back and just playing the ball out towards that cover area. The umpire comes across, and it's tea on the first day of the second test match in Grenada. What a session it has been, a session in which there were 19 runs scored, just one wicket going down, and that man Carey coming to a crisis again. On Bowden 50, won his first office, has batted very well indeed. Bo Webster, the young man, the young buck in the side, he's got 43. This certainly has been a very good session for the Australians as they go to the break in a position of comfort, if not one of command. They're 209 for loss of 5.
Well, young in his test career anyway, Bo Webster's played a lot of first-class cricket, but the maturity he's shown from the time he accepted his baggy green in Sydney just continues to shine through. Australia were in all sorts when Travis Head got out. 410. Felt like a repeat of what we've seen a few times. The lower order was blown away in the first innings in Barbados when they were skittled out for 180. But here Alex Carey put his hand up, and Bo Webster once again being that man, the crisis man. And these two have put on 99 and also done it in such a quick time that a session which started not very well for Australia has ended up as a very Australian session. And from where they were, Australia, the first 3 wickets falling in a hurry and then losing the fourth of the last ball before lunch, I think they've recovered well. And even though they would not be overall fully happy with the way things have gone, they'll take 5 for 209 from where they were.
So Constantine was caught hope ball by Phillip for 25. Kawaja, he was leg before to Joseph. This is Alzari Joseph for 16. Cameron Green caught by Chase off the ball of Seals for 26. Smith, he was caught by Phillip off Alzari Joseph. His contribution was just 3. Travis Head caught by Hope of Shamar Joseph, and his contribution was 29. Bo Webster 43 not out. Carey 51 not out. 209 for 5. Quickly then, Seals picking up 1 for 33 from 10. Shamar Joseph 10 overs 2 middles 1 for 48. Alzari Joseph 10 overs 1 bin 2 for 40. Anderson Phillip 12 overs 1 bin 1 for 46. Graves 2 overs no middles none for 10. And Chase, the captain of spin off overs, 1 maiden, none for 19. We're going to take a break.
We are going to throw it back to our studio in Melbourne. Good morning to everyone in Australia, and we'll be back to you in the third session.
And at the tea break, the Australians sitting pretty at 5 for 209, courtesy of a terrific partnership of 99 as it currently stands between Carey and Webster. Carey on 51, Webster on 43. As I said, Australia 5 for 209. The batsmen out today: Constas for 25, Kawaja for 16, Green for 26, Smith for 3, and Travis Head for 29. So, you know, 4 of those 5 dismissals, the players getting between scores of 16 and 29, but not able to get on with things from there. Webster and Carey bucking that trend. Adam White, Brett Sundaresan and Bryce McGain are with you. Cloudy skies. I wouldn't say threatening, but it's not bright and sunny like it was when we started play at the start this morning, as Carey and Webster make their way out onto the arena after the tea break. The umpires have been out there for some time, the West Indies joining them as well. Bryce McGain, what did you see in that second session that impressed you?
Oh, the batting. They've done it again, these two. Webster, Carey, from a precarious position at 5 for 110. When Travis Head was dismissed, he'd scored 29, and from an Australian perspective, it looked dire. But once again, these two came to the crease. They've batted beautifully together. Carey using his feet to get to a ball, and he drove consistently by skipping down the wicket. They put some pressure on him. He was able to keep scoring. He got through. He got a life late at 46. He was dropped by Hope, caught behind a high one that he went to help over down to third man. But he's had one life at that point. But his batting's been superb, and Webster's along for the ride. He just doesn't have to. Well, Webster just keeps going out there, Bharat, and having to score hard, tough runs, and he hasn't missed yet in his whole career.
Not at all, and especially in the first innings. Right, he did it at Lord's. He got a seed in the first innings in Barbados,
Yeah,
but he was
can
looking good. That can happen,
Yep.
but he made up for it in the second innings with a match-winning score. And yeah, I mean, the way he's batted again, it's just. You're right, he's so unruffled, and he's not ruffled by anything, the match scenario, who's bowling, what the pitch is doing. It just goes about. He's obviously not the most gifted of batters. He's not blessed with the kind of shots that even an Alex Carey is, but what he does do, he makes up for it with just grit and very simple batting drills.
Yep.
It just puts the bad ball away. Any kind of width, he will put it away for 4, rotates the strike, uses that reach to reach out and defend and attack. So it's a very simple batting mechanism he works around with, and it's been very effective so far.
All right, so Alex Carey will face the first ball of the final session from Shamar Joseph, who has the figures of 1 for 48 from 10 overs. He did get the big wicket of Travis Head. We're ready to go. You can hear Alex Carey tapping away, waiting for Shamar Joseph, the first ball. And Carey is back and across, pushing up to mid-off. If you are wondering where Adam Collins is today, he is here. He just doesn't have a voice, which is a bit of a setback for radio commentary. But we are hoping, with lots of pineapple juice, sleep, and sensible behaviour, that he could be back at any time.
And more Hawthorn chat from us. I think that's the one time he found his voice back when we were speaking about the two.
Didn't he lift then?
Yeah,
He
I know.
lifted.
The two fan groups on either side, when he told us about that. The merger that wasn't to be. Wow, that's when he was really up and about.
5 for 209 here in Grenada. Joseph bowling to Carey, tucking it from the stumps into the onside. He wants to run. Webster takes him back, and
wow.
if he hit,
they've
he
done
was
it again.
out and he missed. Another chance. So Carey was committed to the run. Webster said no. And Carey gave up. He didn't even try and get back into his crease. We're going to have a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. What do you see, Brad?
Well, this is the second time it's happened. Last time he was at the non-strikers end when he just gave up because there was nothing much he could have done. Justin Graves had a lot of time. He was hitting 1.5 stumps from where he was aiming. But that's what they do in the
miss
drills
by
these
much.
days. No, yeah.
He was close.
Funny how often they hit the stumps at training and miss when it matters most. Big moment.
Huge.
Carey stays there on 51. This time, tucking it away, won't take the single to Graves. Almost identical spot that Carey hit the ball just forward of square leg.
Webster backed up a fair bit on that one.
And if anything, there was a run there. I think this time he hit it like further away from Justin Greaves. He had to
shy.
move around. Yeah.
The first one, it was a very poor call from Carey
Yeah,
because
he knew it
he
immediately.
only got 4 steps down and turned and only took 1 step back. So that just shows that if Webster went, he wouldn't have even got halfway. Joseph again bowls to Carey, pushing forward. Good bowling there from Shamar Joseph, pushing into the covers. No real ability to be able to play a cover drive there. It was too good of a delivery.
During that tea break, we saw some entertainment for the crowd. A little kid, but he was supposed to hit 6 sixes in
6
balls.
seconds. No, 6
seconds. But I thought he hit 8. I counted more than 6. And they were just bouncing this kiddie ball, as the ground announcer told all the fans, do not cover. This won't hurt you.
It's a kid's ball. It's soft.
If you catch it, you can take it home.
Yeah, that's true.
Joseph again bowls to Carey, up on his toes, pushing again into the offside, no run. And then the kid won the T-shirt.
Yeah.
And they went to interview him afterwards. He said, no, thank you. No, I'm not talking.
Yeah, he was Alzari Joseph.
He's got a bigger job ahead of
Sorry,
him.
Joseph.
Yeah.
That's right.
But I do wonder if, say, you had caught one of those balls and you take it back home. Like, what do you tell your friends that this 10-year-old kid hit this ball into the crowd? And I don't know. I don't know. But you get some street cred for that, Bryce?
Not around my mates.
Last ball of the over. Shamar Joseph on his way, bowling to Carey. Edging and wide of slip and down to the rope for 4. Streaky from Alex. But he'll take the boundary and move to 55, and that brings up the 100 partnership between Carey and Webster. They're working well together again, just as they did at Kensington Oval. At the end of the over, it's 5 for 213. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. That partnership worth 103 from 136 deliveries. As Greaves will continue after the break. From our end, bowling to Webster, who defends into the onside, no run.
Well, Graves, who did start the attack right after a session break a few times in Barbados. This time, the Australian batters have decided to use their feet against him. Alex Carey in particular was charging at him. They don't want him to just keep hitting that length that he was allowed to hit during his spells. He's quite crucial in keeping West Indies alive with the ball anyway, and I thought he batted really well on that late, bizarre evening.
He had a good game.
Greaves in he comes again, bowling a bit wider on the crease, and Webster pushing into the offside. You can see both of these batsmen, even before tea, wanting to go faster than what they actually are, and they're not necessarily digging themselves into a hole, but they're just having to be in a holding pattern. And you can see, Bharat, that both of them just getting a bit frustrated that the runs aren't flowing easily like they were.
I wonder if the ball has anything to do with it. It's nearly 50 overs old. It also tells you the fact that yes, there have been rain breaks, but the fact that we're bowling the 50th over of the innings at 3:30 p.m. with a 10 a.m. start.
Greaves bowls here to Webster, who cuts and cuts well through point, ricochets out to the man in the deep behind point. That was hit very, very firmly, and they get a single.
Brandon King, the one at the shortish point region. He's done a lot of fielding off by Webster, mostly off the back foot, as he plays through that region consistently. That one was smoked at him. It was an awkward bounce in front, so it did. It ricocheted off him. So Webster comfortably going back. Carey's had some lives, a couple of run-outs where he's given up.
Oh, yeah.
Drop catch on 46.
And 2 through the slip regions.
Yeah.
One when the slip was wide, one because the slip wasn't wide.
Now they've put in 2 slips, which is not a bad idea.
Not at all.
Yes, and they're quite stagnant, aren't they? It's sort of 1.5 and 3.
Trying to cover a lot of region.
They are.
Territory.
Greaves bowling here to Carey over the wicket. Carey, hook shot, hooks it away. No one's there.
Nope.
That is a brilliant cricket shot. It's gone for 6. It never got any more than 3 metres off the ground at any point. And like a shot out of a gun, it went over the rope. And it's Carey's first 6.
He started this innings with a short arm pull, but this is a proper hook shot.
Yeah, it was beautifully played. Ball didn't match the field on that occasion.
He's up to 61, and now Greaves has a false start coming in again to bowl. That was amazing. I mean, even seeing it on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, it got actually quite high up on the bat. Yeah. It's not the meat of the bat, and it still went like a rocket.
It was a skimmer. It didn't really get a lot of elevation.
No, it didn't. And it's quite a big boundary out to that leg side. Greaves is ready again to Carey. He gets an inside edge out behind square leg, trying to drive down the ground. Getting one more to the score. We're just seeing a replay now coming up on our screens that you can hear in the background.
Just highlighting a bit of sloppy fielding and missed opportunities with the ground fielding. And really, there's no excuse at all.
Not at all.
There's no excuse not to be a great fielding team.
What a good one at that.
Yeah.
Reeves on his way again. Just the one slip and no gully for Webster. Webster forward inside edge onto the front pad. It moves on the turf up to mid-on and there's no run. And that is the end of the over. So 8 runs coming from it. The current run rate on the Tyre Power scoreboard, winter safety sale, is at 442. Australia 5 for 221. A new over starting from Shamar Joseph from the River Road end. He's bowling here to Carey, who's leaving outside the off stump.
2 slips in play where the outside edge went through last over. It's a balance, isn't it? Last test, or at the end of it, Royce and Chase said, we just needed to control the runs a bit more. They got away from us. They really got going. So they tried to cover the runs, but you've also got to have fielders that are there to take the chances and take the catches. So I think that's important. So they've balanced back in favour of getting the batsman out rather than just stopping runs. I think that's so important. You can't lose sight of the fact that getting them out is the best way to stop the runs.
Joseph again to Carey. Leans back on that, opens the blade. That was a stylish shot. It'll only be a single. Quite like the look of that. It was an attractive shot, the way he rocked back and just opened the blade. Getting a single, nearly an overthrow as well, but just one more to the score. Carey 63, 5 for 222.
Yeah, the steel pan bands are still at it. They were dancers earlier, dressed in their carob yellow. Not too far from us, just underneath us in the open press box.
Carob is a local beer, isn't it?
It is. It is. You find carob in other islands as well. You find it in Trinidad.
Yep.
So as you travel around the country, obviously each island or most islands take a lot of pride in their own rum and their beer. Piton in St. Lucia.
Piton.
Joseph again bowling to Webster, who's rushed in defence. That came onto him a bit quicker than he thought. It spat out on the onside to mid-wicket.
Late movement into.
Yeah. 141.1, so the speed is still up over 140 for Shamar Joseph.
Keeps bringing it, doesn't he?
He does. Over after over, spell after spell. He hasn't been at his best today. It's been a little on and off with his radar.
Yep.
But yeah, when he's on, you just can't get out of.
Now, well, he can turn the game quick, can't he?
Yeah.
It can be bang, 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 and suddenly he's torn through the middle order, and certainly the West Indies need that now. Big partnership.
2 slips. Joseph to Webster, driving on the rise to point. His bat was well away from his body playing that shot. It's a bit of risk attached to it, but he did find the middle of the bat into point.
I don't mind the fields that they've set, the way they've set it as well.
The staggered fields.
Yep. Just a lot of these balls just going to fielders. Just caught a glimpse on TV of Roddy Eswick, who was there to present Craig Brathwaite with the trophy for playing 100 tests. Obviously, he was his school teacher, as he was his school teacher for a lot of West Indian cricketers who have come from the Commonwealth School in Barbados.
Okay.
Shamar Joseph to Webster in defence, back and across, then pushes. So his trigger movements to go back and across, and then he kind of leans forward on that occasion, pushing into the covers. It stays at 5 for 222. 1 ball left in the over.
So Estwick, Roddy played a lot of first-class cricket and was bowling coach for West Indies for quite a few years, but before that, school teacher to Craig Brathwaite, Carlos Brathwaite, Ruston Chase, Jomel Warrican, and Rihanna. And Rihanna actually made a visit to one of West Indies' World Cup matches just to meet him.
Joseph bowls here to Webster again. He's pushing defensively into the covers. So he's getting a bit bogged down here, Bo. 44 from 78. Remember, both of them were 32 each. Carey 63, so he's got 19 runs ahead. It's 5 for 222 on the Tyre Power scoreboard at the end of the over. Graves on his way to start a new over. He's bowling to Carey, who's rocking back and cutting the ball to cover point, and there is no run. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes.
That fielder who just fielded a deepish cover just to cut off that blazing drive that Alex Carey pulls off through that region. I think it is Shamar Joseph in there. So because he hits it so hard, there's no chance of a single.
Yes, that's right. It's a good observation. He's sitting quite deep there, isn't he, in that position? He'd be outside the ring in a one-day game. Carey this time. Oh, he's out, Carey! He's tugged it straight to forward square leg. It was short. He got into position early to play it, but Carey has just lollied it straight to forward square leg. Greaves gets the key wicket of Carey. And that one from absolutely nowhere. They've had their issues taking their catches, but no one was going to be able to drop that one. It was almost impossible to drop it. Carey out for 63. The Centurion Brathwaite with the catch. An absolute gift. And Australia 6 for 222.
Well, Greaves gets his man, and it was on the short pitch ball. The one he got away for 6, as you call wide, he got high up on the blade, but he was able to swivel it away. That one, maybe a bit more effort on it, got onto him a bit quicker, high up on the stickers, and he just really, as you said, ballooned it to that mid-wicket fielder. So a bit of a surprise out of nowhere. Greaves gets his man into his 4th over. He's got 1 for 18 now, and the dangerous Carey is back in the sheds.
Yeah, it's one of those innocuous dismissals we see from Alex Carey after it's been said. I mentioned it a few times. It has happened to him in his 40s, and this time in his 60s. You called it perfectly, both of you did. Just probably wasn't short enough, or even if it was short enough, it skid on him a little bit, and you could see he was rushed while playing the shot. He hit the ball pretty high up on his bat.
Yeah, we're having a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay, and you're right, Bharat, that hit up on the stickers, which did happen where it went for 6.
But he's in a different position, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He got inside the line and helped it.
He did.
That one he tried to pull it around.
Yeah, it was that tug, and we saw that early in his innings where he tugged it away. So he can get the ball to spots that others can't from that position, but on this occasion, it just dollied to Brathwaite. So that snaps the 100-run partnership between Carey and Webster. It'll be interesting to see how Cummins plays this now, because we saw how adventurous he was in the first test. What does he do here?
Yeah, I think he'd still bat positively, but bat a little more normally, because that was in a desperate cause. Wickets were falling so quickly at the other end. It was his little cameo that got them to 180. But here, the way Webster's batting at the other end, I think he'll want to dig in a little more.
So Greaves, fresh off the wicket, bowling here to Cummins, full ball, driven up to mid-off, thought about the single and then says no. Webster, he was committed, he was coming. So the Tyre Power scoreboard, 6 for 222 the score. We're having another look at the Chemist Warehouse replay on our screen. Carey tucked the bat under his arm before the ball had even been caught, even though he was playing against the West Indies, who aren't great at taking the catches.
Yeah, I think even he knew. Craig Brathwaite would have undone a lot of good work. He's done over 100 test matches if you drop that one.
Greaves again, wider on the crease to Cummins, who opens the blade and nicely just plays it down to third man for a single. 6 for 223. Webster 41, Cummins on 1. So Big Bo, who if either Bharat were going to fall, it was going to be Webster, because he got bogged down. You couldn't see Carey losing his wicket through this phase.
I don't know. It's just the theme with him. He just has these moments when he finds ways of getting out. I mean, I think the bowler needs a little bit more credit than that this time. Just bend his back a little more.
Greaves again, bowling here to Webster, who pushes forward into point. So Laurie Colliver, who is the stats man,
he's
who
here,
is in
he?
the crowd.
Yeah.
He's just sent me a note. He should be here enjoying himself as opposed to working, but he can't help himself.
Laws is always at it.
He's always on.
It's the fifth time that Carey has been out in the 60s.
There you go. So more proof.
Which is kind of what you were talking about, Bharat.
Yeah, just gets into the 60s, 50s, and
he's got a 70 as well.
That was at the Gabba, wasn't it?
It was. It was.
Maybe just runs out of concentration power.
Greaves bowls to Webster up on his toes, but again punching to point. I've said that a lot, but that's what he's doing a lot. Over bowled, 6 for 2, 2-3. It is SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. We've actually got some shadows out on the ground at the moment, so I don't know where the sun's coming from, but it is casting shadows on the players out on the field here in Grenada. Adam White, Brett Sundaresan and Bryce McGain with you. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Shamar Joseph is going to bowl again from the River Road end of the arena here in Grenada. And he's bowling to Pat Cummins. Joseph 1 for 53. Cummins gets a good ball, squares him up, comes off the thick outside edge along the ground backward of point. He gets a single to move to 2. Webster 44, 6 for 224.
Yeah, there are 3 fielders back on the boundary for Pat Cummins, 2 back for the short ball on the onside, and also a deep point, and that's where Cummins picked up that single to move to 2. So, well, unless the West Indies just expect him to come and start playing shots the way he did in Barbados. It's a little puzzling, that field.
Yeah, I agree. Just making a couple of little adjustments with Webster back on strike. He's 6 away from a half century. Big bow. Joseph bowls. Webster up on his toes, carving it away forward of point. It'll only be a single. There's a lot of work. In fact, they'll come back for 2. There was a lot of work to be done in the deep, and they're able to come back on the throw. Such is the vast expanses of this ground square of the wicket particularly. So Webster now to 46 and the score 6 for 226. Just a reminder to listen to the State of Origin Decider this Wednesday night, live from Accor Stadium in Sydney across the SEN network. You can pick up your call, Blues Radio, Maroons Radio, or the unbiased call. It all comes down to this. It's a 1-1 going into the Decider, Australia's biggest rivalry, right here on SEN, your home of sport. As Shamar Joseph bowls to Webster, pushing, thinking about a single, then sending Cummins back. That was a good field. They've set the real ring type operation, Bryce and Bharat on the offside, making it hard here for Webster.
They bowled to a plan, and this is very good to see from this West Indian attack. They've just tried to shut out the offside for Bo Webster, and they've not given him anything on the pads. And like you said, Whitey, the wicket fell at the other end, but Bo Webster is tied up at the moment.
He is. Joseph bowls, clipping Webster up to mid-on. Again, he couldn't get it square enough on the onside to get the single to mid-wicket. He's just finding fielders. 46 off 83. You can see him walking away to square leg, fiddling with his grip and thinking about what he could be doing or what he should be doing.
He's rarely this kind of player.
I agree
he
with
finds
you.
gaps more often than not, and he just cannot get himself off strike.
And he's agitated as a result.
Yeah, particularly the one at tighter point.
Yeah.
There's protection past him, but that's where the ball is going a lot.
Joseph again bowls to Webster, hit on the pad, trying to work away on the onside. It dropped just on the leg side of the pitch, and again Webster wanted the run, and Cummins, no, don't stay there. And you can now see Webster walking away to square leg again, rubbing his leg. I think that missed the thigh pad. That's why it dropped at his feet.
Yeah, that hurt him a little. It's not rubbing it.
So it would when a cricket ball's hitting your leg at 140 kilometres an hour, Bharat.
You're right.
Oh, that'll bruise, and bruise big.
A wicket to fall, post tee, that of Alex Carey, 6 for 226. It was at one point 5 for 110. Webster on 46. Joseph bowls. Webster very nearly chops on. How that missed the stumps, I'll never know. Shamar Joseph can't believe it either. He's staring at those stumps, but he still sees 2 bails on top of the 3 stumps. Over bowl, 6 for 226. It's all of a sudden become a bit tense here in Grenada SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. The wicket of Carey and Webster struggling at the moment. Cummins new to the crease. Greaves again past the umpire, bowling to Cummins. Tight leave outside off stump.
Yeah, I'm surprised the slip cordon didn't react more dramatically to that. It seemed like a very tight leave from where we sat. Pat Cummins seemed to be in control of that, and I think in a way at least Pat Cummins is allowed to bat a little normally in this innings. Like I said, he was just throwing his bat around manically.
No, they're a long way from safety here now.
What are the West Indies doing well here, Bryce, to keep it tight? Is there anything specific you're seeing?
I think their bowling's just been a bit more consistent. That they've kept it in areas which is difficult to score.
Greaves bowls, Cummins chops down on this one, straight into the ground, bottom edge.
There's still some movement as well that is putting some doubt, particularly Webster. He's not free-flowing, which is unusual for him. He can find a gap normally, but he's just going through a period where it's really tough for him. And, of course, Cummins, he's still to get in at the moment, 2 or 5 deliveries. So they've done well after the break, a little talking to.
So they don't have a first slip, but they have a second, third and fourth slip. Work that one out. Oh, very tight leave again from Cummins, leaving on length. That one went straight over the stumps. So it's a peculiar field, Bryce. We've got second slip, third slip, fourth slip, and a backward point on the fence, which Bryant was talking about earlier. And then on the onside, a shortish mid-wicket. They're the catches, the mid-wicket and the cordon, but they're certainly bowling to a plan here.
I really feel that without a first slip, it's guesswork.
Greaves bowls, Cummins working to the onside, taking a single, getting past that man at a squarish short mid-wicket, up to mid-on, and one more to the score. Cummins to 3, 6 for 227.
It just looks odd. It almost feels like the first slip just didn't set an alarm last night and missed the bus. It has that kind of feel to it. It doesn't look like they don't have a first slip in place. It looks like the first slip's missing.
Yeah. It's been photoshopped out.
You can do that.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, you can do that in iPhones these days. Just pull people out.
Yeah.
So if we took a picture right now and sent it to someone, they'll accuse us of doing that.
Yeah.
Greaves again. Webster on 46. He gets one that he tugs away nicely. Forward of square leg. This is a good shot. It's well timed. It's going out towards the rope. It won't quite get there. They've got 2. They come back for 3. So Webster just 1 away from what will be another half century. He's up to 49. That made a good sound off the bat.
That's the one thing the West Indies have not given him. Anything on his pads for the last half hour or so. So he would take that. You could see in his body language as he was running up and down. Some relief. A bit of release for him as well. He's stuck in the 40s for a while.
He's still there, but he's 1 away from a 50. Last ball of the over. Cummins on strike. Cummins drives over the top of cover and out to the rope for 4. It looks like we're going to see a little bit more of the sort of action we saw from Pat Cummins at Kensington Oval, lifting over the top of the infield and finding the boundary for the first time. He is 7, Webster 49. The score at the end of the over, 6 for 234. Andrew Mason, he'll join us next.
So it's Webster 49 and Shamar Joseph starts his run to bowl to an Australian who's really done a good job. He's getting his 50 with a turn away in the onside down towards that backward square area, and it was a delivery that was on the line of the leg. So he raises the bat now belatedly, but this has been another good knock from a young player who did so well at Kensington Oval, has come to the Spice Isle, and from that position of 110 for the loss of 5, he's battled away in adversity. Congratulations to Bo Webster.
Well, 7 months ago, he'd be the first one to tell you he wouldn't have thought he'd have a test career. But not only does he have one, not only has he played 5 tests in 6 tests in 5 different countries, he's also made 4 half centuries now, each one of them crucial when Australia have been in trouble.
Shamar Joseph comes in both to Cummins. Cummins is coming right across the stumps. The ball pitched in the off stump, pushes down to cover. There's no run. So there's a slip, then there's a gap. So where's Chase? He's at what, 4th slip?
He is around, so you'd say he's almost in a gully-ish position,
Right.
or a 5th slip. So there's a 2nd slip.
And where's Carty? Have a look at the field. Where's Carty?
All right. It's on the point for fence. Are we playing spot the fielder, Andrew?
Yeah, but I mean, it's 235 for loss of 6 as this delivery is he's hit him. We'll look for a run. We'll get it to that was banged in short. Might have hit in the chest area. And the ball played with a great deal of discomfort down to that short backward square area. That's what Shamar Joseph can do. Let's have a look at that on the monitor.
Yeah, he just got into such an awkward position, Pat Cummins.
Wow.
He's generally good against a short ball, but at times he just locks himself up. And all he had to lock himself was his gloves in front of his helmet. As Laurie Colliver gets some TV time with his scorebook.
Yeah.
Hello,
indeed.
Laws. Enjoying it as always.
So there are 2 slips now. And still there's a big gap between the keeper and the first slip as he comes in now. This is Shamar Joseph on his way to bowl to Webster, and Webster is covering up. Ball in the off stump. Just plays it nicely up towards that mid-off area. There's no run.
But just back on that Pat Cummins delivery, just the way it rose at him, but kind of almost crouches in a way where he can't move from there, and his eyes are not on the ball.
Right.
And he was lucky to just manage to get some glove on it and get out of danger. But he's always playing with a lot of risk when he gets into that position against a short ball. And Shamar Joseph, the ball didn't rise as much as Cummins thought probably it would.
But he's got 50 reps and weights in Shamar Joseph, and to this delivery he is playing the ball square in the offside. There's protection on the boundary. That backward point was short. Played it quite nicely. Very good all-round player he is. I like him. I thought the innings in Barbados was a good one because it was constant pressure. Joseph and company come out and he worked things out quite nicely, and it's gone to 51, and it's now 237 for loss of 6, which represents a big recovery because the one says 110 for 5.
It does. Just in 6 matches in, he's just become such an integral member of this dressing room. You know, when you do what he's been able to do, like dig your team out of from very precarious positions over and over again.
Here's Shamar Joseph again, this time to Cummins. He's in and bowls to him. He's on the back foot and gets a single down towards that third man area. For Webster, there's a backward point, but for Cummins, there's a third man. The ball is played square down to that third man area for 1 to end the over. So Cummins is on 9, Webster 51, 238 for 6 is the latest score here in St. George's. So Cummins, the captain, will do battle against the medium pace of Graves, who's now got the extra cover back a bit for that lofted drive.
Yeah, he played it nicely in the previous over, Pat Cummins, so just airlifted him. So that field has been pushed back just in case he tries to play that shot again.
Here's Graves comes in bowls. He's coming forward. Ball pitched on that middle stump, and the bottom of the bat is found. He looked a bit square as he got it up towards the cover area. There is no run. 238 for 6 is the score. Overall, Cummins is captain. He's been in the job for some time now. You think he's done a good job?
Pat Cummins?
Yep.
Well, he's
marvelous.
Well, he's been outstanding. won so much around the world.
Right.
The World Test Championship final, that series in Pakistan in 2022 when he was very young as a captain. They called it the 15-day test,
Yep.
and they won it on the 15th evening.
Here's Graves, comes in, bows to Cummins. Cummins is going back. The ball, which keeps a bit low, digs it out, plays up there onside the pitch. There's no run.
And just the energy he's brought to this team. Not often everybody's darling back in Australia. He's got his
Really?
fair share of critics.
He's
Not so much.
He's not popular in Australia.
No, I wouldn't say that. I'm just saying not for what he does on the field, but for having worldly opinions. He does get some flack, but he's just...
Do you think it's unnecessary?
Very unnecessary in my opinion.
Okay.
But he's just ridden through all of that.
Here's Graves, comes into Cummins, and Cummins is getting the ball right to the block hole, dug out, well played, took an exploratory step into his crease, and the ball goes up to cover. There's no run.
And also, recently, 6 months ago, being the first Australian captain in around 10 years to bring back the Border Gavaskar Trophy.
Yep.
After India had gone to Australia and won twice. And just what he's been able to do with his own bowling as captain, his record as captain is sensational. He's just got Imran Khan ahead of him, I think, or maybe one more in terms of captains with most wickets in Test cricket.
Here's Graves, comes in, bows to Cummins. Cummins is 4 drives in the air, threw it off. We'll get 4, I believe. Yes, about now. Threw it off in the air, and it was played up towards that long off area. The fielder, Alzari Joseph, went after it, but went down a little slope here. That's gone for 4. So these are important runs here, as was the case when he played in Barbados.
Just a push, really, not a drive, but just came the middle of the bat. It's all about timing with that one, and he'll take that.
But he's gone to 13, 6 for 242. Graves is in and bowls him short. Well, that's the typical fast bowler's response. Banged in, and he draws the way down to square leg. The ball goes over his helmet, taken by the keeper. 242 for 6.
So he's done it all as captain. I think the only thing missing in his CV is to win a series in England.
In England.
They retained the Ashes in 2023, but to win in England, and obviously the big one, winning a series in India. So he started out,
So he's the undisputed leader.
Yeah, very
clearly.
much so.
Okay. Here is Graves, comes in and bows to Cummins, and Cummins is get the delivery, get runs. French cut, Chinese cut, take your pick. He was looking to play that ball through the offside. The ball hits the inside that goes past the leg stump, and that goes away down to fine leg. That's called the 4. Not the stroke to invite the schoolboy to see, but it was effective. So the over comes to an end. 246 for 6 is the latest score in St. George's. Samar Joseph has gone off the field. Let's hope he's okay. He's had a lot of work to do. And as a result, the other Joseph, Alzari Joseph from Antigua, comes into the attack. Hello to all of our friends in Antigua.
3 stations?
Yeah, 3 stations in Antigua. One owned by the Prime Minister. Point FM it is called. Here he comes, Joseph, in bowls and a drive up towards wide bit off. That's Cummins will get a single, as Jaden Seal has to come across to his left to pick it up. So that's a situation where the score goes up to, I make it 247 for 6. Another important partnership, 222 for 6. But these runs are important, and we've seen Cummins stay with Webster, who's really batted very well. He's on 17. It's 247 for 6. 56 overs and 1 ball gone. And now Alzari Joseph in the first test, none for 37, 2 for 65. And here in the second, 2 for 41.
Yeah, at the moment he is the leading wicket taker for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket team wear. So didn't start very well. Two very loose deliveries that Usman Khawaja pulled for 4. Then got rid of Khawaja. The ball that shaped in nicely very late. and then had Steve Smith out, the big one.
Yeah.
Ball that just didn't get as high as Steve Smith expected it to. Top edge, nice catch from Anderson Phillip.
Here's Alzari Joseph comes in to bowl to Cummins, and Cummins is off the bat but steers it down to that short point. They've put that position in there, and the fielder coming across to make the stop looks like Campbell. So it's 6 for 247. People getting up all the time. Let me tell you that Gowars have got 16. This got 25. Smith 3. Green 26, Head 29, last man Carey gone for 63. Australia won the toss and chose, as was the case in Barbados, to bat first. 6 for 247. And Alzari Joseph, elbows pumping, goes past the umpire, bowls to Cummins. Cummins gets a ball banged in short, draws the way down towards Skrellig. The ball goes past his nose, taken by the keeper. And it's 247 for a loss of 6. Another good recovery, as was the case in Barbados.
Yeah,
Checking some of the chats then, people are saying, well, if they can get 300, they would think that that's the kind of score that could give the West Indies a lot of trouble. We shall see.
On the basis of how they batted in Barbados, you would have to agree.
Yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly. Yeah, they didn't bat well at all, despite one or two decisions that were unfortunate, but that's all part of the game. Here's Alzari Joseph as he looks for wicket number 70. He comes in to bowl to Cummins, and Cummins... Oh, he's bowled him! On the back foot, the ball might have kept a bit low. So Cummins departs. Alzari Joseph strikes 247 for the loss of 7.
Well, one of the oldest tricks in the book. Pushed him back with the short ball. And this one, as Alzari Joseph just signaled to his teammates, kept really low. It shot through. So Cummins, obviously with this weight on the back foot after the barrage of bouncers he's faced in the last few overs, was hanging back, but this one off a length, and Cummins affords a wry smile to himself as he sees the replay on the big screen and on our replay screen for Chemist Warehouse. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. So we saw a few balls keep low late in the piece in Barbados. We're still just into the third session on day one. The sun's been beating down despite the brief spells of rain on this dry surface. And we've already seen one misbehave. So Pat Cummins' brief cameo comes to an end, and the West Indies just continue to keep taking wickets.
So 7 for 247, which is the start. 144 innings, 2,292 runs, average of 20.28, and can matter a bit. There's no question about that. Which will start.
He's been in good form. 58 not out at Lord's in the World Test Championship final. Yeah, just shot through, got Cummins on the back pad, and the ricocheted onto the stumps. Well, yeah, it would make for an interesting comparison when they put it up on TV in terms of the elevation, and there you go. Oh, that kept really low.
Oh, yeah, it did.
Would have hit him under his knee. Well, Pat Cummins was given a send-off by Jaden Seals in the last test, and now he's been given a send-off by someone in the crowd. Very similar. So that's who he was looking at. I thought there was a big screen there, and he was checking out the replay.
Well, that person will get a fine.
That person should get a fine. Someone in the crowd. But again, like, just the way the cameras are, you don't know how close he was to Pat Cummins. You can see him in the background.
Go off up here.
I know, signaling him. Asking him to go to the dressing room.
And you looked at the guy.
Yeah. Well, it's strange. You're not used to Pat Cummins getting a lot of send-offs, but he's got 2 in 3 innings now.
So Stark comes to fill the breach. Webster still unbowed, has batted very well. He's got 52 from 90 balls. So there are, well, I don't know how to describe this field here. There's a light gully in place now. And Alzari Joseph from the wicket comes in and bowls to Stark. And Stark is covering up to a ball which is short on the back foot. Plays it hurriedly into the offside down to mid off the ball. It picks it up. There's no run.
Yeah, just again. You could see not much Pat Cummins could do. He was jumping up in the air. So just short of length, but say if he had just stood normally in his crease, it would have hit him still below the knee roll. So that's how low it was. And not a ball that you would have expected to come ahead to anyway. So can't blame Pat Cummins for that.
No, not at all.
Well, the pitch deserves a tick for that wicket.
Here's Alzari Joseph again. Round the wicket, comes in, bowls to Stark. And Stark is pulling. The ball goes over the keeper's head and will run into the boundary just about now. Right behind the keeper. That's gone for 4. Shot in the dark. These runs are important. Bring it up to 250 now for the Australians. Stark is off the mark. He's got 4. 251 for 7. That's the latest score in St. George's. .251 on the board, 7 wickets down. In fact, there's a gentleman downstairs who was listening to the broadcast, and we were talking about, Oystins in Barbados, and of course, Gros Lane, St. Lucia, and he was hearing me struggling to find out the place by Grenada. He said it's called Wall Street. Wall Street, that's an area where you have a concoction, lots of bars and all that. I've been there before. It's very nice, good local food as well. So you come down the Grenadans area by the Spice Land Mall, right there. It's called Wall Street. What a name though, Wall Street.
Wall Street. Well, I used to live for a while on Wall Street, not the one that you're thinking of, but the one in Adelaide.
Really?
Near Norwood. If you're listening to this, good morning to you in Adelaide, listening to us on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes. The Henley Breakthrough Collection billed from only $227,900.
Australian dollars.
Australian dollars.
Yeah, of course, 251 for 7.
Not easy.
Not easy. Here is Jaden Seals, comes in, both to Webster. Webster is back to warm up on the line of the leg stump, pushes down towards mid-on. There's no run. So the first time in Grenada, you're enjoying it.
Wall Street. Why wouldn't
Wall
you?
Street, we're looking forward to that. You went to Oystins. You've been to Gros Lane, of course.
A few times.
Okay.
And survived.
Gros Lane.
You have to say that once you talk about the Gros Lane street party, you still have to survive it.
Yeah, indeed.
It's fun in the moment, but you still need to wake up the next morning, remembering who you are.
And come to work, yeah. Well, Seals is working for the because he comes into Webster's 52 into this delivery. He's coming forward, one that's coming back at him. Hits him high above the pad. Good movement into the right-hander. And the ball goes up to mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, just looking at how the West Indians have attacked with a slightly older ball in the last few overs, especially in this session. I wonder if Australia will do the same once they go past that first 20-25 overs, where it'll be an attack where it's more challenging the pads and the stumps. A couple of balls have kept low, a couple have jumped up, so there's been some uneven bounce. It's a two-paced kind of pitch. So though on first impressions it looked like a pitch which would be a belter to bat on,
they've also now put the forward short leg in rather deep. Not the conventional forward short leg in the hip pocket, as you would say. So he's rather far back as Seals is in, bows to Webster. Webster's edging. It goes down towards the field at slip. It was on a catch, dropped well in front of Graves, but there was a big gap between bat and pad as he played that and went down towards slip. Let's have a look on the monitor.
Yeah, it just once again looked like it went low, didn't it?
Yeah.
See it on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, say one of your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. So, yeah, maybe this isn't as placid a pitch, as harmless a pitch as we thought it was, Andrew.
I agree. Well, he's in again. This is Seals on his way. Goes past the umpire, bows to Webster. Webster's forward, turned round really. We'll get a single as he was looking to actually work that ball into the maybe mid-wicket area, and instead it found the outside edge of the bat and actually went down to mid-off and he got a run.
Yeah, again early on it, and it's just on TV showing the best average for West Indian fast bowlers after 19 tests, including the strike rate. And Jaden Seals, the stat I saw last week was he's got the second best strike rate after George Lohman. So
really?
You're talking about someone. You only talk about George Lohman when you're talking about a statistical freak.
Yeah.
So Jaden Seals at the moment is up there. So he's got, and in some high-profile company there. Andy Roberts, Holding, Garner, everyone in there.
But he's round the wicket now and bowls to Stark, and this delivery is steered into the offside, down to backward point of the boundary. And I'm not sure that I would really, as a captain, and a new batsman comes to the crease and have the backward point. I understand what happens generally. I'll get back to that after we come back. 253 for loss of 7. That's the latest score here in St. George's. So 7 for 253 is going to be Alzari Joseph. He's actually picked up 3 wickets, and he's got 3 for 45 from 11 overs as he starts to move in from the River Road end on his way to bowl to Stark. And to this delivery, Stark is getting a ball short, ducks under it, goes over his back, taken by the keeper. How's he bowled so far, Alzari?
After that pretty ordinary start, I think he's hit his stride, and he's been at the Aussies. Yeah, picked up those 2 wickets. The one to Khawaja was a nice delivery. Khawaja obviously never comfortable when the right armers bowling round the wicket. So all right armers do bowl round the wicket to him. I don't remember the last ball he faced from over the wicket from a right armer. So yeah, it's been good. And well, the wicket in the last over, you'd think it was more the pitch is doing, but he did set Pat Cummins up.
But he's in bowls to Start. Another short delivery. Banged in, it goes over the top of the off stump, taken by the keeper. He's got the forward short leg in. He's also got a man for the hook down at square leg. So he's started with 2 short deliveries. Let's see what he'll do with this. Maybe he'll try to york him. We shall see.
Yeah, because it was all Shamar, Joseph and Jaden Seals. They shared it around to be the leading wicket taker for Belgravia Apparel in partnership with New Balance, delivering high-performance teamwear to the BBL and WBBL in Bridgetown, Barbados. Here, it's the turn of the senior-most of the fast bowlers, Alzari Joseph, to lead the way.
First, of course, came on the scene when the West Indies won the World Cup under 19, 2016, and comes from a great country, Antigua, on his way to bowl to Stark. And Stark is getting a good delivery, one that's on the leg stump, bit of bunks. That was an effort delivery, looking to just work it into the onside. It's the top of the pad and dribbles out towards backward point. There's no run.
I just bumped into, speaking of the great island of Antigua, bumped into an Australian cricket fan who's just landed for this test match. And he said that he assumed, Fletch, if you're listening, hello, and he said that he assumed this test match would be in Antigua.
Okay.
And he booked tickets for Antigua, but the other reason he wanted to go to Antigua regardless was to meet the Sir, to the great Sir.
Isn't that wonderful?
Vivian Richards. And he missed him by a day.
A day?
Yeah, so Viv was playing golf at Cedar Woods, I think it's called. Yeah. Richie Richardson loves to play golf there, I know for a fact.
Here is a delivery which is on the line of the off stump. We'll get a single as Stark is in defence, but the extra cover is brought into play. The mid-off actually had to come across to the right to pick it up. The batsman have time for one. I think it's called Cedar Valley, I think.
Cedar Valley.
Have you played there?
No, I'm not a golfer yet,
okay.
But the amount I hear about golf all the time from those I share houses with and press boxes with,
they love it.
I'm about to succumb to it, I think. Well, because you have nothing else to speak about these days. Everybody's talking about tee times and holes and greens and how difficult it was to just hit a stationary ball. It's too much, Andrew. I don't know about you and golf.
No, not at all.
If you can't beat them, join them.
No, not at all. I tend to watch tennis. 254. So I tend to watch Coco Golf. She got knocked out in the first round.
All right.
In Wimbledon. What's going on there, Coco? Come on. It's a short ball and pulled away. We'll get runs, Webb. So we'll get a second, I would imagine, here. It was banged in short, but I think he was in total control, rolling the wrist over that and keeping it down nicely, as the top batsmen do. Goes out to square leg, back for the second. He goes up now to make him 55. It's been another top knot from a player that I'm very impressed with. His temperament. I think that's important. I rate the knock in Barbados to be a top knock because the conditions were not easy. Had some good bowling, and that century partnership with Travis Head actually won the test match because they gave Australia a score that they could have defended, and they defended quite easily in Bridgetown at the region's Mecca. 7 for 256. One ball left in the over, and Joseph, this is Alzari Joseph, comes into Webbs, who's got 55, goes past the umpire, final leap and bowls short, and this time doesn't time it at all, looking to maybe pull it through mid-wicket. The ball ends up down at mid-on. Such is the lack of timing and placement, and he can't score. So the over comes to an end. Start 6, Webbs stays on 55, 256 for 7. That's the latest score here in St George's. So 1 for 35. The ground staff getting the ready. They should know where the rain is coming from.
It's coming from behind us. Is that a bad sign?
Yeah. And in fact, they know it very well. So it looks as if we're going to get some rain in Grenada. Grenada's a place of rain, you know. Yeah, lots of rain. And it's up to 256 for lots of 7. This is where you get so much good dashing and yam here as you got for lunch. As this delivery is pitched up outside the off-stump, edge found, catch taken. Outside of the off-stump, bowled by Jaden Seals. Stark was fishing, he was flirting. He edged it, the catch taken. Stark departs for 6, 8 for 256.
And Jaden Seals' strike rate keeps getting better and better and better. Just hung it outside off-stump. Mitchell Stark just was drawn into it and tried pulling his bat away, but it was too late. You could see the grimace on his face. He knew he'd made the error. His hands had deceived him. And that means Australia have lost another wicket, and it's Nathan Lyon time. So Bo Webster running out of partners at the other end.
Yes.
Second wicket for Jaden Seals. So the rain could come at any point. The ground staff are ready. The big boss is ready downstairs to run onto the ground and grab the stumps.
Yeah.
The stump mic. He's warming up.
He's been doing that for several years.
For more than 15 years.
I would think so. He seems to put on a bit of weight in recent times.
But he loses it every time he runs up and down.
Are you sure about that? You're being very kind to my good friend from Trinidad. So, Lyon comes up to bat. And he will see what he can do. 176. His best is 47. So he can bat a little bit, Lyon.
Yeah.
You think so?
He's had moments when you thought that he would make a test 50, but he hasn't been able to. Just looking at the replay again. It didn't do much off the pitch, to be honest. It was just outside, just hung out there. Let's see if it's straightened. Yeah, not really. Just held its line. Held its line from Jaden Seals, but it was a length. Really, it was the kind of length that you'd bowl to drag the lower order batter away from their body and just fishing. It's a good piece of bowling from Jaden Seals. Like Shamar Joseph, he's not been electric today.
No.
But it's not been that kind of pitch either.
He's got 2 for 35 as he comes into bowl to Lyon. And to this delivery, he's allowed to go outside the off-stump, taken by the keeper. A bit whitish. He's got 2 sips on the gully. There's now the square and rather deepish forward short leg. They don't have them under the batsman's nose anymore nowadays. There's a square leg. Mid-on, there's a man at extra cover, and as well as a long leg, and a man at that backward point area. So 8 for 256 is the score. And this third session, 47 runs, 3 wickets. So a good session for the West Indies in 11 overs and 2 balls. Here's Seals comes in bows to land. Land gets the ball pitched up. Will get his first run as he plays it wide a bit on. And it was right in the block. Well, I think Seals was looking to York him, but he got the bottom of the bat and squeezed it wide of that mid-on area for 1. So he's off the mark. Webster's got 55. 8 for 257. Bharat.
Well, the second group of ground staff are also ready. So you see the blue covers and then the grey covers at the back. So more towards where extra cover would be. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ground staff ready to just pounce onto the field and bring out the covers with them. So 2 sets.
So Webster 55 from 97 balls, and it's going to be Jaden Seals as he comes in to bowl to Webster, and Webster is playing a loose shot to a ball outside the off stump. That could have been edged to the keeper. It was a loose. He knows it as well, and it goes by to be taken by the keeper. And there's the bowler running back.
The bowler's
right
running
quickly.
back because
Where
he
is that?
realizes that the rain's here and they're going to go off after this over. This is good. Oh, and they are going off.
They're going to go off.
And there goes the big boss.
Yes. Have a look at that. Do you think he's going at the pace of Usain Bolt?
Look at him go.
Have a look at that. Oh my golly.
Oh no. He's been overtaken by someone else.
Yeah, somebody else.
Oh no, he has to go to the other end now.
Oh my golly. Yes, he's getting slower by the minute. As well. Well, I think that's all the roti that he's eating there in Trinidad and Tobago.
And this is heavy rain.
Heavy rain.
This is really heavy rain.
Very heavy rain indeed.
This could be it, Andrew. I know the rain gets blown away very quickly in this part of the world.
Yeah.
But just the way the ground staff have reacted, they brought out the big covers as well.
Yeah.
Along with the smaller ones. So the big grey covers have been brought out, and the players have scampered off. The stumps have been saved once again by the man who's been in charge of them for over 2 decades here in the Caribbean. And which means that even though it's still a pretty stiff breeze, stiff wind, the rain seems to have set in.
I wonder if that's the only job he does.
Well, apart from being the coolest man at cricket.
He's a wonderful man, wonderful guy. He's been around for quite a long time.
Yeah, the intensity of the rain has dropped a little bit. What we might do, Andrew, here on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes is maybe we'll throw it back to the studio after you run through the scores a bit on the Tyre Power scoreboard, winter safety sail, and wait for the rain to stop.
Yeah, that's true. Well, of course, the action started promptly this morning at 10 o'clock Eastern Caribbean time, with Australia winning the toss and electing to bat, and they were obviously looking for a good start. In fact, they got a start of 47 before Constance was caught by a hope off Phillip for 25. Khawaja leg before to Alzari Joseph 16. Cameron Green caught by chase off Seals for 26. Steve Smith, he was caught by Phillip off the ball of Alzari Joseph for 3. Travis Head caught by Hope off the bowling of Shamar Joseph 29. Mo Webster batting very well, impressed with this young man. Not out 55 from 98 balls, 6 fours and a 6. Carey really gave his hand away, pulled and was caught down at mid-wicket by Bryce. Soft dismissal. His contribution was 63. The bowler was Graves. Cummins was bowled by Alzari Joseph to a ball that kept a bit low, 17, and Mitchell Stark was fishing. He was flirting. He got the edge. Hope took the catch. Seals the bowler. His contribution was only 6. Land is on 1. 59 overs and 4 balls bowled, and the Australians winning the toss and batting 8 for 257. The bowling before we take the break. Seals continuing to bowl well. 11 overs and 4 balls, 2 maidens, 2 for 36. Shamar Joseph, who's off the field, 15 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 60. Alzari Joseph, 12 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 48. Anderson Phillip, 12 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 46. Graves, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 35. And Chase, the off-spinner, 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 90. So we brought you completely up to date. Winning the toss and batting Australia, the 257 for loss of 8. It's raining here at the ground. We'll take a break, and hopefully we'll be able to come back to bring some more action live here in Grenada.
It's very gloomy as we look up to the skies at the moment. There's every chance we might have seen the last of the cricket today. Hopefully not, but we've only got another hour left in the day, and considering that all the big covers are out on the middle, it might be it for the day. As it currently stands, Australia batting first after winning the toss and electing to bat. 8 for 257 after 59.4 overs. Bo Webster is 55 not out. Nathan Lyon just to the crease. He is on 1. What I'll do is, particularly as people back in Australia start to wake up and get ready for their day ahead. It's a Friday back in Australia. Bryce McGain. Australia winning the toss, 8 for 257. Before I go through the batting card, what would you give the performance? We'll go school teacher sort of activity. A, B, C, D, or F.
Well, 257 50 runs on the board is pretty handy, because what we saw in the wicket of Cummins just recently, the ball did keep down and go low along the ground. It's a dry wicket, so it's going to deteriorate a little more rapidly than what we would expect with a bit more moisture in it. So, and we're seeing that already, a few balls going low. So it's going to get harder and harder to bat. So look, it's a B plus in terms of I think where they are with the runs on the board. I think it was an important toss to win. Interestingly, Roston Chase at the toss said, well, we were going to bowl anyway, right. So we are happy. So let's get on with the game. And that's how it started. And look, they had Australia in a pickle as well. They had them really struggling early. Once again, the top order looked to be cruising there for a while, and 3 quick wickets, 3 for 50. Once again, the Aussies, and that had Khawaja, Constas and Smith, who top-edged a pull shot down a fine leg. They were all back in the shed then.
All right, let's look through the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sail on now. Australia 8 for 257. The first to go was Usman Khawaja. He was out. LBW Joseph for 16. Constas caught Hope, bowled Phillip for 25. Steve Smith caught Phillip, bowled Alzari Joseph for 3. Then Cameron Green on the last ball before lunch out, caught Chase, bowled Seals for 26.
A little reckless on the big drive.
Yes, it was an unusual shot to play last ball before lunch. After lunch, Travis Head, probably about 15 minutes after lunch, he was out, caught Hope, bowled Joseph for 29. That was Shamar Joseph. And then a good partnership between Webster and Carey of a tick over 100 before Carey was out on the pull shot for 63. Caught Brathwaite, bowled Greaves. Cummins bowled Joseph for one that shot a little bit low for 17. Mitch Stark was caught behind off the bowling of Seals for 6. Nathan Lyon, 1 not out, as I mentioned, and Bo Webster, 55 not out. That first partnership was worth 47. So the first 45 minutes, you kind of thought Australia was going to make 600 on a featherbed. But it didn't ultimately prove to be the case. The bowling figures for the West Indies at Seals, 11.4 overs, 2 for 36. Shamar Joseph, 14 overs, 1 for 60. Alzari Joseph, 12 overs, 3 for 48. So he is the leading wicket taker for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear. Anderson Phillip, 12 overs, 1 for 46. Justin Greaves, 6 overs, 1 for 35. And Roston Chase, he's a Loffies, 4 overs, 4 19. So that is the scorecard there for Tyre Power Winter Safety Sail. Lots of talking points. We'll have a chat about some of them now, Bryce, but obviously the new ball coming up for Cobram Estate in just under an hour from now will really thrash out the issues of the day. You talked about it. Australia 3 for 50, which included the wicket of Steve Smith and the wicket of Usman Khawaja. So this one was slightly different. It wasn't necessarily the youngsters that went out really cheaply.
Yep.
They got starts. I'm saying youngsters. Cameron Green, I probably can't call him a youngster, but he certainly hasn't got the experience of Khawaja or Smith. Green making 26, Constas 25. What do you think?
Well, look, Constas, we had a good discussion on air about it, and I think there'll be more of those types of discussions to come. The fact being that, look, the ball was moving around, it was swinging, it was seaming, and he wanted to really get on with things and played and missed, and he did play some nice shots, there's no doubt about it, but it just seemed to be he was playing on borrowed time by playing that way, and in the end he did nick one and he was on his way. It was positive, it was okay. You thought he looked better, he was batting better.
Well, he definitely looked better than he did at Barbados. In Barbados he tried to bat aggressively and scored 5 off 38.
Yep.
And was dancing down the wicket and doing all sorts of crazy things.
Today he didn't
batted,
dance down the wicket.
No, but he went out there and he tried to play shots.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now if he wasn't told to do like that, then there's problems. Incidentally, the covers are coming off remarkably.
That's good.
Which I didn't think was possible, which is a good sign. But if he didn't have that license or that method that was encouraged, then he's playing out of his game. That's not the way he would normally play Shield cricket from what we've seen. We've seen him do it, obviously, on Boxing Day, but he went out with a very aggressive approach. If he hasn't been told to bat that way, then there's problems. If he has been told to bat that way, then you've got to sort of accept that we're going to see a few reckless shots or aggressive shots, aren't we? I mean, I don't know.
Look, he wanted to play positively, and that's fine. My point was just that the ball's moving around and driving
but
on
I
the
agree with you.
Boy, it's hard.
I agree
and you're
with
on borrowed time if you want to play like that. We spoke about it. Swinging between the flags. He swam outside the flags, caught some good waves, no dramas, looked good, and then looked better. And,
one of Sam's flags is in Grenada, the other one's in Jamaica.
He has a wide set of flags, and he's still outside of them. But look, he got 25, so there's a start there, and there's something to build on. So it's a progression from what we saw in the first test. But Cameron Green, look,
he's the disappointing one to me because he was looking really good.
Yeah,
and then the decision he made, the 5 minutes before lunch was pretty ordinary.
Yeah, it was. He was dropped earlier in the over, a wide out-swinging delivery, way outside his eye line, and he really was going after those types of shots. He had a couple of chances, another bowler was bowling, but he lobbed one up over the offside and went at one and had to reach that far as one-handed. So there's some warning signs that they're trying to play you into a strategy which is way outside your eye line. You're a tall guy, so you've got a big step, but now we're reaching the hands right out. He got caught at cover, and it was a simple catch. I've got to tell you, it's one of the simplest catches I've seen dropped. Campbell there. Just a few balls later, and it was the last ball, literally the last ball before the break. They didn't take an early break, and he went after another wide one, got the outside edge to gully, and he was on his way. And Travis Head was that disappointed. He threw his bat in the air at the non-striker's end and then caught it again by the handle. He was just like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
And it was just a moment where the 10 minutes before a break, you just make sure you go down. You don't lose a wicket, and it's done.
And it's probably that nerves that we talked about in the last test. It's nerves starting, it's nerves around a milestone, it's nerves around a break. That are some of the things that he has to find a way to overcome because he starts doing things well outside off stump that he shouldn't. So the umpires have gone out and had a look, had a chat to the ground staff who have taken one of the big covers off, and we've been told that we're going to restart in 5 minutes, that's what we're kind of hearing. It's either 5 minutes or it's 5 o'clock. I'm not sure, but it is quite gloomy, but importantly, the rain has stopped. So yeah, it's touch and go whether it's 5 minutes or 5 o'clock, because currently at the moment, local time, it is 20 to 5 in the afternoon, or as the young people say, 4:40. I say 20 to 5 to my daughter, and she'll say, well, what time is that? Which probably says more about my parenting than it does about her. Anyway, just a reminder also, SEN is clearly your home of live sport. AFL, NRL, State of Origin, the cricket, the Matildas' upcoming games against Panama, all right here live on SEN and the SEN app. And we're proud to say that we're here at the venue here in Grenada. And just on that, don't forget that the State of Origin decider is this Wednesday night live from Accor Stadium in Sydney across the SEN network. There's 3 different calls. So you've got Blues Radio, Maroons Radio, or the unbiased neutral call. It all comes down to this. It's 1-1 with 1 to play. It is Australia's biggest rivalry in sport, and it's right here on SEN, your home of sport. So what we might do here is just take a short break, clear some commitments, and come back as soon as we have more news here. The news is the rain has stopped. The covers are still on. 2 of the 3 covers are still on. The umpires have had a chat, and hopefully we can give you more news shortly. SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900.
And I've got from Australian leg spinner and my housemate for the week, Bryce McGain, right here with me. Wow, how quickly has the weather turned here?
It did. It got dark, and we thought that was going to be it. Adam White predicted that'd be done, and then as soon as it's come, it's gone. And, it's a genuine tropical afternoon shower, and that's exactly what it was. It's now cleared up. The sun's out. They've run a rope around the outside manually. The covers are off, stumps are in, and we're ready to roll for probably maybe 45 minutes of cricket, given the daylight that we're expecting, Bharat. The sun does go down a little before 6. Yeah.
It does, and it goes so quickly as well in this part of the world. We saw that in Barbados as well. The sunset, and it just descends into complete darkness.
Yeah.
So I don't think, with no lights here either, as the umpires Richard Kettleborough and Adrian Holstock, who just walked out of the shade. Nathan Lyon is right below us, just shadow practicing his cut shot and this pull shot. And the way the West Indians have operated in the last, or were operating against the Australian tail, he will be facing some short ball music, you would think. Bo Webster is with him, unbeaten on 55. The West Indians are in a huddle. Robbie Rampal, the assistant bowling coach, has walked off, and now they're being led out onto the field by Roston Chase, and Craig Brathwaite's not too far behind, playing in his 100th test. So Australia resume at 8 for 257. We're on a tyre power scoreboard. Winter safety sail. A day that started with Pat Cummins winning the toss and not hesitating for deciding to bat first. Top order once again raising a lot of question marks. Australia at one stage were 4 for 93, 3 for 50 to start with, when Steve Smith got a top edge and was caught shut nicely by Anderson Phillip on the fine leg boundary. And from that point on, Travis Head looked good, like he does most times. He walks out to bat in a crisis, but then he was nicked off Bryce McGain. Australia were in a real spot of bother at 5 for 110, but then the recovery came from who else but Alex Carey and Bo Webster. But West Indies have made some inroads late in this session, so they've given themselves a chance to bowl Australia out for under 270 and then go about making some runs on the board. So it'll be Jaden Seals to finish his over. He's got 2 balls left in his 12th over. He's got figures of 2 for 36. Bo Webster on strike, 55 not out, 98 balls. Umpire Holdstock is holding up play, just waiting for the broadcasters to be ready, the slips to be in position, and he drops his left hand and says play, and here comes Jaden Seals. Seals bowls and Webster just tucks it around the corner, picks himself up a single. He moves on to 56. The score now 8 for 258. That's what the West Indies haven't done a lot, or weren't doing a lot before the rain break, giving him anything on the onside to play with.
Yeah, they had a real strategy to him, and that was bowl a channel, and it dried him up. They had a short point and a sweeper deep backward point that the 2 key players, he's so strong through that area, but it just dried him up. He couldn't drop and run. He couldn't belt the ball through, and they had a deeper set cover. So it was just some good strategy against what Bo Webster has done. He rarely hits the ball to fielders, but they just had the field set in the right spots. It was very clever by West Indies.
And speaking of fields, the 2 men have dropped back for the short ball as Seals runs in. Seals bowls, Nathan Lyon defends nicely off the back foot and then just points down the pitch like he's Steve Smith. And that should end the Seals over. Just the 60th for the day. So yes, there have been rain breaks, but the over rate once again, well, less said about it, the better. 8 for 258. Australia, I just heard during that rain break an announcement from the ground MC, Bryce, about how there'll be day 2 tomorrow, asking the Grenadians to come here with their friends and family. We've seen a lot more in the second and third sessions. They've streamed in probably after work or after whatever they've been up to around the island. There is a lot of traffic here as well. You've noticed that.
Very narrow roads and just one lane each way. There's no 2-lane roads at all on the whole island. So it's very tight with the traffic. But it's the ironic thing of pleading to everyone who's here to come to the cricket. Well, you're talking to the people who are here.
Already,
you're not talking to the people outside the stadium. Maybe they point the speakers outside the stadium and drive through town.
Maybe
I know yesterday they were getting around and handing out some tickets, really encouraging people to come.
That's a very good sign.
So maybe tomorrow we'll see a lot more local support.
Well, Alzari Joseph it is from the other end. He runs in, he bowls, and Webster defends off the front foot. So we are at the river end. And that's the Darbo end. I told you that's because that's the suburb of Darbo.
Yeah.
Apparently one of the plusher suburbs of St. George.
The posh end.
The posh end.
Posh end of St. George.
So where Andrew Mason would be.
Yeah, he deals in those areas. Yeah, he's in the highfalutin.
Of course.
Yeah.
Always the best for our colleague Andrew Mason. Alzari Joseph runs in. Joseph bowls and Webster just tucks him away again, and refuses the single. So they have 3 fielders back on the onside. In fact, 4 with long on back as well. So it's that time of the innings where they're trying to offer Bo Webster a single and ball at Nathan Lyon. So Alzarri Joseph and Nathan Lyon just sharing some jokes. And Nathan Lyon has Richard Kettleborough in splits in this record-breaking test match for him. Loves the chat, does Nathan.
I think it helps relax him.
He does.
Particularly when he's batting.
Does as Alzarri Joseph runs in again. And he bowls a nice shot delivery. Bo Webster had to get out of the way. Again, none of these bouncers have really gone up to head height. Even the one that Pat Cummins fended at awkwardly, he kind of ducked into the bouncer. So it'll be interesting to see how the Australians operate with the short ball when it's their turn. It's 7:03 in Sydney, Melbourne. You're listening to SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, Bharat Sundaresan, Bryce McGain, and we'll soon be joined by Andrew Mason as well. Looking forward to that. Alzarri Joseph runs in, bowls, and it's a wide delivery. Wide enough for Bo Webster to not just shoulder arms but also kind of walk at the ball to make a point.
So 2 balls remain in the over. The field now needs to adjust. So, and the people, the fielders in the deep are like going, "Hey, hang on, do you want to do something here?" And yeah, well, Roston Chase, who is in the gully, goes, "Yeah.
You know this game.
You know how it works. You kind of come in a little bit now, don't you?"
Okay,
So mid-wicket and cover have come in, but there's still a long on. Either you're going to play the game properly or not.
Yeah, this is...
It's a bet each way. He can get off strike easily. Yeah, now mid-on is coming up. The miscommunication. Who's up there that was snoozing? Is that Anderson Phillip?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. Well,
Jeez.
he was alert when he had to be earlier on for that Steve Smith catch, but he's bowled a lot of overs as well as Alzarri runs in. And he bowls, and it's another short delivery, which this time slightly higher, and this one is signal 1 for the over by umpire Richard Kettleborough. Australia 8 for 258. 1 ball to go in the 61st over.
Still got another bumper to go, and it's not a bad strategy that with Webster. There's 2 out on the onside. Now he does play the pull and hook, but there's also a deep backward point as well. So if he tries to lift it up there, there's a wide slip and that forward shorter point position. So he doesn't want to cut in the air either. So it wouldn't surprise me if he goes short again. Just adjusting the fine leg and deep backward square even finer. Maybe just to put in Bo Webster's head that, look, I'm distracting you with that, but it might be a full ball.
The gangly Alzarri delivers. It's another wide delivery, so it's gone for that option instead. It works either way. It's made an over for Alzarri, and more importantly, Jaden Seals will have 6 balls at Nathan Lyon. So Australia still 8 for 258. You're listening to SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, and all those numbers for Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sale. So probably Jaden Seals operating. We spoke about the strike rate and the names he sits with right now. Bryce McGain, some of the greatest to have ever played the game. It's staggering.
He's right up there in strike rate, better than whatever West Indian bowler you could think of. Roberts, Ambrose, they're all up there holding. He has got a better strike rate after 19 tests.
Which is a decent number.
And he's taken 83 wickets, yep. 84 wickets. And has really impressed. This is the first time to see him live, and he moves the ball both directions, bowls with good pace.
And energy as he runs in and bowls. The line just defends stoutly at his end.
2 slips short leg, and then some fielders out. We know that it's nearly compulsory for Nathan Lyon going low to high on his hook shot, pull shot, so they're out there as definite catches.
Yeah, he doesn't mind playing the hooker. We saw him shadow practicing the hook shot a couple of times down there. I don't think he needs to shadow practice it. It's the most muscle memory shot for Nathan Lyon. He takes it on, famously hit Mark Wood for 3 sixes in Hobart as Seals runs in and bowls. And, well, it wasn't quite a hook shot, but it was a short ball, and line shaped up to go for it. There, he shadow practices it again, but didn't get any bat on it. So the music seems to have come down. The steel pan, the national instrument, I've been told, of Grenada, has been pumping all day long. Two separate bands at two different ends of the ground.
Yeah.
So the energy has been high, even though it's not been a massive crowd.
Bit of a lull now, though. It's been rattling away all day.
Fields balls and the line defense of the back foot this time. So the West Indians will take it after the first 45 minutes of play. We thought it was the kind of surface where Usman Khawaja would just book in bed and breakfast and go big. But then came that in-swinger, the late in-dipper from Alzarri Joseph, and it's been a different game from that point on.
Yeah, all the bowling attack, all bowlers were around the wicket to Usman, and the one he's looking to protect is the outside edge, so he does shuffle across there, but that one nipped back and caught him in front.
Seals balls and full ball of the inside edge off one bounce to John Campbell in that slightly deepish short leg. John Campbell added his name to the list for a second time in terms of West Indians who've dropped catches before Shea Hope said, hey, I don't want to be left out. But it was a tough one for Shea Hope. It was Alex Carey just trying to glide the ball over the keeper, put both mitts up, just caught one glove and just dropped to the ground. Everybody's involved. That's teamwork.
Yes.
One way of looking at it anyway. As Jaden Seals always charging into the crease. He bowls and Nathan Lyon just plays it under his nose, almost onto his boot on that occasion, and just rolls into gully region where Captain Roston Chase, who, like I said, would be quite pleased with the way things have gone. 5 for 110, he would have thought maybe we have a chance of bowling Australia out under 200 again. But that wasn't to be.
Yeah, I think the key part, Bharat, is that they've got 8 wickets around the 60 over mark. They've got, we can manage that. The run rate is still pretty high. They've been leaking a few more runs.
Seals balls, and this time Nathan Lyon gets nicely on top of it. And he's seen off a maiden over from
back-to-back.
Jaden Seals, back-to-back maiden. So the West Indies will take that, but now Bo Webster has 6 balls. I mean, does he continue to play this game? Does he try to take a couple of risks? Right now, he's just been brought out a towel, some drinks, and maybe a message from the dressing room as well. Sean Abbott, the man who delivered the news. You'd think so, just because he's been out there for 2 overs. Nothing's really happened since the break. So
wouldn't it be a surprise if Australia declare now? Wouldn't that be just something that would rattle the top order of West? Hank, what do you mean? You're declaring?
Yeah. I mean, we see those kinds of declarations in pink ball cricket all the time, don't we? When it comes from nowhere, 2 overs after tea, 3 balls after tea, or whatever that second break is called these days, dinner break. So it will be Alzarri Joseph, 8 for 258 after 62 overs. You're listening to SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Gangly, loopy run up from Alzarri Joseph, and he bowls and just pushed into the covers. The fielder spiked deep. There's enough time for a single, but that's not what we're doing right now. Webster wants to keep Lyon away from the strike, especially against Alzarri Joseph, to the extent I wonder if Chase brings on Shamar from the other end. He mopped up the tail in the second innings for sure in Barbados. Just that extra bit of pace.
It's been rattling the Australians. He hasn't let up. Bowled over 40 overs in that first test, and I thought, I wonder how his first and second and third spells go here. He has not let up, all over 140.
Alzarri with the yellow watch. Short ball, Webster goes for it, but doesn't get anything on it. So that was a more conventional bouncer, so it did get high up. Webster tried to go top to down, so tried to hit it down, but just missed it. As TV captures former legends of Australian cricket, Jason Gillespie, I saw some time back. He was sat next to Merv Hughes, so the fast bowling cartel, as Damien Fleming, our colleague, would call it, in good attendance. Carl Hooper also here, my fellow Adelaidean.
The different tour groups mingling. Good to see.
I didn't think that was allowed as Alzari runs in. And he bowls the full ball. Webster has got enough bat on it. So Region, he scores a lot of runs through, but Casey Carty has been there, feels like the entire day, sweeping the point fence, so no run, so no damage done. Still 8 for 258.
So third man has gone down now. The slip has been sent back. So 4 out deep on the leg side. Third man, deep backward point. A deeper cover. 3/4 of the way out. Deeper mid-off. So there's just a gully keeper and bowler.
It's the deepest long on as well as Alzari runs in. Oh, it's just nearly yorked. It was really full. Nowhere near the stumps. So on that Yorker length, Webster tried to get bat on it as the fielders now come in from everywhere. I think Bo Webster might just take a chance and look for a boundary here, Bryce. It's a bit of a stalemate at the moment, so everybody's coming in. So it's got lots of gaps through the offside. Still have a wideish third, a long leg and a fine leg. So if he goes wide here, Alzari, like he did to finish the last 2 overs, I think Webster is going to chase after it. Here he comes. Alzari bowls and Webster does charge at him. So I think I expected it.
Yeah.
You could see it coming because his game is going nowhere.
Well, it's been 1 run since the resumption in 15 minutes as the ball has gone to the outfield, but Webster has elected not to take the run, or Lyon as well. They're doing it together. And now the fielder's come up. He's looking to explode and score a boundary. I think they just need to keep taking the runs here. Keep ticking it over. You've got to trust Nathan Lyon.
Of all people.
Yeah.
He's done it before. So
we blocked out a maiden last over and
did
against Seals, so he's more than capable.
Joseph bowls again, last ball of the over. Down the pads this time, just got his pocket. His rolls to Shea Hope. So Webster disappointed with himself. He was trying to open up those big arms of his. So third straight mode made in here from the West Indies. 8 for 258. Australia, you're listening to SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. A good morning to everyone around Australia. You're waking up and oh, come on, by now you should have woken up. It's Australia, everybody wakes up early. 7:15 Sydney, Melbourne, 6:45 in my hometown of Adelaide and the Adelaide Hills. You're listening to Bharat Sundaresan, and I'm here with Bryce McGain, who I once put 50 runs. Oh no, actually we put 70 together, didn't we, Bryce, in Sri Lanka? Yeah. That was quite the partnership.
Yeah,
there you go, fist bump. We worked hard that day. Jaden Seals has worked hard all day long. Here he comes to Nathan Lyon. He bowls the full toss, which Nathan Lyon is guided, and that should go all the way for 4. And it will. So it's a gift for Nathan Lyon. Looked like it just slipped out of his hand. And he just apologizes to his senior bowler and Alzari. Admit on, the crowd isn't happy. Just completely slipped out of his hand. So it was nicely done by Nathan Lyon. He's an expert at just opening the face of the bat and guiding it through that gully region. And he'll take the runs. Australia moved to 8 for 262. Nathan Lyon on to 5 now on your Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sail. It feels like finally something had to give something happen.
And it was a juicy full toss.
Bowler error. Australia will take it. Here comes Seals. It goes down on the pads this time, and Nathan Lyon has whipped him. Shamar Joseph has come around though very quickly. He's very quick around the outfield, so keeps the Aussies down to just 1 run. Lyon moves on to 6. 8 for 263 now. Jaden Seals maybe just tiring. So if he doesn't get a breakthrough here, I would be surprised if you don't have a Joseph bowling from both ends.
Well, they've got so many options now. A change in the team. Anderson Phillip came in to strengthen their fast bowling, where I thought it was pretty strong with Greaves, who bowled really well. So they had 4 quicks. Now they've got 5. Dropped the spinner. Warwick was out. He was the vice captain too, by the way.
Yep, third ball of the over. Seals bowls. Webster just defends. He's trying to come at the ball, Webster. think maybe a decision has been made out there in the middle. Bryce, that he at least tries to break through this field or find a gap somewhere. Yes, they're all spread out. It's a pretty decent sized playing area, I must say,
It is.
in comparison to the Kensington Oval.
No, it's a good sized ground. Outfielders well prepared. Pitch has been by and large pretty good. I won't ask Pat Cummins that after the stumps, but he might have a different conversation. The ball keeping down him. He was out bowled.
Seals, ball, short ball, and Webster has climbed into that one. He's got a lot of bat. Oh, it's a bit of a fumble, so that will allow Nathan Lyon and Bo Webster to come back for a second run. Well, they've not been sharp at all in the field. So that was John Campbell and Casey Carty coming in each other's way. He got a lot of bat on that Bo Webster, so he's picked himself up 2 more runs, and the bowler was not happy.
No,
It's been a humid day.
Yeah, the ground fielding's been a bit shabby, and there's been a couple of instances. It's been Alex Carey who was the beneficiary. A couple of run-out opportunities for him. He'd given up fundamentally when he was on 10, and it was a miss. Shamar Joseph having a shy, and same thing happened on 51.
Seals again. This time just expertly guides it through point. Had to wait for that one. Felt like the ball didn't come at all. It was probably a slow one, 121.7 kph. Seals is rolling his fingers over the ball as he's indicating now to Alzari Joseph, and so Webster's now moved on to 59, 8 for 266. I don't think anyone's thinking declaration right now. Bryce is looking at the Australian dressing room.
But I love a surprise declaration. It sometimes happens in Shield cricket. We've seen teams just suddenly pluck a declaration out, and I don't mind it as a bit of a surprise strategy. It can get you a wicket or two in the evening.
All right, so Seals' last ball of the over. Also Nathan Lyon's wasteful shot delivery, which could easily have been called a wide because it flew over Nathan Lyon's head. It is not. And the Seals over, an expensive one. 7 runs or 8 runs off it comes to an end. So Australia now 8 for 266. And now they're looking at the ball.
Yeah.
So we had so many
I think
changes.
this is more strategic, that they are looking for it to go through. The ball has stopped moving now. And the reason it would have been is that the moisture on the outfield has got into the ball, and it's just made 2 sides very even. So by the look of it, it was a polished side and maybe a drier side. There's still writing on the side of the ball, which is remarkable to see that. I think it's embossed into the leather and printed into it. But it's remarkable to see that it went through the rings pretty easy, and they're going to continue with the same ball, but it's more of a strategic one going, this ain't moving one bit. Can we get a new one?
If you want to know more about that ball, just go, next time you're in London, take a train to Walthamstow, go to the Duke's factory. Mr. Jajodia will tell you all about it.
And they're making the Dukes in England and dropping them off in boxes here. They're not made
what
locally.
I heard last. So here comes Alzari Joseph. He's punched through the gap, and Webster thinks he's got 2. He's coming back for 2. This could be trouble. And I think he is in trouble.
Gone.
So he's run himself out here. Good intention from Bo Webster, but I think he hit the ball a bit too hard for his own good, and he knows it. He's thrown his head back. He's looking at the big screen for a replay. He played so well, Bo Webster. Punched it through the covers. There were 2 fielders converging. He's not even in the frame. So finally the West Indies managed to pull off a good piece of fielding. The throw came in nicely for Shea Hope. So after once again steadying the ship for Australia, he walked out to bat. Then 4 for 95. Bo Webster gets himself another 60s. He's dragging himself up the steps. And with that, Australia now have just 1 wicket left, 9 for 267.
Yeah, it was a great bit of fielding in actual fact in the deep, and a perfect throw right next to the bails. It's the first time we've seen some really sharp work like that all day. But read the play well to really hustle, get the throw in right over the top, and he's on his way. Disappointingly, he will curse himself for a long time. 60 runs. He gets an extra 1 run for the run that he completed. So out for 60 off 115.
You could kind of see it in his body language as he turned for the second. He had committed to it. So Nathan Lyon was charging from the other end. After nearly his second step, he went, oh no, bad judgment. And even though it was Big Bo Webster, and you can see it on the replay here, he looks at the fielder. Maybe the call was made a bit too early by him. And he knew. He really put in the big strides. And they are big and long when it's Bo Webster. But he left himself with too much ground to cover. Pat Cummins gives him a pat on the back. So Josh Hazlewood on strike now. Alzarri Joseph round the wicket. He has 5 balls in this over to wrap this Australian innings up. The field, they have 2 slips and a leg slip. So, and 2 men back for the short ball. So short ball coming up. Alzarri and Josh Hazlewood stylishly just makes room and plays the one shot he plays very well, which is that kind of glide after exposing the stumps towards point. Got a lot of bat on it.
He did. Now he's just going down and tapping the wicket. That's what batters do. So he's feeling quite confident after that.
Oh, he loves batting in the West Indies, as we spoke about last week. He generally gets to double figures in the number of balls he faces. He got a double figure score as well last time, so he backs himself in these conditions. He's made to bat in the West Indies, Josh Hazlewood, as the leg slip moves to first slip. 4 balls now for Alzarri to pick up a 4th wicket.
So 2 in a gully now.
And here he comes, round the wicket. Joseph bowls full ball. Once again, Hazlewood makes room, and he's actually found the gap really well. And they're going to come back for 2. So no protection when it comes to Nathan Lyon and Josh Hazlewood. So he did that nicely. As always, Josh Hazlewood just exposes his stumps, makes a lot of room, and he's pleased with himself. So he moves on to 2, 9 for 269. And Australia wouldn't mind a few overs, you'd think. Just get the new balls. Mitchell Stark's been bowling so well, as has Josh Hazlewood against pretty weak-looking West Indian batting lineup. I wouldn't mind that, but here comes Alzarri. Was a short ball, a nice short ball. Josh Hazlewood had to sway out of the way.
Yeah, don't you poke me through the covers. Get some chin music to follow up on that.
So, let's see, it's 5:24 local time. So you still think if the innings were to end in this over 10 minutes.
Campbell, Brathwaite, they're going out there.
3-4 overs. John Campbell will try the paddle and the lap.
Yep. Best way to get through to stumps is...
Well, the coach has said if you can't bat for long, bat fast. So let's see how they take up that diktat. Alzarri Joseph runs in round the wicket. And he gets an inside edge, and this will go for 4. So more frustration for Alzarri Joseph. You heard a from Josh Hazlewood as he got that inside edge. Once he saw it pass his leg stump, there's only one way or this was ending, and that's 4 runs for him. So not sure what the West Indian fans were cheering for. So 273 now Australia. 1 ball left in the 65th over. Both Lyon and Hazlewood on 6. I thought he could have put one more slip fielder in there or one more catching man. He's going to be where does Alzarri go now? He's got 1 bouncer left up his sleeve in this over. Here he comes. And Josh Hazlewood defends like he's Matthew Hayden. And at the end of that over, Australia 9 for 273 on SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. And Bryce McGain, a few more words from you while I'm replaced by Adam White.
Great job, Bharat. On debut in the main chair, did an exceptional job. And, well, at 9 down 273, I think it's Australia's day, just given it's going to get a tired wicket. We've seen it play a little bit differently. Good evening to you, Whitey.
G'day, Bryce. I must confess I didn't think we'd be still playing, but we are. 9 for 273. 65 overs have been bowled today, so the sun is still out. You just wonder whether they just go, well, it's 10 and 11. Why don't we just declare and have a crack at them rather than just sort of waste time?
I'm actually all for it. I really am. And it's the last thing the West Indies want to do is face the music.
Lions on 6. Shamar Joseph bowls. Lyon tugs it away on the onside behind square leg with the horizontal bat. He gets a single. It went quite a long way in the air before it dropped safely.
It was leading edge stuff, and it was hanging up in the air for a long time.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? I thought initially it was fine, but
It was going down breeze, and it kept on going closer and closer to the second man out there. Seals came in. He didn't have a play at the catch anyway.
it definitely carried the bunker, but it probably went in the back bunker for what Lyon was wanting there. He was watching it very anxiously. So Lyon to 7, 9 for 274 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Shamar Joseph around the wicket, 2 slips and a gully. Bowls to Hazelwood, who tucks him nicely off his thigh pad down into the deep to fine leg for a single. So Hazelwood joins Lyon on 7, 9 for 275. Half centuries today to Bo Webster and to Alex Carey, but again, the top order, 3 for 50. So
5 for 110. Is that worse than 3 for 50? No.
Well,
5 for 110.
It probably is, but just if we're looking top order, which is your top 4.
Sure.
3 for 50 was the headline act, I guess. Lyon's gone again with a hook shot, hitting this much better, rolling the wrists and getting it out to that man in the deep and getting through for another single. So 1 more to the score. But without having the actual numbers right in front of me, it does feel very similar to the first innings that Australia got at Kensington. Now, at Kensington, they actually got 180, but it has a very similar feel to it, doesn't it? With top order frailty, Carey. In fact, it's probably more the second innings where Carey, Webster, Head got runs.
Yeah.
Head had a handy little innings here today as well. Got 30. Yeah, it's more the second innings. What did they get at Australia?
They were 4 for 65, and then the partnership came.
And what did they get in the end?
310.
Yeah. So we're sort of at that level at the moment. 9 for 276. Shamar Joseph again to Hazelwood. Gets one that he took his eye off, and it's hit him on the body. That was a nasty short one from Shamar Joseph. And again, he's still bowling at 140 kilometres an hour.
He's relentless.
He just keeps firing in, and that one's hit the arm guard of Hazelwood as he took his eye off that one. He shaped a hook and then realised, oh, no, probably not the right option. And then just took his eye off it and let it hit him on the arm.
The rent-free arm guard got a working over there. Didn't even flinch. Joseph again flies past the umpire. Another bouncer. That one was much shorter and easy for Hazelwood to get underneath. Another bouncer at 140 late in the day. Some fierce eye contact after bowling it as well. It's a battle. Shamar Joseph. He hasn't bowled as many overs today as what he would normally bowl because the West Indians are playing the extra fast bowler. So I guess that's one of the reasons. I guess it is to share the load because he did bowl 40 overs. No, I was going to say he bowled so many overs. But it's hard not to give him the ball. Yeah. He's bowling so well. Only 1 wicket today. He bowls here to Hazelwood. Hit on the pad. It's flick fine. It's going to be 4. 4-leg buys. Valuable runs to the Australians late on day 1. You can see there Joseph trying to zero in on the stumps. He got the radar a little bit off and it flicked the pad on the way through past the keeper and down to the boundary for 4. 9 for 280 at the end of the over. Shamar Joseph now 15 overs. He still bowled equal most for the West Indies. 2 maidens, 1 for 63. Alzari Joseph also 15 overs, 3 for 55. The other multiple wicket taker, Jaden Seals, 14 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 45. Adam White with you. Also now Andrew Mason coming in.
Hello, nice to see you.
We don't get to do much together today.
No, that's terrible.
I know.
Joseph has not been as good today in terms of his length. This is Shamar Joseph, as we saw him in Barbados, tending to pitch the ball down the leg side. His length is not as full as it was in Barbados. It's been a bit of a disappointment for him today.
Alzari Joseph is bowling from the River Road end. He bowls to line. He takes a single, just nudging it into the offside, into cover point. And the West Indians can't prevent the single. Lyon to 9. Hazelwood 7, 9 for 281. We're certainly now into bonus time.
Mm-hmm.
So normally here, if it's a beautiful day, Stumpsy's at 5 o'clock, then the extra half hour for a slow over rate. But now we're pushing past that because of the 2 delays we've had today for rain. So one for 20 minutes and one for just over half an hour with the showers that have come across the island here in Grenada. They come and go pretty quick though, don't they?
Yeah, indeed, yeah.
Alzarri Joseph around the wicket to Hazelwood, who pushes up to mid-off. Showed Alzarri Joseph all 3 stumps there as he stayed leg side of the ball. Backed his eye and just pushed into the offside.
These are also important runs here because at one stage 110 for 5 to get to 281 for 9 represents a good recovery, and I'm sure that Australia will take this any day at 110 for 5 to be 281 for 9.
But would have they taken it at the start of the day?
I think they'd be looking for more, really.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Ball this time. Hazelwood gives himself room and bludgeons it down the ground through mid-off for 4. In fact, it won't go for 4. It falls just a little bit short. With the rain, the outfield slowed up a bit and they actually have to run 3. Hazelwood thought it was 4. He wasn't really keen to run at all. Gets him into double figures. He's up to 10, line on 9. 9 for 284. That was open, the shoulders there from Hazelwood, swatting it past mid-off.
Lyon has got a high score in Test cricket of 47. He can bat a bit and likes to hook and pull, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and one who gets into line quite nicely as well. Not a rabbit by any stretch of the imagination, Lyon.
Is Hazelwood a rabbit?
Just thereabouts. Yeah.
Alzarri Joseph again over the wicket to Lyon. He plays that
there
full shot that Andrew's talking about out into open territory on the onside. They have 1 and they come back for 2. Hazelwood had to scamper the last few strides to the non-striker's end because that was where the throw was coming in from Brathwaite. But they get 2 more to the score.
Yeah.
Swiveling the hips and pulling it out into open territory on the onside. So Lyon to 11, 9 for 286. Wonder whether the umpires have got light meters in their pocket. It's got dark pretty quick.
Yep, has indeed. Don't think we're going to go too much longer. Important partnership for 19 already for the last wicket.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good point. Alzarri Joseph bowls. Lyon, another hook shot off the glove, out. Caught behind. Alzarri Joseph gets his 4th wicket. Nathan Lyon departs for 11. Australia all out for 286.
Yeah, good bowling, banged in short. A lot more effort in that delivery. Went for that pull shot, but had been deceived, I think, by the extra pace and bounce generated. And an easy catch taken by the keeper moving across to his left too.
And Craig Brathwaite says, "What'd you do that for? Why did you get that wicket, Alzarri? I don't want to bat tonight."
No, I don't think he would want to bat tonight. But have a look at the monitor, banged in short. Yes, get inside of it. Clearly coming off the glove and an easy catch taken by the keeper. Joseph, I think overall Alzarri's bowled pretty well.
After a bad first over.
Yeah, after a bad first over. Lots of effort to finish with 4 for 61 for 15 overs and 5 balls. You take that any day.
So Roston Chase had quite a long chat to the umpires then, the captain of the West Indies, before starting to head off. So all the team are waiting for Alzarri Joseph to leave the field after taking 4 wickets. But the opening batsmen, they've left. They're gone.
Yep, they're gone.
So they're on their way to get themselves padded up. So the sun is still shining, but the shadows are starting to really take effect from the grandstands here. And if the sun wasn't out, I don't think they'd be playing.
Yeah, it'll be a tricky period to bat now. I mean, you don't want to come out and lose a wicket or 2. You're just looking to survive. And of course, Australia will be looking to, if they do play, I'm sure they will. The sun is just beginning to leave us now, but we may get an over or 2 in. But overall, 286 all in 66 overs and 5 balls. Interesting innings at the start, 47 without loss, a decent first start. Then they went to 50 for 3, and then 110 for 5. And again, Webster involved in an important partnership. Needs to run himself out really towards the end. Would have been very disappointed to run himself out for 60 from 115 balls. And again, I like him as a cricketer. In Barbados, I was very impressed with him, and certainly he performed well. In terms of the bowling, Seals got 2 for 45 from 14. And today was not the day for Shamar Joseph. He was just thereabouts, a bit short. 1 for 63. Alzari was good. I'm picking up 4 for 61. Philip, a good foil. 12 overs, 1 bid, 1 for 46. I thought he bowled pretty okay. And of course, we also had the bowling of Justin Graves, who got the big snapper as Kerry got a short one and pulled it. It was easily taken to that mid-wicket. So 286 represents a decent score, having won the toss on a pitch that was, how do you rate the pitch? Was it okay?
I think it was okay. I mean, the Cummins dismissal would worry
Kept a bit low.
the West Indies because they've got to bat last.
Right.
The way it shot through, it didn't really bounce much at all. So that has to be a bit of a concern. But I thought, generally speaking, the pitch played pretty well. I think we all thought, having looked at it on Monday and again Tuesday, that it was very dry.
Yeah, very, very dry indeed.
And so, as a result of that, it's going to be harder to bat on as the game progresses, which surprised me as to why the West Indies wanted to bowl first. Maybe it's their strength, so they want to get into the game and give themselves a chance. And at 5 for 110, as you said, they were definitely in the game. But once again, Andrew, at Kensington, we saw in the second innings the Australians in a similar sort of position, but were able to get 300, and they've fundamentally done it again here today. 5 for 110, but still find a way to get to 300. That's the West Indies' great challenge, isn't it? Not to be sort of 6 out, all out.
Yeah, that's true. And Webster was very much a part of everything. I like him as a cricketer. I mean,
what do you like him the most about him?
Well, the thing about it is, let's go back to Barbados. I mean, he could have surrendered. He battled away in adversity, was able to play the ball around. Lots of patience in his batting. And I thought his performance, along with Travis Head, that 107 partnership really won the game, because it gave Australia a score that they could have defended. And the thing about it is that when he gets a ball to put away, he does. He can be defended quite nicely, and he's very strong to the offside, and seems to be a batsman with a great deal of patience, and that's important. And his shot selection very, very good. Although today, couldn't understand why he got run out. He was very angry with himself when he got out. But overall, from what I've seen of him, I think he's one for the future. There's no question about that. And bowls a decent medium pace as well.
Yeah, he does, and he can actually bowl some good off spin.
Yeah, he does, really?
Yeah, he does. He's the new Colin Miller, who's toured here before to the West Indies with the Australian team. So the sun has actually gone behind the clouds. It's got very dark.
Yeah.
I'd be very surprised if they're going to be able to play.
Yeah. All of a sudden,
I'd be pretty angry if I was a West Indian opening batsman if the umpires said you've got to go out there and play, because I've seen it much lighter than this and they don't play.
And of course, there's great expectation for Craig Brathwaite, 100 test matches for him. I know the Barbados Cricket Association, they've sent a representative here. In fact, I came down with him this morning. Mr. Pedro Graves, he was very much there. He's a board director, and they were quite happy. Dr. Kishore Shallow was congratulating him before the start of the day's play. And what a warrior.
It's a good word to describe him.
Yeah, a warrior. He is. And as I said earlier, when he was we saw Craig Brathwaite as a toddler in local cricket in Barbados, making a lot of runs. In fact, he made lots of centuries, and one that you couldn't get out. He would just bat and bat, as you would say in the Caribbean, until the cows come home. And he really showed that tenacity from very, very early, 12 centuries. And although in recent times he's not been as good as he used to be, very, very reliable cricketer. And, I imagine he's going to be the last West Indian to get 100 test matches, because given what has happened, the reduction in test cricket the West Indies are having, so much white ball cricket now, a lot of the good cricketers are going to be going towards white ball cricket. So he's been in good company, and let's wish him well. Which could be his last test series. There's a view that if he fails, he may not go to Jamaica. Of course, we wouldn't want to put the mockers on him. But in recent times, he's really declined. It doesn't seem to know where his off stump is, and got out very soft in both innings in the first test in Barbados.
He's against type, isn't he? I mean, so many of the West Indians these days want to play their shots and take the game on, and a lot of the best players only play short form cricket now, whereas Brathwaite has sort of bucked that trend, and he's the old style sort of dour opening batsman that you don't really get to often
when
anymore.
You look at Greenwich and Haynes and Conrad Hunt, I mean, Roy Fredericks hooking and pulling, we've had some very, very good opening batsmen, very aggressive. Brathwaite is not that kind of batsman. Someone like a Christopher Gale, who hits you out of Australia, hits you out of the park all the time. But he's that nerdler. He's that warrior. He's that one that believes that a bad ball will come along and you put it away. And that has been Brathwaite for quite a long time. And it's been a performance worthy of commendation.
Okay, so at the moment what's happening is the heavy roller is out. We haven't seen the umpires. In fact, they're just emerging now. So they are going to have a look. Now, I'd be very surprised if light meters aren't in pockets, and they'll have a look once they get out into the middle before they actually say, yes, we're
I got
right
my
to
doubts
play.
whether they'll play. I'm not sure. I don't think they're going to play. I'm sure.
After what happened last week, we would know.
Yeah, you never know. Yeah. The umpires, the Australians, of course, will be keen to play.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So Craig Brathwaite's waiting to come out onto the ground in his 100th Test match.
He looks as if he wants to get out there before the Australians.
Yeah, that's right. So they're both standing at the rope and they are coming onto the ground. So at least at this point, we think there's going to be some action. The Australians, the support staff are leaving the field, leaving the 11 players. The umpires are out in the middle. The rolling's still taking place. And it does look like we're going to get some cricket. It's quite remarkable that we are. Yeah. Have they changed the rules on light these days in Test cricket?
Yeah, but it looks... I mean, is there light meter there? I mean, the umpires are coming together now. And the two batsmen are making their way out to the middle. The Australians will be keen to go. I see the umpires looking up to the skies, but it's looking pretty dark here.
So maybe they'd have to have Nathan Lyon bowl?
Oh,
maybe it's Lyon.
They're having a conversation now
Webster.
with Cummins.
Yep, they've definitely had a conversation.
Yep.
And Mitchell Stark took his cap off. He's now put it back on. And I have a suspicion we might be finishing here.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they're coming off.
Yep, they're coming off.
Yeah,
they're coming off.
Why
so
did they go in the first
stumps.
place? Oh my golly!
This is going to be stumps. So Craig Brathwaite, his 100th game, is going to have that whole ceremonial walk out onto the field in his 100th match again tomorrow to start day 2. But that will be stumps. It seems a bit of a waste of time, to be perfectly honest, that we even went out there.
Yeah.
Why didn't the umpires do it 5 minutes earlier?
That you have that situation where the umpires have gone out, the cricketers have gone, the two batsmen come to the middle, and then the umpires decide to have a little chat with the captain. There was Stark with his cap off, looking to bowl, put it back on, and the batsman just turned and walked away. What a day it has been, though, for cricket.
There's been lots going on.
And
There's no doubt about that in the Spice Isle. Was there enough spice for you today in the Spice Isle?
Just about enough.
Just about enough. So the umpires are going to stay out there. So what they do is they put the light meter on top of the stumps.
Yes.
And they've checked at both ends. And now they're going to... Are they going to hover out there, or are they actually going to come from the field? Looks like they're going to come from the field. As I said, I don't understand why the umpires didn't go out 5 minutes before the players and check the light. That seemed to be the logical thing to do, but often in cricket, the sport doesn't show a lot of common sense.
Well, the Gong staff are just beginning to bring the covers onto the square pretty soon, so I think they reckon it's the end of the day's play. Just one stump is up at either end. But I mean, the umpires are coming off now, so one can safely say that it's the end of the day's play.
So the bowlers did their full warm-up. There was catching practice going on, all those sorts of things. They rolled the pitch, so that was a waste of time as well, because they'll now have to roll it again tomorrow before the start of play. And as you said, Andrew, the covers are starting to come out onto the field now. So just repeating the stump score, Australia all out for 286. Webster made 60. Carey made 63. The only two players to score above 50. Alzari Joseph 4 for 61. Jaden Seals 2 for 45. The multiple wicket takers for the West Indies. And I think it's fair to say that the honours were kind of shared with the bowlers. They all bowled. They all did okay.
Yeah, I thought Alzari Joseph bowled a better length today. Continuing from Barbados, he earned his wickets today. I also thought that Phillip didn't bowl him a lot after the break, but I thought he was pretty okay as well. Generally, the bowling good, a little bit short in terms of Shamar Jones, but overall a pretty good effort on the part of the bowlers. I think the West Indies will be a little disappointed that from 110 for 5 they weren't able to dismiss the Australians for maybe under 250, but then again the tail wagged. I mean, these runs are important. Cummins got 17, Lyon towards the end got 11, and Webster got support from the tail to see them from that 110 for 5 up to the eventual score of 286.
Yeah, that's right. And you made that point, just even that last partnership. This will sound really silly, but 286 is a lot more than 250.
Yeah, that's true. Psychological, that's true
right
as well. And it would have been even great if they'd gotten up to another 14 runs to get to 300. But overall, would you say even Stevens today or advantage Australia?
I think Australia.
I think so.
I think Australia.
A slight advantage.
But I don't think they got as many as I thought they were going to get today. Based on the conditions and all that sort of thing. Let's actually go down and listen to Bo Webster in the television
Tell us
interview
a little bit about
live now.
that innings from yourself and how you were able to construct it.
Yeah, pretty simple really. It's, trying to keep the straight balls out and trying to score when it's a little bit wider and catching if they get a little bit too straight. But the wicket offered a little bit again, as we saw this morning. The new West Indian Duke does do a bit up top. So, credit to the boys to get through a little bit this morning, and then Alex Carey to come out and play the way he has done. This series is fantastic, and it's been a pleasure being at the other end.
You mentioned a little bit about conditions there. If you can delve a little bit deeper and tell us what was good for you and able to have that success.
Yeah, I just think the ball swung. We saw a couple of deliveries early that really shaped around, and then just a little bit of inconsistency in the surface. We saw Trav get one that bounced a little bit more than he thought and rip his glove off, and a nice catch behind. So those little inconsistencies can make it tough. But yeah, I just stuck to my game plan, and hopefully that got me through, and it did. And I'd like to convert one of these half centuries eventually, but I'll keep taking them at the moment.
Yeah, Wonder Toss decided to bat first, bowl out inside day one. How would you assess today's play from an Australian perspective?
Yeah, I think we're pretty happy. We would have loved to get 300 plus, and a little bit to blame myself there batting with the tail. We could have stretched that out a little bit, but no, I think we're pretty happy where we are. We've got a really good bowling attack that they bowled with lots of runs on the board, and they bowled with not many before, so they've done it all. And we back them 100% on this sort of surface, and hopefully it gets a little bit tougher to bat on as the game goes on.
Well played once again today.
Okay, so there is Bo Webster, and we thank the television broadcast there for that conversation with the man who scored 60. We're chatting to Alex Carey, so we'll play that in the new ball, thanks to Cobram Estate. And that will get going in about 10 minutes from now. So I'll bring Andrew back in to take us up till 6 o'clock local time here, because there's a few questions I'm keen to ask Andrew about based on what we've seen so far today. As Andrew puts his headphones back on, I think is it the right one, Andrew?
Yeah, I think
it is. So I want to ask you, the crowd today in Grenada, because I was part of your radio show, Mason and Friends, I think it was last night.
Yep.
We're talking about how many people would turn up. It is a big stadium, so sometimes you can get kind of lost in how many people are here.
Yeah, the capacity is supposed to be 17,000.
Yeah.
That's what they say.
What were your thoughts on the crowd today?
Disappointing, but when you look at what has happened to West Indies cricket in the last 10, 15 years, people don't automatically come to watch West Indies anymore because of the failures. There's no question about that. And there's not the belief in the side as was the case in the past. And I think people have become frustrated because of the fact that the West Indies are not doing well, and hence you find that they don't come anymore. In fact, let's look at a country like Barbados. I mean, you go to Kensington Oval and people come out in their numbers to watch cricket. I remember the days when I first started to do commentaries. You could go to Border in Guyana and people were in the trees watching a Carl Hooper bat, of course the days of Clive Lloyd and company. And in those days people turned out to watch cricket. Ever since 1995, when the West Indies, after that period between 1980 and 1995, when they went without losing a test series, you could see the decline in West Indies cricket. And ever since then, they were losing these series. And I would suggest that maybe in the last 10 years or so, the West Indies have performed so poorly that people believe that they may do well for a day or two, but consistently they're not going to perform. And that has gotten into the psychology derail, if one can describe it like that. And based on that, they no longer automatically leave home to come and watch West Indies play. There are some countries that more people will come. For instance, people like watching cricket in Barbados. In Grenada, population of just over 100,000. Today, locals might have had about 600-700 people or so, you reckon? And the ticket...
I think a few more than
you
that.
think so?
Yeah,
Maybe 1,000?
I would have thought... If you'd asked me, I would have said 1,200, 1,300.
Okay. I wouldn't argue with that.
But I tend to exaggerate as well.
Yeah. So, and a lot of Australians watching the game. 286 all out should inspire a little confidence in the West Indies. But people are going to be listening to the radio, watching the television, and they will decide. Let's assume that at the luncheon interval tomorrow, the West Indies will say 110-1. You will find that people will leave St. George's, wherever, in the 6 parishes, and come to watch the cricket. But you don't get big crowds anymore with people watching. Of course, for the white ball series.
I was going to ask you, if this was Australia and the West Indies in a one-day game, would it be packed?
Yeah. I'm not sure about being packed, but certainly a lot more.
Yeah.
A T20? Yes.
Packed.
I would think so. Maybe not packed, but a lot more would come to watch the game because, of course, they've got some very good, T20 players.
But the reality is, as you said, if there's only 120,000 people living on the entire island...
Mm-hmm. And that figure may be inflated too.
Yeah,
it may be even less.
You get 15,000 people here. That's 10% of the population.
You're doing very, very well. I remember doing the first game here, 2004 it was, and they had a pretty decent crowd coming to watch, but it wasn't full by any stretch of the imagination. I know a lot of attempts were made by the government to get people to come. Cricket West Indies have been doing their promotions. The ticket prices are down. In fact, in Barbados, you could buy a ticket for $5 and similarly here. But yet that doesn't seem to inspire people to come in their numbers anymore. Well, I think what has got to happen is that the West Indies consistently going forward would have to really do well and get the trust of the Caribbean people back again. I think that's important.
What surprised me, Andrew, was just walking through town over the last couple of days is that you didn't see any flags or banners or signs to say, hey, the cricket's on, big pictures of Craig Brathwaite ahead of his 100th test or Shamar Joseph to try and inspire the younger people that, hey, we want to go along and watch our West Indian team play. There wasn't any of that. So people knew it was on because they kept saying to us, oh, you're Australian, you're here for the cricket. So they did know it was on, but there's difference about knowing it's on and inspired to come.
Yeah. I know there's an argument, and in fact, Chris Darren was on my show, the new CEO, 2 weeks ago, and I said to him, but you need to promote the cricket. And he said, but yes, it's important to promote cricket, but if the standard is not that good, it doesn't matter how much promotion you do, people will come. But I still think you've got to promote it. There's no question about that. Find ways. I think a lot more children could have... were there children here today?
There were a few.
A few of them.
Especially in that stand.
Yeah, I would have thought perhaps the minister who was on the show the other night, Miss Emma Thomas.
But it is a school day as well.
Yeah, it's a school, but it's vacation time. People, they've done their exams. I know in Barbados, next week is going to be last, I think, July the 10th. But, they've done the exams now. So one would have imagined that more would have certainly come to watch the cricket. In Barbados, there were several school children that came to watch the cricket.
Yes, there was lots of kids.
I didn't see as many here in Grenada. So it's an opportunity now, maybe for the Ministry of Education to try to get them to come to the cricket tomorrow.
Do you think that it's probably a question for another day when we've got a bit more time to talk about it, but are the West Indies still struggling as a result of being so strong through the 80s and 90s that it's kind of like, well, if they're not as good as they were back then, we're not interested? Or is it just their recent performances and it's not so much about what they used to be?
Yeah, recent performances, I think, will heavily play. There's no question about that. But when you look at the greats of the past, I mean, can you compare a Gordon Greenidge with a Craig Brathwaite? No. You had Richards. I mean, when you look at the current West Indies team now, can you tell me 2 or 3 of them that would make a team, say, in the 1980s? No. I mean, who can? I mean, Craig Brathwaite wouldn't make it, I don't think. John Campbell certainly wouldn't even be thought about. So that's the situation. So we don't have any stars really playing the game anymore. I mean, I would suggest maybe Shamar Joseph, he's come on pretty well. Jaden Seals is bowling well. But in terms of batting, West Indies are struggling, and struggling big time too.
So what's going to happen tomorrow before we let you go?
Well, let me look into my crystal ball. As a West Indian, I expect them hopefully to do well, but of course the reality is truth is not always popular, but truth is always right. Can you write that down? Truth is not always popular, but truth is always right. Write it down and share it with Bharat a little later on. The reality is, he's always laughing at me, Bharat. I'm going to take him to Wall Street tonight. 286, I think, on this pitch is a good one. The Australians are very good. They're good with their control. They're good with their aggression as well, as we saw in Barbados. And I would think that they will feel that 286 is a decent score for them. Bryce will be hoping that in his 100th test he can really do well. Campbell is struggling a bit. And I would say that deep down inside he would want the West Indies to do well. But I will not be surprised if the Australians are in control by the end of the second day.
Yes, I hope it's a competitive day tomorrow because I think we've had a competitive day today.
I think so.
We had two really competitive days
in Barbados.
We just got to make tomorrow's a day that it could either get right away from the West Indies or they can put up a bit of a fight. And at this time tomorrow, we're talking about a match that's reasonably evenly poised.
I think the pitch is going to be of great importance tomorrow as well. We saw just 1 or 2 deliveries keep low. Generally, it was a pitch. Actually, some good bounce was generated when the effort was put in, and you've got someone like a Stark who can get it down by your toes and then up by your head, and of course Pat Cummins is very, very slippery, and of course you've got someone like a Josh Sayles who would move the ball around, so it's going to be pretty interesting. You've also got Webster, who's a stiff kind of medium pace bowler. The attack for Australia is a good one, and I'm sure they'll be looking forward to bowling here in the Spice Isle tomorrow.
What were your thoughts on the pitch?
It was okay on a scale of 1 to 10. I'll give it maybe today 7. 7, is that reasonable, you think?
Yeah, I think so.
Or would you go 6.5?
No, I think 7. I think there was a bit in it for the bowlers, I was worried about the Cummins one, the way it shot. But outside of that, the one that Head got that reared a bit, that's okay. You want that. It's turf wicket.
In Barbados, Carl Hooper gave the one in Barbados 4 to 10. Oh, yes. And Richard Prof Edwards, the curator, was on.
Man.
Oh, yes.
He came on?
He came on. A bit late in the show. But I asked him the question. And, Carl said that even from the first day, the pitch was keeping a bit low. So I asked him, on a scale of 1 to 10, he hesitated. He said 4 to 10. So he didn't pass, did he? He failed the exam. I'll leave you now.
So do you think Puff, you and him, are you going to be okay?
Yeah. He's a good guy. I hope he comes back on the show. Because when he comes on the show, the listenership will go up.
It's muscular radio.
Muscular radio, like it, eh?
Andrew, thanks very much. Awesome.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you for wrapping up things with me here.
No problem. Enjoy
your
evening.
again tomorrow. Don't go too far because you've got to drive us home.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, stumps here on day one. Australia all out for 286, and we had Webster making 60, Carey 63, Alzari Joseph took 4 for 61, Jaden Seals 2 for 45. Australia were at one point no wicket for 47. They were then quickly 3 for 50 and then 5 for 110 before Carey and Webster put on a 100-run partnership. And then as a result of that, the Australians put themselves in a strong spot. The new ball, that's coming up next. It's SEN Test Cricket.
Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Grown, harvested and first cold pressed in northern Victoria on SEN Cricket. This is the new ball.
And welcome to the new ball from Grenada, where we have seen Australia make 286 on the opening day after winning the toss and electing to bat. We had a little bit of rain, 2 heavy showers, which meant that in the end we didn't get a full day's play in, and ultimately it was bad light that finished things off a little bit earlier. But 286 was the score. At one point Australia no wicket for 47, but then they were 3 for 50, 5 for 110 before a partnership of over 100 between Bo Webster and Alex Carey certainly settled things down. Carey making 63, Webster 60, and in the end, Australia all out for 286. Now, Australia very keen to bat first, but had the West Indies won the toss, they would have bowled first. So interesting to see that both camps saw things pretty differently at the start of play. Before we bring in Bharat Sundaresan to go through all the big issues of day one, let's relive day one here in the Spice Island. The state of play for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear. I'll go through the scorecard shortly, but Bharat Sundaresan, it was a good day of cricket, even though we lost a little bit for rain.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't feel like it was played in fast forward like what we saw in Barbados. But in a way it was. I mean, we lost 14 wickets on day one at the Kensington Oval. We've lost only 10, but we also lost a lot of overs. You just get a feeling with the conditions the way they are. If we had got 15 more overs, we're potentially talking of another 14 wicket day. So, I mean, the run scoring or the run rate was really high for Australia as well. I think that's the reason they've got to where they have nearly up to 300 runs. But yeah, I mean, a day where we'll have lots to talk about. But yeah, a good day of cricket. It just makes for better test cricket when batting's not straightforward. Yep. Just wherever you're playing in the world, I mean, you just look at what's happening in England and just seems to be a lot of runs being scored, but the bowlers really not having much of a say. I know Akashdeep took wickets in England, have lost 3 wickets, but compared to that, this just feels like it's more gripping and you're into it and in it for literally every ball of the day or every over of the day.
Yeah, you feel you can't go out the back for 15 minutes and grab some lunch, or go, if you're watching it on television, go and get a cup of tea and a couple of biscuits, because you might come back and you'll miss something. That felt like that through the test in Barbados, and it did feel like that today. We thought that it was going to be a flat wicket. It really wasn't. There was some that went a bit up and a bit down. But across the course of the day, there was something in it for the bowlers. But if the batters play good shots, they got rewarded for it. That's what you want.
It's, I think, made for test cricket that's relayed back to Australia through the night. So it doesn't allow you to sleep at all, right?
That's right.
Like, if you start watching it, you don't feel like, I think I can sleep the next 2 hours off, because there's always so much happening. And we saw some really attractive stroke play as well from Alex Carey and Bo Webster in particular. A couple of decent shots in the first session as well from Constas and Green. But yeah, I mean, we saw everything. We saw run out. Obviously, we saw dropped catches because it's the West Indies. You come to expect that.
Missed runouts.
Missed runouts and 2 shocking missed runouts. And then we also then saw 2 batters get to 60 and get out, which meant that Australia didn't bat so far that the game, at least notionally based on how West Indies are batting, goes completely away from them. They still feel like at this point they're still in the game.
All right, I won't go through the entire batting card, but just the highlights. Carey got 63 from 81 balls, Webster 60. There was a contribution of 29 from Head. He, again, looked really good until he got out. Never looked like getting out until it actually happened with one that sort of reared and took the glove and the handle on the way through. Cameron Green got 26, Constas 25. They were the only players to get over 20. The other notable was Steve Smith. We've been talking about him for a week. He finally got back into the team and played a strange shot to a ball that was sort of hip high. Probably didn't get up as much as he thought, but he went low to high to try and hit it for 6. Top edge, as you heard in the highlights, and got caught on the fence, so he was out for 3. So that's sort of what happened, thanks to Belgravia Apparel in partnership with New Balance, delivering high performance teamwear to the BBL this year as well as the WBBL. So there'll be new uniforms for the new BBL and WBBL seasons. But let's get into the first ball. And the first ball for Cobram Estate is another failing from the top order. Now, we've got to be fair, they were no wicket for 47, but then they were 3 for 50. But 2 of those 3 wickets were Khawaja and also Smith. So the newbies, you can't contribute everything to just them. 3 for 50. Is that another cross? Is that another reason to be concerned, or were there extenuating circumstances? How would you describe the 3 for 50, Bharat?
No, concern for sure. I mean, leave Steve Smith out. I mean, that dismissal for me doesn't count for much because it is Steve Smith. He is in that kind of form, and he played a false shot and got out. Maybe misjudged the length, maybe the ball didn't get high enough, maybe mistimed the shot, and he gets out. But for me, the verdict is still out on Sam Constis as opener and Cam Green at number 3.
Now, their ball's 2 and 3, so we don't get too much into the individuals just yet.
Correct, yeah. But I do feel like yes, they both made 20 each, but I don't know what we can gain from that about what it means in the longer run. And the same with Usman Khawaja. I mean, we have seen him get out in similar fashions now against right armers from around the wicket. So for a while it was him being nicked off. Now it's him getting LBW. But there's nothing to gain from, or nothing new to learn from that, if that makes sense. So I think same old to an extent. Even though there were a few more runs on the board before the steadying happened, 5 for 110. But at 3 for 50, it's just become such a common occurrence, and I'm sure one of our newspaper guys is going to break it down and see how often Australia have been 3 for 50 in the last few years.
So the problem for me is not just that it was 3 for 50, they lost 3 for 3.
Yeah.
That's the bigger problem. Because you're going to lose top order wickets in Test cricket, particularly on day one where there's most in it for the bowlers, even though Australia won the toss and batted. But these I'm not sure whether they're quite collapses, because I'm not sure 3 wickets is a collapse, but it's just an explosion where too much happens too quickly that gives the advantage back to the opposition, that doesn't feel there's any calmness out there to make sure that, okay, 1 might become 2, but don't make it 3, which is what happened again. 3 for 3.
Yeah, it was. And it came from nowhere because the first 45 minutes or so, while Australia got to none for 47, we were talking about, we are in for the long haul. We're in for 5 days, runs.
We had Khawaja making about 350.
We did at different points. So, and this is the kind of pitch where Sam Constis cannot fail. He has to make the most of it. And then all it took was, and Alzadi Joseph, who took that first wicket, he started with 2 looseness, 2 nothing shot deliveries that Khawaja spanked for 4, 2 pull shots, the way he used to, or he plays when he's at his peak. And you're like, okay, we've seen this movie before. But then in the second over, he just gets one to jack back into Khawaja, traps him LBW, very similar to the way he got out in the second innings in Kenzie or in Barbados. And then you're going, well, okay, Khawaja's got out. Now maybe we're going to see Constis and Green, tell us what the future is going to be like, or at least put on a show to kind of exhibit that. But then Constis we'll talk a lot about him in the next on the next ball, I know, but plays a shot which is it's a loose shot, the best way to put it. He gets out, and then Steve Smith gets a freak dismissal of sorts, and before you know it, they are 3 for 50. And then from that point on, you are talking about, well, will Travis Head save the day again? He did to an extent. He made 29, and once again, I have to say, for years, almost for a decade, Steve Smith has been considered the number 1 problem solver in that Australian batting lineup. I'm putting Travis Head right up there because he's playing in such different fashions and adjusting his game to different conditions. I mean, I get it's a very lazy narrative that Travis Head just plays his game he just comes and plays his game all the time. I don't know what his game is because he seems to adjust his game quite cleverly. We've seen what he does in the subcontinent as an opener. We saw it in Barbados across both innings, and I thought it was a very, very cleverly crafted innings today, which took a very good ball to get rid of, or it took a very special ball to end that innings.
All right, let's get to ball 2. It's our favourite topic here in the Caribbean, Sam Constis on the new ball. We seem to be talking about it in every show. So today he's made 25. He's made 25 from 37 balls, 4 boundaries in his 25. He tried to take the game on. He had some success at doing that, and then he also had some issues doing that. He played and missed at a number of deliveries. We didn't see any charging down the wicket. We didn't see any real cavalier sort of agricultural shots, but we saw an aggressive approach. Now, we had a debate on air about this. You were on with me and also Bryce McGain. Bryce and I almost had a wrestle out the back there at one point. It got a bit emotional because Bryce is very big on the fact that he has to swim between the flags and that he didn't do that with a swinging ball. Now, my argument is, and I'm pretty hot on this, that Sam Constas has come into the team to be the aggressor, to complement what Khawaja is. Is that right? Is that fair to think that that's what he's there to do, or is he just there to bat?
The fact that he did not get picked in the team because of the way he played, the way he would against Bumrah, kind of counters that argument, because if that is how Constas made those 200s against South Australia and the few other runs he made here and there in Shield cricket that got him into the test team, I would say yeah. I mean, if you're talking about Jake Fraser-McGurk here, that would be like, yeah, makes sense. Like, that's just how he plays. But Constas, I don't think the Australian team expected him to do what he did against Bumrah. So all this chatter about Constas is the circuit breaker comes after what he did against Bumrah. But then the chat around that Constas innings, even when he was ramping and reverse ramping Jasprit Bumrah, was, but this is not how he plays generally.
I agree with that.
So I don't think, I don't think he was brought in to be the David Warner. He was like, look, Nathan McSweeney hasn't worked and Jasprit Bumrah is just walking all over our top order. We need something. Let's throw the 19-year-old in. And he did what he did. And I don't think he knew what he was doing at some point. He just tried it. It worked, came off. And it changed the whole scenery of that series, and Australia went on to win that series. Great. But does that make him the next David Warner, or does that give him the license to just go and play shots? Because we've seen so many different types of Sam Constas already. Even today, I don't think he played aggressively, he played loosely, because he did leave balls. I thought there were some good signs, the way that he rotated the strike, which we haven't seen. We spoke about it last week. He was just hit or miss. But I thought he rotated the strike. There were 2 or 3 times when he pushed into the covers, did what openers have been doing historically for hundreds of years, or not hundreds of years, I sound like a president from a part of the world, but for the last 130 years anyway. And he started looking really good in that sense. But it was a very loose innings. I think it wasn't an aggressive innings where aggressive was last time. He tried something. He was at least charging at the bowlers. I think it was just loose. He could not resist the temptation to go after wide deliveries. And he had got a reprieve when the ball flew through gully. He had been beaten a few times, but he kept attempting that shot. I don't think there was anything aggressive. There is nothing aggressive about chasing a wide full delivery outside off stump. That's just being loose. And he paid for it eventually. And especially for him to do that after Usman Khawaja had gotten out in the previous over. Once again, it's just game awareness, and if that's
part of the 3 for 3.
Correct, yeah. And so it's a progress report with Sam Constas, right? I mean, he's still in school, sort of. So we have to look at his batting career in the same fashion as well. Are you looking at the 25 runs and saying, yeah, at least he made 25? Or are you looking at what he looked like in those 25 runs? A bit of both. Like I said, there were some better signs here. At least he knew how to get off strike. He was basically a sitting duck against Shamar Joseph last week. So that didn't happen. So that's a good sign. So yeah, you tick that box. But yeah, is he the future? I don't know. I mean, we'll still have to wait and watch. The selectors have invested in him for the long term. So he'll get one more test match, whatever happens here. And then we'll see. So I think the progress report is that I don't buy into the argument that only because, like I said, Whitey, because he wasn't brought into the team as an aggressive opener. You really did not know what he was going to do against Jasprit Bumrah. He just went out there and did what he did.
I think that innings has got to be put to the side. That's a total outlier.
Correct. Yeah.
We just got to almost forget that ever happened, and we've got to be judging him more now on what the normal is.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure what the normal is.
Nobody knows.
And I'm still not 100% convinced I know why he's in the team. Because for me, it feels that they are trying to find someone that complements Khawaja's steadiness and not slowness. That's being unfair on Khawaja, but he goes about his way a certain way, and they want someone to complement him that will be a bit more aggressive against the bowlers. And that because that's what we've seen.
I mean, can I just say, I think they just want someone who will make runs. I think that's where we've reached.
So that if that is it, then it's not Constas to open the batting, because there are better openers in the country.
But he came off against Bumrah. So what they're saying is, look, he came off doing whatever he did. He's 19. We're going to give him these 3 test matches, and I'm sure they'll take a call at the end of this test. You can't immediately go back to you know who and bring those guys back.
I want him to play the whole series.
Correct.
We're only halfway through it for him.
Correct, yeah. I mean, he's got 3 more innings to go. And the way these pitches are playing, definitely 3 more innings. I don't think there's going to be innings defeat anytime soon. So we'll learn more about what he really brings to the table, because he made 5 of 38, so he's not complimenting Usman Khawaja in any way, the way he batted last time. So I don't think we need to characterize him as an aggressive opener or a whatever it is, right? Like, cavalier opener yet. I think he himself is figuring out like what kind of opener he is or what kind of batter he is. But like I said, we take the few positives we saw today, but then still criticize the innings overall, or like the mistake he made to getting out, and kind of leave it at that and see what he does in the next inning. I think it's like, and it's in a way it's exciting because you don't know what's to come next time around.
He's good for cricket because he has us talking and getting emotional
every day.
So that's a good thing, and he's unconventional, so that's a good thing as well. You don't want everyone playing the same way. This is the new ball for Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil. Yeah, in Grenada, Australia winning the toss, electing to bat. They were none for 47. They were 3 for 50, 5 for 110 before somehow managing to get to 286. Our third ball today on the new ball for Cobram Estate is Cameron Green, and he's 26. So I'm not going to say you're Red Simons or Todd McKenney or whatever his name is off that dancing show. But how would you rate his performance, Cameron Green, with his 26?
Again, he's speaking about Cam Green and Constas like they're uni students, because there is a progress report card.
Well, it's a bit like a job interview in a way.
It is, very much so. And
assessment?
Well, we thought he was good to start, or we were happy with the way he started in the second innings in Barbados. And then he just had that 1-0 from Justin Graves where he was all over the place, the LBW shout, the controversy around it, and then was nicked off playing a bad shot, or a shot that he wasn't in position to play, and he would look back and say, maybe I made a mistake there. Today, he started gingerly. It wasn't as gingerly as he did last week in the first innings, where he was all over the shop. But he poked at a ball. The second ball he faced outside off stump and withdrew the bat very late. So there were some nerves there. Then I thought he built into his innings a lot better. There were a couple of plays and misses, but he looked good, played a couple of attractive shots. It didn't help his case that wickets kept falling at the other end, because he walked in and Constas got out and then Smith got out. But I thought him and Travis Head had some sort of fluency going between them. And once again, so you can say if he was so far at number 3, what he's had, this was his 5th innings. So if innings number 4 last week was the best we'd seen of him, even though he averaged only 5 at number 3 after that innings, today was definitely better. So if that was 4 out of 10, today was 5 out of 10.
He's trending in the right direction.
He's trending in the right direction, but then that last over, again, game awareness, he plays a loose shot. The short cover fielder was there for that shot. He still attempts his, hits on the up on a pitch which is two-paced and slightly uneven as well in terms of bounce. And John Campbell gives him a reprieve. And 2 balls later, last ball before lunch, and like you said, it didn't become the last ball.
It wasn't 29.2 overs.
It wasn't.
It was 0.5 overs.
Exactly. So he knew it was the last ball. It was a pretty wideish delivery, swinging away further from Jaden Seals. He just follows it and is caught at gully. So, and I said it on air at the time when Manas Labuschagne was being referred to as the luckiest cricketer in the world or luckiest batter in the world, especially in England. They love talking about it. He was getting dropped and all that is fine, but he was still making the most of it and making big scores. That's why you can get dropped as often as you want, but to average 60 like he was when he was at his peak tells you that he was still making the runs. So, but whether it's Constas or Green, they're getting lives, but they're really not making the most of it. And to play that shot, it almost nullified a lot of the good work he'd put in at that point.
Yeah, it's hard to argue that. And you know how much I love Cameron Green. I really want him to work. 26 off 37 balls, so he nearly got to that 40 ball mark, which I think is where you feel like he's in. So his run rate was good. He was positive. He hit some nice shots. He lovely flick through mid-wicket, a good pull shot. So there's a number of things that he did well. He was hitting the ball down through mid-on. A lot to like, but again, he was part of that 3 for 3. And the last ball before, in fact, he wasn't part of the 3 for 3. He was a bit later on, but he was the game awareness. game awareness, and we can't give him a get-out clause to say he's only young now. Say that he didn't understand the situation.
He's been playing 5 years of Test cricket.
That's right, and he's played 30 Test matches. You can't play the Sam Constas, his young card with him. And by him playing means that you're leaving Marnus Labuschagne out, who averages 46 in Test cricket. So you're going to mark him harder. And the other complexity now, I think, for Cameron Green is how well Bo Webster is doing as the all-rounder. So when it is that Cam Green is back able to bowl, and we know that his numbers in Test cricket are excellent as an all-rounder. They're comparable with the likes of Ben Stokes in Test cricket, certainly better than Mitch Marsh in Test cricket as an all-rounder. They're very similar to Shane Watson in Test cricket. So his numbers are okay. But if he's only going to play as a batsman, he's got to be doing better than he's doing at the moment.
Oh, very much so. And he'll be the first one to tell you that as well. I mentioned it last week. He did a bit of an interview with him in London before the World Test Championship final. And he spoke about how he was kind of enjoying this brief period before he starts bowling regularly. He has where he can just focus on his batting. And we spoke about it yesterday. He's spending hours in the nets just working on his game. He looks every time you see him bat at training. But it's not even like a technique thing for him anymore. It's just like he gets the jitters.
Yeah,
like
it's nerves. It's nerves. 100% it's nerves.
No, but we spoke about nerves at the start of his innings. But last week, after he got his eye in, once that LBW shout happened, you could see he was a little all over the place. Today, the dropped catch happened, and then there were jitters.
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, that's true. So it's a mental. I won't say it's nerves. It's in the mental basket.
Yeah.
Because he would be thinking, just got to get to lunch. Oh, one ball to go. I hit, that's that sort of stuff that his mind's a bit frazzled.
Yeah, I mean, if this was cricket on Family Guy, that's exactly what the voice would sound like in his head. If you saw like replay, or you clearly have no idea what Family Guy is.
No, I do know what it is. It wasn't. It's not one of mine, but I know.
No, it's not your kind of humor.
No.
But you're too nice for it. So. And that's what Cameron Green, that the last period of his innings. So I take back my words. Did I say 5 out of 10? I think I'll subtract 0.5 for the way he got out and the timing and the lack of game awareness. So for 4 to 4.5.
All right. This is for Cobram Estate, the new ball with Adam White and Bharat Sundaresan. Straying to ball 4. We'll make this a quick one because it's a bizarre one. The toss of the coin. So Australia wins the toss, bats. I think we all thought whoever would win the toss would bat. Then Roston Chase goes, we're happy with that because we were going to bowl. It's like, what would you be doing that for on a dry wicket that's only going to get lower and slower as we go along? And I kind of feel like now Australia's got 280 on the board with West Indies batting last on a wicket that's going to get lower and maybe not slow, but certainly lower. You don't really want to be batting last.
No, not at all. So, but maybe the West Indies see it as their best chance, also based on the fact that it was, some activity in our box. Sorry, I got distracted by that. Whitey, I apologize. But you just, I think the way they batted last week and the fact that they were in such a strong position after Australia's first innings, maybe they just assumed it's the best way for them to win.
It's all right, Bharat. Colin's just taking photos of sunsets.
Cool.
It's okay. It's all
Sorry,
okay.
the journalist in me at times, this late in the day when suddenly...
You thought, well, we were here yesterday when we had some intruders that came into the ground when we were here at a similar time. So that's why you're a bit edgy up here. All right, we'll take a break. So don't forget also Alex Carey will join us on the new ball. You had a chat to him along with Bryce McGain immediately after play. Carey batted so well for his 63. So we'll talk about that. But yes, this Cameron Green thing, I think it's a bit more complicated than the Sam Constas one, and I don't know how it's necessarily going to end ahead of what we're all talking about, which is, of course, the Ashes in the Australian summer. It is the new ball for Cobram Estate, Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil. We'll take a break. More from Grenada next. Adam White and also Bharat Sundaresan with you as we go to ball number 5, Bharat. And ball number 5 is the West Indies. How do we assess their bowling performance today? They did get 10 wickets in just around about 65 overs.
Now, I think if last week was sensational, this week was impressive. Today what we saw was impressive. It just maybe didn't have the fire from Shamar Joseph. And we spoke about the pitch, or we haven't spoken enough about the pitch. We saw it yesterday, Adam. We were right in the middle. We saw from up close, and
we even did some shadow batting on the crease.
We did. We looked at each other and went, this is going to be a surface where runs will be scored. And maybe they will be. Maybe this is a chance for the West Indian batters to come and, like their coach have said, either bat long or bat fast. So either way it works from a neutral perspective. So we'll see how they go tomorrow, but batting has just not seemed straightforward. I wouldn't say easy or tough, but it's not been a straightforward battle. That was that ball that Pat Cummins got out to. Travis Head got out to a similar ball on day 3 when Shamar Joseph was bowling, when Australia were 172 ahead, if you remember. And we were like, oh, this pitch is going. So I don't think we can say that about this pitch, but it will go at some point. The cracks will develop, and there are already some spots which... And you look now, once you come here and cover Test cricket or broadcast Test cricket, you kind of realize why first-class averages in the Caribbean are so low. I was speaking to Carlos Brathwaite earlier, and he's played a lot of first-class cricket around the region, obviously, and he spoke about that as well. He said, like, batting is never easy, man. Like, you just don't feel like you're in. There's always something happening. If it's not movement in the air, like the Duke's ball, there is a lot of movement, and it stays for a long time as well. It's just the unevenness of the pitch or the lack of pace or the two-pace nature of it, and a lot of wickets today. I mean, you spoke about the loose shots. A lot of wickets came as a result of that. Again, but even with that Pat Cummins delivery, I thought Alzari Joseph set him up really well. He was the pick of the bowlers. Anderson Phillip was very impressive. I thought he could have picked up a couple more wickets. He was at the batters, especially in his first couple of spells. He went for a few runs when Alex Carey started charging at him. Shamar Joseph broke the back of the Australian batting by getting rid of Travis Head at a crucial time. He had a bit of an off day. I thought his radar was wrong. There were many balls down the leg side which just flew away for 4. But yeah, and Jaden Seales picks up that, not Jaden Seales, Justin Graves picks up the wicket of Alex Carey from where, at which point Alex Carey was flying. It just hit a 6, so the sharpish shot delivery he got. So they got the job done. And also, we were very impressed with the way Bryce was, for sure, the way they tied Bo Webster down. So they're showing the maturity. They're still a pretty young attack. We look at Seales and Shamar, and Alzari's been around for a while. He's still a young man. The fact that they had the discipline to bowl to one side of the field and block Webster up, where at a time when he was free-flowing, and he is a free-scoring batter, showed some good signs for the West Indies. But now it just comes down to their batters. At this moment, 287 already looks like a giant total in terms of what we've seen from the West Indies so far. Now it's up to them. Craig Brathwaite leading the way in his 100th Test match. He was felicitated before the start of play. Even got, I felt like he was going to get a guard of honor, and then the players went off for bad light. Yeah. So I don't think you get like a 1.5 guard of honor, do you? I don't think he's going to get it. Maybe in the second innings.
Well, let's roll into ball 6 because it is Craig Brathwaite. I wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about him because it's an incredible achievement for anyone to get to 100 Test matches, but particularly now for a West Indian, considering they don't play nearly as many tests as, say, in Australia and India or in England, and we can go into that whole conversation around the big 3. But for Brathwaite to get to that many, and Andrew Mason, part of our broadcasting team here in the West Indies, made a really good point by saying he's probably going to be the last to get to 100.
Yeah, I'm not one to make statements, you know that, Whitey. I make declarations. But no, but I think it's very difficult to see who will end up playing 100 Test matches for West Indies unless something really dramatic happens and this whole economy of Test cricket around the world changes. I mean, they're talking about having 4-day tests from 27 onwards. So maybe that could open the door, but you still can't see West Indies play the number of Test matches that even Craig Brathwaite played for the first 7-8 years of his career. He makes his debut in 2011. I remember covering his second series when I came here to cover India's tour in 2011. But between 2011 and 2020, I think they played a lot more Test cricket than what they have since COVID. England used to come here all the time. Australia came here twice between 2012 and 2015. But now that those tours are just getting few and far in between, I don't think anyone will end up playing 100 Tests unless you play like, and also I think the type of cricketer Craig Brathwaite was as well. I mean, they weren't picking him in white ball cricket.
No.
I was there in 2013 in a small town called Hubli you have no idea where that is. It's outside Bangalore. When he hit his first 6 in first-class cricket, it was for West Indies A versus India A. And this is not me being a cricket badger. It just came to mind. I was there because I wrote a big piece about him hitting a 6. And because of the kind of batter he was, I think then he hit maybe 3 sixes after that or something of that sort. So he was not a white ball player. So there's only one format he could play in, which was red ball cricket. But you look at most of the other West Indians, there aren't too many of those coming through anymore, especially batters. So sadly, this could well be the end, which is why we should celebrate it even more. They had to wait 11 years since Chris Gayle played his 100th test. And I don't know how long we'll have to wait, or maybe there's no point. Andrew Mason had said it. He said Jomel Warrican should not play in Barbados. They dropped him in Grenada. Now he said nobody is going to play 100 test matches, so nobody will play 100 test matches. You know how it works.
He's the Oracle.
He is.
He's the Caribbean Oracle, Andrew Mason. Just looking at his numbers, so he's 32. So he's not. It's not like he's 36 or 37.
Started at 19.
So 100 test matches, an average of 32, which is obviously quite low for test cricket to have played that many test matches, 1200s and 31 50s. But this is the thing, is that he's able to do what very few West Indians are able to do in this day and age, which is bat time.
Or he used to. He hasn't in a while.
Well, no, but he's the way he operates is, look, I'm going to go out there and I'll just occupy the crease for 4 hours, and you guys bat around me, and we'll get 250 minimum. That was kind of the rationale around him playing as long as he has.
Oh, very much so, and obviously captain for a long period of. It's amazing the similarities between him and Dimut Karnaratne, who played his 100th test against Australia and Gaul and retired, and he announced his retirement just before playing the 100th test. Both these guys have been kind of in discussion they've been in the top 5, top 4, at times top 3 best test openers year after year, but they've never really cracked it. Dimut Karnaratne obviously has had a couple of seasons where he scored a lot of runs. Both captained their team at a time nobody else wanted to, almost, and they had mixed success as captains, and both then had this big dip. Dimut is gone now. Lives in Melbourne, plays cricket. Maybe tomorrow he'll be playing cricket with Adam Collins, the rate at which he's going. Who knows? But with Craig